Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. You consume 1.2 million simulation points and bring out all the ninjutsu including experience in this simulation. You gain a lot of ninjutsu experience and your ninjutsu is improved. After a prompt, Su Yang immediately gained a lot of sealing technique training memory and experience. From this moment on, he is a sealing grandmaster. And at this moment, Su Yang was secretly glad that he did not give up the ninjutsu training experience this time. Because the sealing technique obtained this time is really special. For example, the tailed beast sealing technique is 1 or 2 levels stronger than the Shiki Fujin that seals 9 tails. At least you don't need to sacrifice your soul, just a lot of chakra. At the same time, the sealed space in the body after sealing is very powerful. Even 9 tails can hardly do anything. The most important thing is that you can extract the chakra of the sealed tailed beast at will, which is a real power bank. But it is this sealing technique that the simulated self is still not satisfied with. I'm afraid that what I'm pursuing in this simulation is this special tailed beast sealing ability. Su Yang was in a good mood when he thought of the ability he had obtained this time. Even if his own sealing technique is combined with this special ability, it may be able to make certain changes and improvements in the sealing technique of sealing the tailed beast. It's worth it for Su Yang to bring out this reward. And this is only part of the sealing technique he has now, which is considered the strongest sealing technique, and there are many other good and special sealing techniques. So, it's definitely worth it. 1.2 million simulation points are not wasted. As for the orange talent accumulation over time, Su Yang certainly didn't give up the talent of accumulation over time, and it's impossible to give it up. There is still a one-click simulation. You can wait until after midnight and do a one-click simulation to bring out the orange talent accumulation over time. As for the simulation of Demon Slayer, it's better to delay it for another day. Let's do a one-click simulation first. As for Sharingan, there's no rush. Feeling the chakra in his body, Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Then he began to study the 2-tailed beasts in his body. A dark room. Frost Sorrow is dead. The one who spoke was a strange existence that looked like a cursed spirit. Because it only had one head, with 2 slender black hands like tentacles on its head, and a black mark on its forehead. It was not a human, nor even a cursed spirit. Evil brain fetus. Not only a purebred, but also a royal family among evil brain fetuses. Compared with the mixed blood Raso, this is the real devil. There are 3 evil brain fetuses here, and there are also brain flowers similar to Qianfuayuan. These brain flowers are black and red, and one of them even has a pair of small eyes in addition to its mouth. Like Raso, they are not purebred evil brain fetuses, but mixed bloods. Raso is dead? How is that possible? I heard that he was killed by a human. It's a disgrace to our clan. Although it is a hybrid and its talent is not strong, it has many means. How could it be killed by humans? How dare a mere human kill our demon brain evil fetus? We must take revenge. Raso's death has affected our plan. We can't just let it go. For a moment, both pure and hybrid demon brain evil fetuses became angry, but the royal demon brain evil fetus with a black mark on his forehead coldly ordered, in this case, then prepare and teach the human race a lesson. I was wondering why you little bugs gathered together. It turned out that you were plotting to attack humans. A chuckle suddenly appeared, which scared all the demon brain evil fetuses present. Who is it? The royal demon brain evil fetus shouted and became extremely alert at the first time. A black hole appeared on the round table they were surrounding, and a girl with pearl white and smooth skin wearing black gothic Lolita walked out of it. The girl had long black hair tied into 2 braids, which fell on her shoulders leisurely. Her slender body seemed to be broken with just a little force. The waterfall-like bangs covered the left half of her amazingly beautiful face, and the other side left a wine-red right eye with a hint of coldness. The delicate lips of Sakura, like petals, showed a hint of playfulness and mockery at this moment. Carrie. The face of the evil fetus of the royal demon brain changed instantly. "You are the most evil elf." As soon as it finished saying this, it turned around and wanted to escape. It's not the good kid who ran away. The girl smiled lightly, and suddenly a retro pistol appeared in her hand. Second bullet. With a bang, a shot hit, and the movements of the royal evil brain fetus slowed down instantly at this moment. At the same time, black holes appeared one after another, and a large number of people who looked exactly like the girl appeared, directly killing the other evil brain fetuses present. So, tell me what happened? The girl's wine-red eyes flashed slightly, looking at the royal evil brain fetus. After a moment, the girl put away the pistol with satisfaction. As expected of a royal family of the demon race, although it is just the most ordinary evil brain fetus, this time value is really rich. Behind the girl was the corpse of the royal evil brain fetus. After getting what she wanted to know, the girl directly solved it. Su-yan? How did he get in touch with the extraordinary realm? Isn't he just a cartoonist? It's really strange. The girl murmured to herself, "Let's go ask." Hokage hasn't updated yet. Don't die too early. Then, she took out her phone. In a wilderness, Su-yang, wearing a chakra coat, was trying his new power. Very strong. Although there is no Nine Tails mode, even One Tail and Three Tails have not developed any tailed beast mode. At most, they just made a chakra coat, but even in this form, Su-yang found that this form is powerful. The strength and speed are improved, and the attack is also improved. The most important thing is that in this form, Su-yang can enter it with just a thought. Compared with Hokage's Jinchuriki, he is the most perfect Jinchuriki in the true sense. Even Naruto, the Jinchuriki, needs the consent of Nine Tails to enter the Nine Tails mode, but he doesn't need it at all. 10,000 World Simulator. Host, Su-yang. Profession, ninja. Talents, simulated target, orange, good things come in pairs, purple, real clone, blue, combat power amplification, green, accumulating little by little, white. Skills, Mangekyo Sharingan, Ninjutsu, Chakra, LV38. Simulation points, 2,002,000. Number of simulations, 0, once available every day. After returning to his villa, Su-yang once again checked his attribute information. Chakra level has been raised. It is now LV38. This made Su-yang understand that when chakra is raised to LV30, it is equivalent to 10 times the standard chakra of the general Kage level, even if it is the chakra of the tailed beast level. However, this is only equivalent. The chakra possessed by the real tailed beast is basically far beyond LV30. He only has 1 tail and 3 tails in his body, but his chakra has reached LV38. This is obviously 8 times the standard chakra of the tailed beast level. I don't know if my chakra can be further improved after the Sharingan evolves into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in this state. Su-yang is very curious about this. Buzz. The phone vibrates. Su-yang took it out and looked at it, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How can a cat not be cute? This is one of his netizens. When Su-yang first released Hokage, the other party and Kasumagakaka Uchiha added him one after another. They all came to urge for updates. It's just that although this person is very familiar on the internet, he has not met Su-yang offline. It's been a while since we last talked. Su-yang picked up his phone and replied, "I'm not a cartoonist. Here. I'm not a cartoonist. Didn't you say you were busy during this period? Now you're done. How can a cat not be cute? Not yet, but I suddenly found something about you while I was busy." I'm not a cartoonist? I'm not a cartoonist. What do you mean? Someone is going to force me to update? How can a cat not be cute? How can a cat not be cute? I suddenly realized that you have forgotten about Hokage, right? I'm really not a cartoonist. How is it possible? I've been thinking about it all the time and never stopped. How can a cat not be cute? Haha, I don't believe it at all. How can a cat not be cute? Forget it. Let's talk about serious things. Have you heard of the evil fetus of the devil brain? Su-yang was stunned. If it was yesterday or even early this morning, he didn't know this name. Now he knows it, but why would an online friend he knows say the name of the devil-braining fetus? The other party is also a person in the extraordinary field? And he knows that the Raso I killed is actually the devil brain evil fetus? I'm really not a cartoonist. Is this your new comic? How can a cat not be cute? How can a cat not be cute? Su Yang, I'm telling you something serious. You, CHBB, should be serious. I'm really not a cartoonist. I just feel a little uncomfortable suddenly. The online friend who was chatting and gossiping suddenly seemed to break through. How can a cat not be cute? Who chatted and gossiped with you, upgrades and so on. You've had enough. How can a cat not be cute? Okay, I'll say it directly. How can a cat not be cute? I just killed a few evil demons, one of which is a royal family. They seem to want to attack you. How did you offend these demons? How can a cat not be cute? Being targeted by demons is a very difficult thing. If Hokage hadn't been finished yet, I wouldn't care whether you live or die. Good guy. I'm not as important as a comic? Seeing such a reply, Su Yang felt a little sad. I'm really not a cartoonist. I can't tell the details for a while, but the Raso I killed seems to be just a hybrid. Is it important? Raso? Wait, isn't this a cursed spirit? At the same time, a certain elf girl frowned when she saw Su Yang's answer. But when she thought of the racial ability of the evil demon, she seemed to understand something. Did you use your race's ability to blend into the cursed spirit? What's your plan? If I had known, I would have let that evil fetus live a little longer. The elf girl looked annoyed, then picked up her phone to edit. How could a cat not be cute? Come to this place and make it clear in person. Is this considered an offline meeting between netizens? Seeing this message, Yang touched his chin. Finally, he chose to agree. He still wanted to know some things about the devil. Then let's meet. An hour later, Su Yang looked at the cafe in front of him and fell silent. Why is it this antique cafe again? Su Yang didn't expect that his netizen seemed to have a connection with ghouls. Wait, since the other party is a person in the extraordinary field, he might know the existence of ghouls. Thinking of this, Su Yang entered the cafe. When he saw Su Yang appear again, Fangsu and Gongshan's face changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Welcome. Yoshimura Kausen's tone was a little respectful and nervous. What kind of coffee would you like? No, I'm here to look for someone. Su Yang shook his head slightly. He really didn't like the ghoul coffee shop. He searched for a while, and when he saw a slender figure, Su Yang froze. What the hell? How could it be her? Wait, how can a cat not be cute? Very good, she meets the condition of liking cats, so she is my online friend? Su Yang walked over and sat opposite the other party. Su Yang is really bold. How do you know that I am? How can a cat not be cute? We don't seem to have met before. The wine-red eyes of the elf girl flashed a trace of doubt, because she saw that Su Yang's expression was a little wrong when she saw her. It seems that he knows her. I haven't seen her before. Su Yang nodded and said, to be honest, your appearance gives me a headache. Well, but it seems more excited? Huh? Su Yangjun, such a bold statement really scares me. Are you scared? Su Yang's face trembled, and he simply stopped pretending. Don't joke, you won't be scared as a time elf? I'm right, Tokisaki Kurumi. That's right. The person in front of Su Yang is the time elf Tokisaki Kurumi, who made the appointment. So, this world also integrates the appointment? Su Yang has a headache. How to say it? Although the appointment is a harem show, the combat system is not low. When watching the appointment in the previous life, some people called Takamiya Mio the little god, which is not an exaggeration. Let alone Takamiya Mio, Tokisaki Kurumi, who can travel through time, is a very chaotic ability in Su Yang's eyes. The moment Su Yang said her name, the smile on Tokisaki Kurumi's face froze, and her heart was very uneasy. How do you know my name? Tokisaki Kurumi stared at Su Yang. I have never used this name, and everyone else calls me the most evil spirit. I have never said the name Tokisaki Kurumi, and it is impossible for anyone to know it. Okay, I'll tell the truth. I was sent back from the future by you with the 12 bullets. Su Yang shrugged and started to talk nonsense. However, after seeing Tokisaki Kurumi's expression, he pulled the corner of his mouth. So that's it. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Tokisaki Kurumi's eyes. Su Yang couldn't watch it anymore. I'm just talking nonsense, and you believe it? Nonsense? Tokasaki Kurumi was stunned and looked at Su Yang stupidly for a while. You even know about the 12 bullets. How can it be nonsense? Although the 12 bullets are my Kekide's ability, I have never used it. If I didn't tell you actively, how could you know it? DJP X. Su Yang was a little confused. Because if you think about it carefully, this seems to be reasonable. Looking at Tokasaki Kurumi's somewhat believing look, Su Yang finally resisted the temptation in his heart and didn't tell Tokasaki Kurumi that he would have a very close relationship with someone in the future, and then the nonsense of coming back for something. After all, with Miss Kurumi's personality, it's better to be frank. Although I know about your existence and abilities, it's because of some special channels. Su Yang said, it's not that I came back through time. Tokasaki Kurumi's face turned black. You're kidding me. What do you mean by kidding you? I'm just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Su Yang complained. You didn't see me say your name. You looked like you were going to kill someone. How could I not be afraid? Tokasaki Kwangsan was silent for a while. Just now she did want to get rid of Su Yang for a moment. Although it was only a moment. Who are you? Tokasaki Kwangsan looked up at Su Yang. Well, you can think of me as a passing ninja. Familiar feeling. This is indeed him. Tokasaki Kwangsan sighed in her heart. Having known Su Yang for several years, this familiar feeling is correct. Why would such an unruly person know her identity? Is he really not the future me who sent him back with the 12 bullets? Tokasaki Kwangsan began to doubt in her heart. You consume these 300,000 simulation points to bring out the talent of this simulation. You get the orange talent, accumulated over time. It is already late at night, and Su Yang directly starts the one-click simulation to bring out the orange talent accumulated over time. The one-click simulation is not good at this point. Even if it is an S+ level evaluation, it cannot bring out any rewards for free. But if it is a normal simulation, Su Yang can now bring out a reward for free whether he gets an S-level evaluation or an S+ level evaluation. However, it is not much. Only 300,000 simulation points. Thinking of the conversation with Tokasaki Kurumi today, Su Yang fell into deep thought. Unlike the battle he knew, Tokasaki Kurumi is a natural elf. Born in the neighboring world, he belongs to a special elf clan. Of course, this elf is completely different from those elves with pointed ears. According to Tokasaki Kurumi, it seems that only elves like them can enter the neighboring world, and it is almost impossible for outsiders to enter. As for how many elves there are, Tokasaki Kurumi herself is not clear. She had only seen 2 elves, and they were even in this world, not in the neighboring world. The neighboring world is very large. I sent a large number of clones and spent a long time, but I didn't explore the border, nor did I meet other elves. These were Tokasaki Kurumi's original words. Su Yang knew very well that this was probably the same as Gasua. Because of the integration into the world of Zongmon, his identity had also changed. As for the special demon, the evil fetus of the devil brain, according to Tokasaki Kurumi, it seemed to come from the demon world. But the so-called demon world is also called Hell, or the underworld. Tokasaki Kurumi didn't know the specific information. In fact, she only entered the human world from the neighboring world a few years ago, and she didn't fully understand many things. But she told Su Yang that the human world was very complicated. The forces like the curse world are just the surface of the extraordinary realm, and the demons are considered to belong to the real extraordinary realm. But what will appear when you go deep into the extraordinary realm? I'm afraid it will only be clear after going deep into it. But Tokasaki Kurumi also has a lot of the matter was not told to Su Yang. In her words, she had to find out who Su Yang was. After she was completely sure, she would decide how to face him next. So, this conversation between the two did not last long. But when she left, Tokasaki Kurumi did tell Su Yang that he needed to be careful when facing the devil and not to be entangled by the devil. Su Yang had a headache when he thought of what Tokasaki Kurumi said. He knew too many worlds with devils. I hope it's not a world that's too outrageous. Su Yang shook his head slightly and went back to his room to sleep. Well, Kitagawa Omi hadn't gone back yet. Because of her father's work, she was living alone now. It was no problem for her not to go back for 1 or 2 nights. Besides, the cost last night was half done, and those costumes were only half used. Today, of course, it will continue. Young-jun, I'm dressed, you can come in. Just thinking about it, Kitagawa Omi's voice came, and Su-young directly abandoned other thoughts. How could he have wild thoughts at this time? The headquarters of Ponching Sect, a closed basement. Xiaojia looked at the cursed spirit in front of him, and a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. This is a cursed spirit with a very good technique. The only bad thing is that it is only a level 2 cursed spirit. But now it's different. Xiaojia took out something wrapped in a sealing talisman from his arms, and after opening it, it turned out to be a two-faced Sukuna finger. Su-young didn't care about Sukuna's finger and even thought it was rubbish. But for any curse master, this is a rare treasure, especially for Xiaojia, who has the cursed spirit manipulation technique. For the second-level cursed spirit, this is an excellent treasure. The moment it saw Sukuna's finger, the cursed spirit began to struggle frantically, trying to get rid of Xiaojia's restraints on it and rushed towards Sukuna's finger. You want it very much, right? Xiaojia's mouth curled up slightly. Then I'll give it to you. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaojia threw Sukuna's finger to the cursed spirit. Roar! The level 2 cursed spirit roared and swallowed Sukuna's finger in one gulp, and then its breath changed. Originally only a level 2 cursed spirit, at this moment, its breath suddenly soared and improved, directly skipping the quasi-level 1 and reaching the level of the level 1 cursed spirit. But this improvement has not stopped yet, and its breath is still improving rapidly. Sure enough, it works. Seeing the scene, Xiaojia's eyes flashed with excitement. He originally relied on a large number of cursed spirits to improve his strength, but now he has very few cursed spirits. Su-yang has killed almost all of them. Xiaojia, whose strength has dropped greatly, naturally wants other ways to improve his strength. In fact, the best way for him to improve his strength is to obtain powerful cursed spirits. The best is a special grade cursed spirit. He has already noticed that Su-yang doesn't care much about leaving some powerful cursed spirits. But the problem is that special grade cursed spirits are not so easy to subdue. It was Sukuna's finger that gave Xiaojia an opportunity. Duh! Suddenly, with a roar, the cursed spirit finally broke free from its restraints, and then attacked Xiaojia immediately. Xiaojia was not panicked at all. Just before the cursed spirit approached him, two figures instantly blocked it. This is the special grade cursed spirit that Xiaojia subdued. Although this cursed spirit has been upgraded to a special grade cursed spirit, it has just been upgraded, so it is naturally impossible to be the opponent of the two special grade cursed spirits in the hands of Xiaojia. Soon, the cursed spirit was subdued. Xiaojia did not use the cursed spirit manipulation technique to subdue it immediately. He was still waiting for the cursed spirit to be upgraded to ultimate. But soon, he frowned. No more upgrades? This is a little worse than the effect of Sukuna's finger that I know. Could it be that this cursed spirit itself has insufficient potential, or is it not compatible with Sukuna's finger? Xiaojia speculated that it should be these two reasons. Since it is not upgraded, it will naturally be subdued. Soon, the number of special grade cursed spirits in Xiaojia's hand increased by 1. There are still 9 Sukuna fingers. Well, let's find a second suitable cursed spirit next, because this time we can cultivate a good special grade cursed spirit. It's dawn. Su-young finally plans to go to school today. Well, Kitagawa Kaimeng asked for leave. Su-young-jun, you are late again. When Su-young walked into the classroom after the first class and sat in his seat, the unique voice of Saint Hui came immediately. Is that so? Su-young paused slightly. I got up a little late in the morning, but I didn't ask for leave today. Su-young-jun, asking for leave is not an honorable thing. Please don't say it in such a proud tone. And Kato Huey's eyes instantly locked on Su-young. Did you sleep late last night? What are you busy with? Su-young. For some reason, facing Saint Huey's eyes at this moment, Su-young actually felt a little guilty. No. What am I guilty about? Su-young immediately gave up this idea and said to Kato Hui, busy with some more important things. Things. It's really important. She is very busy. The tone was deliberately emphasized, as if to confirm the fact. How can I say it? I was really busy last night. My eyes were busy. Everything was busy. I always feel that something is wrong. Can Su Yongjun tell me why I feel this way? Kato Hui said faintly, not knowing whether it was Su Yang's illusion. He actually felt a vision of a woman in the boudoir. Wrong. How could this be possible? There is nothing wrong, you think too much. Hey, class is about to start. The sudden ringing of the school bell saved Su Yang. After dealing with Kato Hui, nothing happened in the rest of the morning. Well, at most, Jianzi and other girls gathered together like a meeting a few times. But what happened in the afternoon surprised Su Yang. Although it's a little sudden, I still have to announce that there are 2 transfer students in our class. The head teacher Jing Qiai suddenly appeared during the afternoon class and announced this matter. Then, the class exploded. Transfer students? Why haven't you heard of it? Wait, this is not right. How can there be transfer students in the afternoon? Maybe there was something in the morning? But this is not the point. Shouldn't the point be the gender of the transfer student? It must be a super cute girl, I have a hunch. I hope it's one, oh no, 2 handsome guys. Handsome guys? Don't, Su Yang is enough. Don't bring senior brothers. Everyone in the class began to discuss in a low voice, and some began to enter some kind of fantasy. Quiet. Jing Qiai frowned, and everyone was quiet instantly. There was no way. Those who were noisy had seen Jing Qiai's iron fist. Those who had not experienced it personally, seeing the miserable appearance of those who had experienced it, naturally did not dare to challenge Jing Qiai's authority. Come in, you two. Jing Qiai shouted to the door, and then 2 girls walked in. 1 black and 1 blonde. The noise in the class rang again. Although they were very careful, they could still vaguely hear some boys exclaiming. Because both of them were rare and beautiful girls. Su Yang was also stunned for a moment. How come you know Su Yongjun? Kato Hui suddenly asked. I guess so. I have seen them once or twice at some banquets. Su Yang said. Banquet? Kato Hui's eyes flashed with a trace of thought. So they should be 2 young ladies? Although Kato Hui was mentally prepared, after the 2 began to introduce themselves, she realized that these 2 were not simple young ladies at all. Hello everyone, my name is Yuki Akira Hina. I am very happy to transfer to this school and become classmates with you. Please give me more advice. The blonde girl Yuki Akira Hina smiled and was very decent. Benzina. Su Yang sighed in his heart. He actually knew about the existence of the other party a long time ago. Because at a cocktail party, he met Yuki Shozo, the father of Motoko Na. The Yuki family is also a big family, but Hina Yuki was not born in the main family, but a branch house. The Yuki family is very low-key, but it seems to have a certain reputation in the field of supernatural. Please give flowers. 0. The people in the class don't know much about the Yuki family, but when the black-haired girl introduced herself, everyone was shocked. Hello everyone, my name is Shinomiya Kagaya. Please teach me. It was a very simple self-introduction, and the tone was very cold. But the class was boiling. Kagaya Shinomiya? Wait, is that the Shinomiya I'm thinking of? Do you need to ask? Besides the Shinomiya group, which other Shinomiya is there? Oh my god, the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family is actually my classmate? Unbelievable. That's not right. With the status of the Shinomiya family, shouldn't the Shinomiya eldest daughter go to Zhutian? Why did she come to our school? I don't know, but I feel like I have the capital to brag for the rest of my life. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Jing Qiai said with dissatisfaction, and finally suppressed the voices in the class, but there were still some chattering. But she didn't stop it anymore. In fact, even she was shocked. How come 2 young ladies came at once? I don't know what the families behind these 2 young ladies are thinking. After arranging the seats for the 2 young ladies, Jing Qiai started the class. Originally, this class was not her class, but she knew the disturbance caused by the 2 young ladies, so she changed classes with other teachers. School was over soon. Jing Qiai ran away like she was liberated, leaving the noisy classroom. Yuki Akira Hina was surrounded by classmates at the first time, and Jianzi and Yumiko also came up. As for Shinomiya Kagaya, Well, Shinomiya Kagaya is still Ice Kagaya now, and the cold aura that refuses others to approach makes it impossible for classmates to approach. Even the most active Tuanzi, after coming up, just introduced herself and retreated. 0-0. But surprisingly, Shinomiya Kagaya walked in front of Suyang at this time. Mr. Suyang, long time no see, can I take up a little time of your time? Shinomiya Kagaya's move made the originally lively classroom quiet instantly. Suyang actually knew this young lady? Now you and I are classmates, just call me classmate, overnight classmate. Suyang smiled slightly, although he was also confused, but still nodded. As for time, I still have time. What's the matter? I understand. Classmate Suyang. Sharingan Kagaya slightly turned sideways, then please follow me. Then, under the eyes of everyone in the classroom, the two left. And after the two left, the whole classroom exploded again. No way, no way. Suyang also knows this young lady? That's the eldest lady of the Sharingan family. It's unfair. It's okay that he's handsome, but how can he have such a wide range of social contacts? Wait, Suyang seems to be the young master of a big family, right? So the two of them have known each other for a long time. Most likely, I can only say that Suyang is worthy of it. Why do I feel that this young lady Sharingan came for Suyang? Is it an illusion? By the way, Yuki, you don't know Suyang too, do you? Ming Hina, who was still standing out, paused, but it only took a moment to recover. I don't know Suyang, you misunderstood. Ming Hina smiled and explained, she really didn't know Suyang. She even knew this name yesterday, but it is undeniable that she did come for Suyang. Although she was not very happy. It's a pity that there is no way. Faced with the order from the main family, even her strong-willed mother would obey it at the first time. Resistance, rejection, and the like simply do not exist. However, how to contact this person? Ming Hina was very distressed. But she still kept a gentle smile on her face, like a Yamato Nadeshiko. However, Ming Hina, who thought she was very good at hiding, did not notice a gaze on her. Sure enough, this young lady also came for Su Yongjun. Kato Hui sighed slightly in her heart. She originally felt that she seemed to have a lot of enemies. Now she finally understood that her enemies were not just a little bit, but a lot. And each of them was very terrifying. However, Hui-chan, who was called Kato Hui but actually Saint Hui, still had the energy in her heart. I, Kato Hui, will never admit defeat. 10 minutes later, in the luxury car of the Shinomiya family, Yang and Shinomiya Kagaya sat face to face. A blonde girl was making tea skillfully. Master Suyang, please have tea. Hayasaka AI respectfully placed the first cup of tea in front of Suyang. Suyang was not surprised at all that Hayasaka AI appeared here and seemed to be very familiar with him. He had met two women at a cocktail party. Tell me, what does the Shinomiya family want to see me about? Suyang glanced at the tea, then his eyes fell on Shinomiya Kagaya. He didn't think that it was Shinomiya Kagaya who was looking for him. Given Shinomiya Kagaya's situation in the Shinomiya family, she would not have contacted him without the Shinomiya family's intention. Even if she wanted to, she would not be allowed. Sure enough, Shinomiya Kagaya's next words confirmed Yang's speculation. For you. Shinomiya Kagaya replied. For me. Suyang raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Suyang, I believe you also know the strength of our Shinomiya family. As long as you join our Shinomiya family will fully support you. Shinomiya Kagaya said. Fully support me? Suyang looked at Shinomiya Kagaya with a strange look. Yes. Shinomiya Kagaya nodded, not noticing the strangeness of Suyang's eyes, and still said the conditions offered by the Shinomiya family. Whether it is business or politics, our Shinomiya family will fully support you and can even help you collect all the resources in the extraordinary field to make you stronger, and even. Stop. Suyang interrupted Shinomiya Kagaya directly and said mercilessly, what you said has no appeal to me at all. To be frank, what I want is not available to you, the Shinomiya family, but I can easily get it myself. Then tell me, why should I join the Shinomiya family? Suyang looked at Shinomiya Kagaya with a playful look. Although the Shinomiya family is extremely rich, it is only because Shinomiya Yanin seized the opportunity, and he himself is very powerful, that the current Shinomiya group exists. To be frank, the Shinomiya family officially began to contact the extraordinary field at the hands of Shinomiya Yanin. In other words, in the extraordinary field, the Shinomiya family is far inferior to the Yukino-Shida family. So, is this an attempt to win me over and let the Shinomiya family quickly improve its status in the extraordinary field? It has to be said that in the extraordinary field, some things are really easy to say simple and really difficult to say difficult. It is really not easy for the Shinomiya family to improve its status in the extraordinary field. But it is actually very simple to be simple. That is, to recruit a strong man, and all problems will be solved. In the final analysis, the extraordinary field is a world where the strong are respected. But in Su Yang's opinion, the Shinomiya family couldn't afford the price for him to join, not to mention that he had no intention of joining any family and being someone's thug. Shinomiya Kagaya was silent. She knew the reason, but she had to let Su Yang join the Shinomiya family. Me? Kagaya Shinomiya suddenly looked up at Su Yang. His eyes were extremely serious, including me. It is within the scope of your request for compensation. Su Yang frowned and said, Kagaya Shinomiya, do you think you are worth this price? Su Yang felt more unhappy. Why do you feel that I am very lustful? Yes, I Su Yang like women, but I will not sacrifice myself for a woman. On the contrary, Kagaya Shinomiya looked up in surprise after hearing Su Yang's words, and his eyes clearly showed a meaning of I have sacrificed myself, and you are not satisfied? Such a look made Su Yang unhappy. At this time, Hayasaka AI, who finally realized something was wrong, suddenly spoke. Lord Su Yang, Miss Kagaya inherited the blood of the lady and awakened the unique ability of the Shimizu clan. I believe that for a strong man like you, it will be unimaginable. Huh? Su Yang was confused again. He remembered that Kagaya Shinomiya's mother seemed to be called Shimizu Neatake. The other party seemed to have worked in a nightclub and was the top star in the nightclub. It was just because Shinomiya Yanin was obsessed with her. To be honest, Su Yang was not sure whether Kagaya Shinomiya was Yanin's biological daughter. So, in the process of merging this world of anime, what strange settings were added to the other party? His eyes flashed slightly, and Su Yang's eyes showed the form of 3 Magatama. Sharingan illusion. What surprised Su Yang was that his illusion hit Hayasaka AI in the first time and made her sink. But Kagaya Shinomiya did not look like she was hit by an illusion at all. This is obviously very problematic. She is just an ordinary woman, but she can actually compete with his Sharingan illusion? Su Yang became interested, and the 3 Magatama in his eyes rotated for a moment and turned into a pentagram pattern. After a while, Su Yang took back Mangekyo, and his heart became a little weird. He used all his strength to perform the illusion, and Shinomiya Kagaya was not affected at all. Interesting. Su Yang became interested. Shimizu clan? Well, it seems that we need to learn more about it. I know the situation roughly. Let me think about it. Finally, Su Yang said something, and then the whole person disappeared instantly. This made Kagaya Shinomiya, who had been waiting for a reply calmly, change her face slightly, and finally there was a slight change. Huh. Hayasaka, he disappeared. The ice Kagaya broke the defense, and the cold Kagaya Shinomiya disappeared completely at this moment, and became surprised, curious, anxious, unbelievable. Kagaya Shinomiya with a series of complex expressions. I can see it. Hayasaka AI felt helpless and secretly suspicious at the same time. Why do I feel like I just slept for a while? What should I do? He said he would consider it. Is he agreeing or not agreeing? Yoruchi Shinomiya's face was anxious. Miss Kagaya, please calm down. The ideas of such a strong man are not something we can control. Hayasaka AI said, still analyzing calmly. Isn't it said that the unique ability of the Shimizu clan is something that even the legendary angels and demons can obtain? Why does this person seem uninterested? Is the other party so strong that angels and demons no longer care about what they desire? Hayasaka AI thought so in her heart, but she didn't think of another situation. That is, Su Yang didn't know the so-called ability of the Shimizu clan. The Shimizu clan? Why are you asking this? Wait, you are not going to attack Shinomiya Kagaya, are you? Listening to the voice coming from the phone, Su Yang was speechless. What do you mean I am going to attack Shinomiya Kagaya? I'm just asking. This Miss Kwang-san is very wrong. How could she have such an idea? I, Su Yang, am obviously a gentleman. Oh, do you think I believe it? Tokasaki Kwang-san's voice was full of disdain, who told me that her ideal was to build a super harem. Dark history. A complete dark history. Su Yang's face trembled, but who would have thought that I would be one of her goals? Netizens. Isn't it just a person to chat and gossip about, and what's wrong with talking about your ambitions? It's okay to brag too much. FFLX. Be careful when chatting online. Why don't you talk? No, I was thinking, since you already know my goal, I can't let you go. Su Yang's serious tone made Tokasaki Kurumi feel something was wrong. Wait, why does your tone make me feel something is wrong? What's wrong? I'm going to take you down and make you the king of my harem. Straightforwardly told Miss Kurumi what it felt like to make you one of my harem. Su Yang didn't know what the other people were like. He just knew that he was very happy now. Cool. It's really surprising. I didn't expect Su Yangjun to have such intentions towards me. The shadow pulled away, and a Tokasaki Kurumi walked out directly. Well, I only have Kurumi tied to my body. Su Yang blurted out subconsciously, Kwang-sansi Uranus? Oh, you are worthy of being Yangjun. You really know our existence. Bandage Kwang-san or Tokasaki Bao-san looked at Su Yang with a smug look on his face. It seems that what you said is the same as the original body, most likely our future. Swish! A figure flashed by, and before Bandage Kwang-san said the most crucial part, he stuffed it back into the shadow space. Another Kwang-san. Well, holding a mobile phone, it seems to be the original body. After stuffing Bandage Kwang-san back, Kwang-san looked as if nothing had happened and said, "The mobile phone is not clear, so I came to talk to you." Just now that. The Shimizu clan has a peculiar physique that can only awaken in women. Once awakened, as long as they are willing, the man can obtain a kind of blessing of a strange body. Kwang-san ignored Su Yang and began to explain to herself. As for what blessing it is, I am not very clear. I only heard that the blessing can enhance one's own power or have some kind of strange power. In short, it is very magical. Isn't this equivalent to saying nothing? Su Yang had some complaints in his heart, but after seeing Kwang-san's current expression, he still held back. Wait, according to what you said, then Shirgong Yenin also received such a blessing? Su Yang remembered something and cast an inquiring look at Kwang-san. I heard that Shirgong Yenin used some means to make Shimizu Minjishu fall in love with him, but I don't know what happened later. Shimizu Minjishu gave birth to Shimizu Kagaya and passed away. When it comes to Shirgong Yenin, Kwang-san's face is full of sarcasm and disgust. Shirgong Yenin is not a good guy. Over the years, he has relied on his daughter Shirgong Yenin to have the blood of the Shimizu clan, but gradually established a foothold in the extraordinary field. In recent years, he seems to want to go further and contact some forces everywhere and win over some strong people. Why, he's targeting you again now. As she spoke, Kwang-san looked at Su Yang, her eyes also showing surprise and curiosity. After returning, she didn't do nothing. She immediately started to investigate Su Yang. Then, she was surprised to find that Su Yang was terrifyingly strong. She had also met Gojo Satoru, a strong man in the world of curses. The reason was simple. This guy thought she was a cursed spirit and planned to remove her. This made Kwang-san speechless. As for the end, Gojo Satoru ran away in disgrace. She even said something, since it was only against cursed spirits, demons, and evil people, it was justice, and I, Gojo Satoru, would not be an enemy of a righteous partner. Well, it was absolutely a polite remark. Although Kwang-san's ability was not a natural enemy for Gojo Satoru, it was quite restrained. Gojo Satoru's void was indeed powerful, and it was very thorny in Kwang-san's eyes. The power of the hand. But, isn't it just to catch one of my clones? I can have as many of this thing as I want. How many times can you, Gojo Satoru, open the infinite space in a row? It's a completely cheating trick. But Kwang-san had to admit that it was not an easy thing to break Gojo Satoru's infinite space with absolute strength. After learning that Su Yang had contacted Gojo Satoru, she went to Gojo Satoru to find out the situation. Knowing that Gojo Satoru's infinite space was ineffective against Su Yang, and even Su Yang could easily kill the special-grade curse spirit in seconds, Kwang-san understood that Su Yang's strength had exceeded the range of ordinary humans and reached the real extraordinary. But she clearly felt that Su Yang was a human, which made her more curious about Su Yang. Being targeted by Shirgong Yenin, he seemed normal. Almost. Su Yang naturally didn't know what Kwang-san was thinking at the moment, and nodded. Shirgong Kagaya came to me and said that he would use himself as a reward to let me join the Shirgong family. Huh? Kisun was stunned. Although she despised Shirgong Yenin and felt disgusted with him for always using her daughter to cheat people. But she had to admit that the other party still cared a lot about Shirgong Kagaya. According to the information she knew, the other party had not let her daughter come forward to contact any forces. Most other forces wanted to meet Shirgong Kagaya at her birthday party. But it was different when it came to Su Yang. Wait, could that thing be true? Kisun's face moved slightly, as if she thought of something. Did you think of anything? Seeing that Kwang-san's face was a little wrong, Su Yang couldn't help but ask. A little bit. Kisun nodded slightly, and said hesitantly, recently, I heard that Shirgong Yenin seemed to have some problems, and he hadn't made a public appearance for more than 3 months. For this reason, the Shirgong group was affected, and the 4 families were a little uneasy. Suddenly, Kwang-san's face changed slightly and became very ugly. Well, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but ask. Nothing, just. Kwang-san opened her mouth to say something, but she was interrupted the next moment. Shua! The shadow under her feet stretched out instantly, and then 4 clones dressed in unusually unique clothes were about to come out. Look, I said it was Young-jun. It's Young-jun, so handsome. Oh my god, only Young-jun like this is worthy of me. It's us. You childish, lowly clone want to take it all for yourself? The real body is sneaking away now. Sure enough, the real body is the most hateful. Su Yang. Such a scene made Su Yang completely dumbfounded. And if he saw it right, this might be the Uranus of the 4-member troublemaker group. But he didn't say anything at this moment, because the Uranus next to him might be so angry that she was about to explode. Uranus's face was ashen, and her forehead was full of black lines. She wanted to commit suicide at this moment. A large number of clones appeared and directly pulled the 4 clones back. How abominable, stop it. Sisters, let's fight together. The main body wants to run away. We can't let her do that. Running away is shameful. You can't fall like this. Good things should be shared together. We, Kwang-san and Uranus, will never surrender. We will come back. Soon, the 4 clones were pulled back, and Kwang-san completely sealed the shadow space at the first time. Remember, you didn't see anything. Kwang-san stared at Su Yang fiercely. Looking at Kwang-san, whose face was flushed and whose eyes were faintly fluorescent, Su Yang surrendered with both hands. Don't worry, I didn't see anything just now. I didn't hear anything about never being a slave. And what is Uranus? I don't know at all. You 4.9 saw and heard everything, didn't you? Miss Uranus was instantly furious. Go to hell. Grabbing something beside her, Kwang-san threw it at Su Yang, and she entered the shadow space at the first time. Tisk ran away? Su Yang touched his chin. It turns out that it would be so easy to tease Miss Kwang-san. Happy. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Su Yang was in a very happy mood. Shinomiya's mansion. Shinomiya Kagaya's room. Hayasaka, do you think Su Yang will agree? Shinomiya Teruyuruchi looked worried. You have asked my eldest lady this question 800 times. Hayasaka AI kept complaining in her heart, but she answered honestly, Miss Kagaya, I can't guess what such a strong person is thinking. But I personally think that the other party should agree. Should agree. Shirgong Huiyuruchi looked up blankly. There are 2 reasons. AI Hayasaka stretched out 2 fingers. The first is the ability you have, which is coveted by many strong men in the supernatural realm. The second is that according to the existing information, Su Yang himself is a womanizer. Among the women known so far, it can be confirmed that AI Hoshino has a close relationship with him. The eldest lady of the Shige family, Yukino Shida Haruno, has confirmed her engagement with him. In the past 2 days, an ordinary girl named Kitagawa Omi stayed at Su Yang's house. At the same time, there are many women in the school who have a very close relationship with him. Isn't this a playboy? Kagaya Shinomiya said subconsciously. No way, my lady, you only know it now? AI Hayasaka lowered her head helplessly. If you are so confused and meet such a Su Yang, I'm afraid that all your bones will be eaten up. In the early morning, a familiar system prompt sounded. Today's simulation times have been refreshed, and the current simulation times are 1. Finally refreshed. The system prompt sounded bright in Su Yang's eyes. After Miss Kwang-sen left in anger, Su Yang took the mobile phone issued by the Supernatural Administration Bureau and checked it. Only then did he find that a lot of things seemed to have happened in the Sigong group. The Sigong group, which had been developing well, has recently been blocked by some forces. Although it looks like a business battlefield in the ordinary world, there are traces of some forces in the supernatural field behind those business groups that blocked the Sigong group. Su Yang is not very interested in this, because money is not very important to him. Of course, the development of those business groups under his command is very smooth now. There were some obstacles and difficulties originally, but after Su Yang showed his supernatural power, all obstacles disappeared. Even some of the original opponents have already conducted business negotiations and want to cooperate with his business groups. It can be seen how much influence a strong man has on the ordinary world. This also shows that the forces in the extraordinary field will definitely not be short of money. But in this regard, the Shinomiya family is a little disappointing. Regarding Shinomiya Kagaya's special bloodline ability, the information Su Yang found is actually similar to what Kwang-san said. To be honest, this unknown ability is not very attractive to Su Yang. The main reason is that Su Yang has a simulator, which can continuously improve his strength, and he does not need to rely on Shinomiya Kagaya's ability to improve his strength. Now, the number of simulations has been refreshed again, which is another opportunity for Su Yang to improve his strength. Some people can't wait to open the simulation interface. However, this time Su Yang did not choose to enter the Hokage world for simulation. He chose the second world for simulation. Demon Slayer. To be honest, the power system of Demon Slayer is too low, and Su Yang originally looked down on it. But now that he knows that the simulation evaluation is high and can produce high-level talents, it's different. It is definitely not easy for Su Yang to produce SSS level in the Hokage world with his current strength, but it is different in the world of Demon Slayer. For Su Yang, the strongest Musen, 26 with his current strength, can completely kill the opponent. And it is very easy. However, this time I shouldn't get any benefits. In this case, the simulation goal is to practice ninjutsu. Su Yang pondered for a while and decided to set the simulation goal to improve ninjutsu. The world is confirmed. Enter the Demon Slayer world for simulation. This simulation can consume simulation points with a certain probability to generate red talents. May I ask if you consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate 1 red talent? Warm tip 1. Because the last simulation was rated as S+, the probability of generating red talents in this simulation is 20%. Every 100,000 simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1%. Warm tip 2. If no red talent is generated in this simulation, the probability of generating red talents in the next simulation will increase by 10%. Warm tip 3. If this simulation is rated as SS, the probability of generating red talents in the next simulation will increase by 50%. If it is rated as SSS, a red talent can be generated for free. Last time I didn't draw a red talent. This time the chance is increased to 20%. And the S+ rating doesn't have any bonus. That means I'll still consume 100,000 simulation points to see if I can get a red talent with a 1/5 chance. Su Yang's mind moved, and 100,000 simulation points were consumed instantly. Simulation starts. Current talents: accumulation, orange, simulation target, orange, good things come in pairs, purple, real clone, blue, combat power increase, green. This simulation has generated an orange talent. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Reward increase, orange, long-term illness makes a good doctor, white, double happiness, white. Reward increase, orange talent, allows you to specify any reward for this simulation to increase by 30%. Talent cannot be increased. Long-term illness makes a good doctor, white talent, allows you to have a weak and sickly physique while having a certain talent in medicine. Double happiness, white talent, allows you to have double pleasure in certain special circumstances. You deserve it. This talent. Reward improvement? Can you specify any one item to be increased by 30%? This talent is very good, especially at certain times, when a reward reaches a certain limit, let alone 30%. I am afraid that only 10% or even half of 10% can make the reward have a qualitative improvement. Even with my current level of ninjutsu, I would not choose to improve it. After I have this talent, I will directly improve it. Although this talent seems not good, in fact, it can improve one of my abilities every time. Very good. Then let's see what level of evaluation I can get this time. You are born. You find that you were born in an ordinary family, but you are not very clear about what world you are in. But what you can be sure of is that you have traveled through time and space, and you also have your own cheat. You find that you are born with Mangekyo Sharingan and have a lot of ninjutsu, and you are even surprised to find that you have mastered a very advanced Flying Thunder God technique. But what shocked you the most was that you found two-tailed beasts in your body, one tail and three tails. After learning that you have one tail and three tails in your body, you know that you seem to be a special Jinchuriki. After 3 months of observation, your worries are finally put down. Because you found that the one tail and three tails in your body do not seem to have self-awareness, and there you can use chakra at any time, just like it belongs to your own chakra. You subconsciously use the chakra of the tailed beast to warm your body, because you think it is the best way to do so. Although you have strong strength, even if your body is too young to fully exert it, you think you can at least deal with a Kage-level strongman. But you still hide carefully and maintain normal baby behavior, because in your opinion, you must have traveled to the Hokage world, and such a world is not safe. You plan to wait until your body grows to a certain extent before officially setting foot in this world. However, you find that you have a special clone, and you start to practice with the clone. Soon, you are 1 year old. At the age of 1, you don't plan to do anything extraordinary, you are still studying ninjutsu. A year later, you are 2 years old. You are still studying ninjutsu and practicing some ninjutsu. Su Yang. How should I say it? In 2 years, I haven't realized that this world is Demon Slayer, and I still think it is Hokage? Well, if it were him, he would think so. No, the one in the simulation is the real him, but he has no memory of his real world. It's a good thing, after all, this simulation is mainly to practice ninjutsu and brush up the evaluation level. Su Yang soon stopped caring about these. Killing Muzan is not difficult. Another year later, you are 3 years old. That night, your home was attacked, which surprised you. What surprised you is not the enemy's strength, but the identity of the other party. The claws and fangs were completely like a Yasha. You searched all the memories in your mind, but you really couldn't find a creature that matched this appearance among the Hokage. On the contrary, the other world matched the enemy in front of you, which made you guess that you didn't travel through the Hokage world. The next day, early in the morning, watching the enemy burn without fire in the sun and eventually turned into ashes, you finally understood. You didn't travel through the Hokage world, but the world of Demon Slayer. After confirming this, you fell into silence and finally you made a decision. You began to send some shadow clone to investigate this world. A month later, you are completely sure that this world is really the Demon Slayer world, and you have killed several demons one after another. This makes you feel completely at ease, because you know that with your strength, you are invincible in this world. Even though you are only 3 years old now. Invincible at the age of 3? I really don't know how to say this. But Su Yang knows very well that even if the simulated self has not reached the peak of strength because of his young age, he is still invincible in the Demon Slayer world. So, how long can Muzan live? Su Yang is very curious. Soon, you are 4 years old. When you were 3 years old, the shadow clone you sent out encountered many demons, and even one of the shadow clone encountered 2 lower-ranked demons, but they were all easily killed by your shadow clone. One day when you were 4 years old, your shadow clone encountered the Demon Slayer Corps, but you didn't have much contact with them. In your opinion, the Demon Slayer Corps is dispensable to you, and you have made a decision. You plan to find Muzan as soon as possible and get rid of him directly, so that you can practice ninjutsu with peace of mind. A few months later, your shadow clone killed several more lower-string demons, and the lower-string demons of the 12 demon moons have been completely eradicated by you. What surprised you is that Akaza of the upper string 3 seemed to have heard about you, and he took the initiative to come to you. Without any surprise, you easily killed Akaza, and you only used pure Uchiha fluid technique. On this day, you found Daki and Jifu Taro of the lower string 6, and easily killed the 2 demons. I'm afraid that at most 5 years old, you can also kill Muzan. Seeing this, Su Yang felt that Muzan really didn't have much time to live. The only trouble is that Muzan will hide. But Su Yang didn't think this was a problem. Although it was not described in the simulation, with the tailed beast chakra to warm the body, even if it was only 4 years old, the body would be strong enough. I have already exerted 70% to 80% of my own strength. In fact, so far, I have only sent out Shadow Clone in the simulation, and my real body has not moved. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible for Muzan to survive for long. Even Su Yang felt that if the real body did not show up, only Shadow Clone might be able to kill Muzan. 2 months later, your Shadow Clone encountered Yushiu and Hantengu at the same time. With your deliberate actions, Yuhu was killed by you, and Hantengu escaped secretly as a coward and survived. But in fact, you deliberately let the coward go, because you marked the Flying Thunder God technique on the coward. A few days later, Hantengu met the Ghost King Muzan, and you appeared in front of Muzan with the Flying Thunder God technique. Faced with your sudden appearance, Muzan was very angry, thinking that you, a mere human, were so bold that you dared to appear in front of him, the Ghost King. Muzan Kibutsuji's reaction made you very surprised and silent, and then you made him deeply understand what it means to be strong. You defeated the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji and killed all the upper demons at the same time. Seeing this situation, the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji finally understood your strength. It found an opportunity to abandon most of its body, transformed itself into a meatball, and hid in the Infinite City. You were not surprised at all, and you didn't even care about Muzan Kibutsuji entering the Infinite City. Because you have marked a lot of Flying Thunder God techniques on it, even if the opponent hides in the Infinite City, it is impossible to escape your pursuit. You entered the Infinite City with the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in front of Muzan Kibutsuji, which made it fall into despair. You successfully killed Muzan Kibutsuji. Because you have successfully killed the biggest boss in this world, this simulation is successfully completed. This simulation is over. Wait, you have completed the level? Su Yang was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect this result, it was too surprising. After clearing the level, the simulation ended directly? Su Yang's mouth twitched with mixed feelings. He planned to practice in the Demon Slayer world for a period of time to improve Rear Admiral's own ninjutsu. He even thought that after this time, his ninjutsu would be greatly improved. But 757's current simulation is not even 5 years old. How much can he practice? But obviously, he was overthinking. The simulation ended directly after clearing the level. There was no chance for him to continue the simulation, which did not maximize the benefits of this simulation world. It's a loss, a big loss. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, especially when he saw the evaluation of this simulation. He was even more heartbroken. This simulation evaluation is SS. Yes, it's just SS level evaluation, not $S level evaluation. Faced with this situation, Su Yang could only remain silent. Alas, most likely a lot of people in the Demon Slayer Corps died, right? Su-young thought of this possibility. No, not only that, in fact, seriously speaking, there are still many places to explore in Demon Slayer. Especially when seeing a certain reward this time, Yang's mind slightly swelled and an idea appeared. You can choose one of the following reward options as a reward for this simulation. After obtaining SS level evaluation, you can choose any two as additional rewards. After obtaining SS level evaluation for the first time, you can strengthen the reward you received. Option 1. Talent Reward Enhancement, Orange, which requires 300,000 simulation points. Option 2. All the ninjutsu simulated this time, including experience, need to consume 100,000 simulation points. Option 3. The combat experience simulated this time needs to consume 100,000 simulation points. Option 4. Infinite City in Different Space need to consume 1 million simulation points. Option 5. Ghost King Body need to consume 2 million simulation points. Clearance Reward. You can strengthen a certain ability in this simulated world. Fixed Reward. The next simulation will randomly generate a red talent with a plus 50% chance. Warm Tips. Clearance Reward is only available for the first clear of the simulation. This reward can only be obtained in the virtual world, and this reward can be reserved for use. 5 rewards. SS level evaluation can get 3 rewards. 1 basic reward, 2 additional rewards. And the first reward also has an additional enhancement. Not only that, if this is considered a clearance reward, it is a double enhancement. Oh, and there is also a 30% increase in talent rewards. This wave of calculations. It hurts even more. If my ninjutsu has been practiced to a certain level, I'm afraid it will go straight to the sky after this series of enhancements. Su-young felt very sorry. Then his eyes fell on the Demon King's body. Obviously, this is Muzan Kibutsuji's. But it is precisely because of this that he was reminded that Demon Slayer is not without good things. Apart from other things, this Demon King's body is a very good thing, but Su-young's goal is not Muzan Kibutsuji's current Demon King's body. If Muzan Kibutsuji evolves into a perfect creature, maybe he can get the perfect Demon King's body? And the reward for this clearance can be kept, and he can wait until he has the perfect Demon King's body to strengthen it, which is the biggest gain. After the perfect creature's Ghost King body is improved by 30%, it will be strengthened again. What kind of physique will this become? Su-young didn't know, but he thought that getting such a physique would definitely be of great benefit to him. At least every simulation after birth, with such a physique, he might not have to go through the stage of extremely poor physical condition of the baby. Even if he has a strong power, it is difficult to exert it with extremely poor physical condition. Therefore, Su-young plans to save this strengthening reward and then enter the simulation of the Demon Slayer world later, cultivate the Ghost King Muzan into a perfect creature, and then bring out this physique and strengthen it. After making a decision, Su-young began to choose to bring out rewards. First of all, this time's simulation talent. You consume this simulation reward and bring out this simulation talent. You get the orange talent, reward upgrade. Talent in hand. Another orange talent is added. As for the second reward, Su-young finally chose the ninjutsu practice realm. However, this time Su-young chose to spend 100,000 simulation points to bring out this reward. You consume 100,000 simulation points and bring out all the ninjutsu of this simulation, including experience. You gain a certain amount of ninjutsu experience and your ninjutsu is improved. Sure enough, the improvement of ninjutsu is completely incomparable to the previous times. Feeling the improvement of ninjutsu, Su-young couldn't help but shake his head slightly, because the improvement this time was not obvious. At most, some ninjutsu have improved a little, and the sealing technique has not improved at all, and is still at the same level, and the same is true for Flying Thunder God technique. Well, this is also natural. After all, how long has it been? Su-young shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. As for the last reward, it is also a reward that can be brought out for free, so Su-young will naturally not choose the most expensive Ghost King body. In fact, Su-young also knows that if he chooses the Ghost King body now, he will definitely be able to improve after bringing out the perfect Ghost King body, just like his Mangekyo Sharingan. But if he really brings out the Ghost King body, he will be the Ghost King. Just the weakness of fearing sunlight directly makes Su Yang pass. What's more, there is the disgusting weakness of eating people, so Su Yang naturally won't choose to bring it out now. Even if Muzan Kabutsuji still has the weakness of eating people after evolving into a perfect creature, he doesn't plan to take it. Eating people is really unacceptable. He really wants to eat the Saint Hui and other women, but the problem is that this way of eating is completely different from Muzan Kabutsuji. Even if these weaknesses can be eliminated after the perfect Ghost King body is brought out before, Su Yang doesn't plan to take it. If the Ghost King body is not needed, then it is natural to bring out the infinite city of the different space. Not only bring it out, Su Yang will upgrade this time's talent reward and use it on this reward. At the same time, the first additional enhancement of the SS level evaluation reward, because Su Yang can't keep it, he also uses it on this reward. You consume this simulation reward and bring out the infinite city of the different space simulated this time. You get a special ability, Infinite City of Different Space. Your orange talent reward enhancement ability is triggered, and the Infinite City of Different Space is improved by 30%. A series of system prompts sounded, but this was not the end. Before Su Yang could react, another system prompt sounded. Your special ability, Infinite City of Different Space, has received an additional enhancement reward of SS level evaluation and is being enhanced. Detecting the special different space possessed by your pupil technique, which can be enhanced and integrated with Infinite City of Different Space. Do you want to integrate it? This system prompt sound surprised Su Yang. Can this enhancement reward be like this? Although it was a bit unexpected, it was obvious that such enhancement would definitely be beneficial. Su Yang chose to agree without hesitation. Enhancement was successful. You get a special ability, Dimensional Space. After this prompt sound, Su Yang immediately felt that he could connect to a space in the dark. Swish! The figure flashed, disappeared from the original place and directly entered the dimensional space. There was no sun, but the whole space was more like daytime. No, this is what I hope is daytime. Su Yang had a little more enlightenment in his heart, and with a thought, the whole space turned into night. There was even a starry sky. But Su Yang knew very well that this starry sky did not really exist. His dimension had an upper limit. After feeling it, it is a circular space with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. Su Yang can control the entire dimensional space, and even if he drags the enemy here, Shi Yang can have an innate advantage. At the same time, it is very difficult or even impossible for others to enter this dimensional space. Su Yang tried it, and after the space restriction, his Flying Thunder God technique could not enter here from the outside, and even his Flying Thunder God technique has completely failed in this dimensional space. Even Kamui can be restricted. Before, his Kamui space could enter and exit freely with Flying Thunder God technique, and at most it consumed extra chakra. It is worth mentioning that the power of Yang's Kamui has been improved. After the Kamui space merged with the Infinite City and was strengthened, it became the current dimensional space. Therefore, Kamui has also been improved accordingly due to the improvement of the dimensional space. Originally, the power of Kamui has a great relationship with the Kamui space. The stronger the space, the stronger the Kamui. For example, Su Yang's previous hollow, whether facing Gojo Satoru's infinite space or Ryaman Sukuna's demon-subduing cook, needed to consume a certain amount of chakra on top of the original Kamui hollow. But now it's not necessary. Because the strength of the dimensional space has far exceeded the influence range of the two people's domains, and even the height that their two strongest powers cannot reach. In this case, Su Yang's Kamui hollow does not need additional consumption at all. Although the improvement is not much, my strength has actually improved with the superposition of rewards. At least with a dimensional space, you can do a lot of things. You must know that the original Kamui space is not large, and it is not suitable for screening out too much movement. Now you can let the clone practice. Of course, Su Yang himself naturally cannot practice. He can practice in the simulation and then bring it out. Why bother to practice by himself? What's the point of practicing with multiple shadow clone techniques? This fatigue value is also accumulated on himself, okay? 10,000 Worlds Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer. Talents, Reward Enhancement, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulation Target, Orange, Good Things Come in Pairs, Purple, Real Clone, Blue, Combat Power Amplification, Green. Skills, Dimensional Space, Mangekyo Sharingan, Ninjutsu, Chakra, LV38. Simulation Points, 1.602 million. Number of simulations, 0, once available every day. An additional profession of Demon Slayer, is there anything special about this? Su Yang was a little concerned when he saw that there was an additional profession in his profession column. Originally, he didn't care much about his profession and thought it was just a name of a profession. But now it seems that this is not the case. But what the situation is, it is not clear at the moment. Maybe I will know it later? Su Yang didn't care too much and went to sleep instead. BTU. It's hard to sleep alone. Hai Meng went back, and he can only walk alone tonight. The next day, Su Yang got up very early. It was not because he wanted to, but because he was woken up. He was woken up by Yang Nai. What are you doing here? Is there something? Su Yang yawned, and at the same time skillfully took out his mobile phone to ask Jing Qiai for leave. No reason, just don't want to go. Did you see Sharingan.Bad yesterday? Yang Nai went straight to the point. Wait, don't tell me you are here to catch a mistress. Su Yang woke up instantly. Get out. Yang Nai's face turned red, and she wanted to hit someone. Let me tell you something serious. Is Sharingan.Bad looking for you because of Sharingan Yenin? Taking a deep breath, Yang Nai asked seriously, with a very serious tone. Sharingan Yenin? Su Yang touched his chin, so the old man is really in trouble? The old man? That's Sharingan Yenin you. Oh, you seem very strong, then it's okay. Let's just call him an old man. It's true that he got into trouble. I heard that for some reason, he was entangled by an evil spirit, maybe a cursed spirit. Yang Nai told what he knew. Sticks? Su Yang said he was surprised. For a mere cursed spirit, can't we find those curse masters in the curse world? Aren't they experts in this field? Don't tell me that Sharingan Yenin has no money to hire people, and don't tell me that curse masters regard money as dung. Mingming is just a guy who loves money, and her strength is not weak. Miss Mingming is not weak? Yang Nai's mind suddenly appeared. The scene of Miss Mingming destroying the special cursed spirit in the ancestral mountain, you call that not weak? It seems that I don't know this little man thoroughly enough. Yang Nai sighed in his heart and answered immediately. Miss Mingming has been there, not only her, but also the head of the Gojo family has been there. Huh? Didn't you deal with Gojo Satoru? Su Yang was surprised. But then he frowned and said, no, that's not right. Shinomiya Kagaya invited me to join the Shinomiya family yesterday, not to save her dead father. Yodo, I told you that we are talking about serious matters. Do you want to say some extra words from time to time? And pain. However, Su Yang's words made Yodo seem to understand something. Did she offer to let you join the Shinomiya family at the cost of herself? Yes, that's right. Su Yang nodded, then looked at Yodo and asked, what exactly is this special bloodline of the Shimizu clan? I have learned about it, but I don't understand it thoroughly. Do you know? Hee, you are really moved. Yodo smiled coldly, and her eyes looked like she was looking at a scumbag. She already has me. DJ, forget about Hoshino AI. You probably also scumbag over that Kasumiga Kaka Uchiha. The worst thing is that you brought a female classmate home. The more I think about Yang No, the angrier I get, and the more pain N feels. But Su Yang shook his head at this time. I'm not moved, I'm just curious. To be honest, I feel very disdainful of this kind of unearned improvement. Strength should be improved by yourself to belong to you. Su Yang said so. What, you said me? When did I get something for nothing? Simulation system? What a joke, I am the owner of the simulation. System, isn't it natural to use my own things to become stronger? As for what is just the practice in the simulation, I didn't practice. This is even more funny. Who dares to say that he in the simulation is not him, Su Yang? It's obviously me. It's also obviously me practicing. What's the difference? Yang No didn't know what Su Yang was thinking, but she felt that Su Yang was very manly at this time. But when she thought of the purpose of her visit to Su Yang today, she still shook her head slightly. No, you'd better not refuse this matter. Huh? What do you mean? Su Yang looked at Yang Nai in surprise. You, a woman, have declared yourself to be my fiancé. Why are you helping me find a woman? Is it unbelievable? As if she saw through Su Yang's thoughts, Yang Nai said calmly, it's nothing. Although we, Yukino Shitaka, are mainly women, it doesn't mean we are special. As a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, polygamy is very normal. Even my father has 2 other women. Your father? Is it true? Su Yang looked weird. Are you sure your mother won't cut him into pieces? A bit antisocial. In this era, we emphasize gender equality and monogamy. Why are there still so many feudal families? I just like it so much. BB73. Headache. Can this little man chat? But Yang Noi didn't want to talk about her mother. Su Yang guessed something in his heart. Could it be that Yang Noi and Xuan Noi's father was just a reproductive tool for their mother? Anyway, I don't object to you finding other women. Even for a strong man like you, continuing the bloodline is the most important thing. After a slight movement, Yang Noi's tone became serious. But I tell you, you can only have me as your wife. Good guy. Su Yang finally understood. Looking at the woman with a shocked face, you want to be the first wife? Yang Nai. Whatever you think, you little man is definitely doing it on purpose. Seeing a smile on Su Yang's lips, Yang Nai finally understood that this little man was clearly teasing her. She couldn't stay any longer. She stood up directly and said in a tone of ice and fire, Shinomiya Kagaya must be taken down. It is said that the bloodline of the Shimizu clan can be traced back to a special god or angel. In short, it will definitely be good for you. But I also said that Shinomiya Kagaya can only be a mistress. After this sentence, Yang Nai had already left. Su Yang fell into deep thought. What is the difference between being the first and the second? He doesn't make any difference. He doesn't do this, Zhao's, trick. Yang Nai's last words made him a little concerned. Why are there gods and angels? What's going on? Don't tell me that there is a martial arts King Luo Hao in the east, a Marquis of Vauban in the west, and tomorrow there will be an angel of laziness holding the horn of destruction. Su Yang was numb when he thought of these. Me? You still haven't told me about Kagaya Shinomiya's ability? The mansion of the Shinomiya family. After returning from her father's bedroom, Kagaya Shinomiya's face was not very good. Because her father's condition worsened again. I'm really sorry, I really can't handle your father's condition. How about this, you go find someone named Su Yang, he must have a way, because he is super strong. 89. When she thought of what Gojo Satoru, who was known as the strongest sorcerer, said, Kagaya Shinomiya felt helpless. She had already gone to find him. But Su Yang didn't seem to look down on her ability at all. Many people are eager to get my ability. Why doesn't Su Yang want it? And he refused so straightforwardly. Kagaya Shinomiya was confused and seemed to think that Su Yang was different from others. The girl was more sober, the other party just didn't know what blood and ability were, so she refused. I really need to understand. Haha, he was not afraid of Ice Kagaya, Little Kagaya, and Sikuruchi, and he even accepted it happily. It seems that we can only change our strategy. Shinomiya Kagaya seemed to have decided something. Originally, I planned to tie the other party to Shinomiya's house, but now it seems that it won't work. Then with me as a reward, you can always let the other party rescue your father, right? Miss Kagaya, please don't do this. You will make yourself cheap. Hayasaka AI couldn't bear it anymore. I think the other party should not understand the special blessing ability of yours, so he didn't agree. In Hayasaka AI's opinion, only those who don't understand the blessing ability of the young lady will have such a reaction, otherwise it is impossible to refuse. That's impossible. Shinomiya Kagaya directly retorted. Even Gojo Satoru called the other party super strong. How could such a strong person not know my situation? These words made Hayasaka AI's heart full of confusion. Yes, the other party has such a strong strength. There is no reason for him not to know the specialness of Miss Kagaya. But what is the rejection? Is it really not worth it? It's impossible. What is the reason? Hayasaka AI couldn't help asking. Then, she realized that if the lady knew, she wouldn't ask her. Do I know why I would ask you? Kagaya Shinomiya said with a melancholy tone, and then seemed to think of something. Is there anyone else coming today? A special department of Tokyo Public Security targeting the supernatural realm. AI Hayasaka replied, the people in this department seem to have the means to deal with the kind of thing on the master, and they were specially invited by the eldest young master. Are you sure? Kagaya Shinomiya frowned. According to Gojo Satoru, the thing on Father's body seems to have a strange power and has merged with part of Father's body, which is why he can't force it. It should be possible, because the people in that department have special abilities, and they're people who specialize in dealing with this kind of things. AI Hayasaka replied. Special abilities? It's still really enviable. Kagaya Shinomiya sighed softly in her heart, and then raised her hand slightly. The moment she raised her hand, the faint starlight on the tip of her right index finger dissipated. It's not the first time I've seen it, but every time I see AI Hayasaka, a hint of obsession flashes in her eyes. But there was disappointment in Kagaya Shinomiya's eyes. She obviously had extraordinary abilities, and even in the extraordinary field, her abilities were extremely advanced and extremely special. It's not directed at her. She is still an ordinary girl. To put it more bluntly, she is actually just a super tool. After Yang No left, Su Yang seriously considered her proposal. Although Kagaya Shinomiya's situation has become different from the Kagaya Shinomiya he knows because of this anime world. But Su Yang is now interested in her abilities. The blood of God or angel. This is interesting, but I don't know what kind of god this god is. And most importantly, he is somewhat interested in the unknown evil spirit or cursed spirit on Yenin Shinomiya. Yang No didn't say it clearly, so Su Yang planned to ask someone. Su Yang directly called Gojo Satoru. Oh, you mean Shirgong Yenin? Gojo Satoru's voice came from the phone. Well, that thing is not a cursed spirit. It's a bit complicated. Do you have time? I heard that Shirgong Huangguang spent a lot of money and hired a group of professionals to deal with 660. Do you want to go and see? Gojo Satoru's words made Su Yang interested. Not a cursed spirit? What other professionals are there? Maybe this is another person who has integrated into the world? Su Yang's heart moved, thinking that this might be an opportunity to understand some of the situation. Let's go and see. A few minutes later, Su Yang appeared in the Shirgong family mansion. Although he had an appointment with Gojo Satoru, he had the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at the place quickly. As for Gojo Satoru, maybe he just set off. Who? As soon as Su Yang appeared, several bodyguards appeared. Well, I'm looking for your eldest lady. Su Yang said, but these bodyguards obviously didn't intend to listen to this and planned to take action directly. It's really stupid. Su Yang shook his head slightly, and just an illusion passed, and several bodyguards were instantly controlled. Su Yang entered directly, as if no one was watching. Duh. It's too big. Su Yang was helpless. The Shinomiya mansion was really not small, just like a mountain villa. Hey, is it her? After finally seeing someone, Su Yang smiled slightly and said, Hey, then the blonde beauty over there. Hayasaka AI, who was thinking about how to make the young lady stop worrying about her own abilities today, suddenly heard someone calling her and subconsciously turned her head to see Su Yang, who was smiling and waving at her. Su Yang. Hayasaka AI was surprised. Why is he here? He was not invited today, right? Although she was confused, Hayasaka AI came to Su Yang as soon as possible. Hello, Su Yang. What are you doing? Oh, I heard Gojo Satoru talk about the situation of Shinomiya Yenin, and then he told me that some professionals came to deal with it today, and I suddenly became interested and came to see it. Su Yang said. Come and see if you're interested. Sir, do you want to listen to what you are saying? You are breaking into a private residence and committing a crime. Well, it seems that the country's laws don't have much effect on this person. When she thought of this, Hayasaka AI was helpless. Since you are interested, Lord Su Yang, how about reporting to Miss Kagaya and letting her go with you later? Yes, I will. Su Yang nodded. Soon, Su Yang saw Shirgong Kagaya. Hello, classmate Su Yang. Shirgong Kagaya smiled slightly, but it was a fake smile. What's wrong with this person? Are all powerful people so willful? Despite this, Shirgong Kagaya still behaved politely. You use yourself as a reward, Jag, but are you actually saving your father? Su Yang suddenly asked, causing Shirgong Kagaya to pause slightly, but then she nodded slightly. Yes. Then why do you let me join the Shirgong family? Su Yang was very curious about this. This is what I can offer myself, and it can even be said to be the biggest reward of the Shirgong family. So even if it is not worth the money, it must reach the corresponding price. Ice Kagaya came online and said this in a very calm tone, treating herself as a commodity and reward, without any discomfort. As expected, the so-called imperial education of the Shinomiya family is really powerful. Even if Yang No had encountered such a situation before, when talking to him, it was still a joking teasing, and most of it was Yang No's complicated feelings for him. But the Shinomiya Kagaya in front of him was different, very calm. Even Su Yang did not feel her excessive emotional ups and downs. I see. Then how much benefit do you think your bloodline ability can bring to me? Su Yang suddenly asked. Shinomiya Kagaya was stunned. He really didn't know? AI Hayasaka on the side also looked at Su Yang in surprise. It didn't make sense. Such a strong person actually didn't know the ability of the eldest lady? Although he was surprised, Shinomiya Kagaya still explained. What benefit my ability can bring to you, Su Yang, does not depend on me, but on yourself. Myself? What do you mean? Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and had a guess in his mind. In short, I can make your strongest power, Su Yang, be enhanced again. Even if you have a hidden powerful bloodline, my bloodline power can awaken your bloodline. Yorichi Shirgong's face was serious. She actually preferred Su Yang in front of her. She knew her own situation very well. Sooner or later, she would have to face such a situation. Instead of doing so, she might as well choose one herself. Recently, because of her father's situation, some voices have appeared in the Shirgong family, asking her to marry off at a certain price. As for the premise of her ability to activate, it is a willing condition. In the eyes of those people, shouldn't she be willing to contribute to the family? In this case, Yang's sudden appearance caught the attention of Kagaya Shirgong. Handsome. Young. Although he is a bit too popular with women, Su Yang is much better than some middle-aged men or even those who look young but are actually much older than his father. That is why she went to find Su Yang. However, what was originally a sure thing was not the case at all when it came to Su Yang, which caught Kagaya Shinomiya off guard. Sure enough, this ability has no effect on me at all. Su Yang sighed in his heart. Whether it was his strongest power or blood awakening, it had no effect on him at all. Because the improvement of the strongest ability, he only needed to simulate it. He definitely didn't have blood. Oh no, now he has the blood limit of the Uchiha clan. But this can only awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at most, and the Rinnegan at most. But he can completely simulate it. Wait, if I awaken the Rinnegan, can the blood power of Shinomiya Kagaya improve my Rinnegan? Maybe I can give it a try? However, let's wait and see. Su Yang didn't say anything, Shinomiya Kagaya didn't say anything, and Hayasaka AI was honestly performing her maid duties and making tea with peace of mind. However, this situation didn't last long. Gojo Satoru is here. I said, can't you go over and bring me with you? After greeting Shinomiya Kagaya, Gojo Satoru complained to Su Yang. Can't you come by yourself? Besides, you're not a beauty. Why should I go over and bring you? Su Yang's words silenced Gojo Satoru. I can't beat him, forget it. He sighed secretly and sat down helplessly. Little Hayasaka, please give me a cup of tea. Okay, please wait a moment. Hayasaka AI started to make tea very skillfully, but in fact, if Gojo Satoru didn't take the initiative to ask, she wouldn't move at all. Have those people come? Su Yang asked. He had been sitting here for a while. It should take a while. Gojo Satoru said, actually, this matter is normally handled by our branch. Unfortunately, it's no problem for you to ask me to eliminate any enemies, but it's really difficult to save people. Gojo Satoru was a little helpless. As a branch of the supernatural administration in this country, they all have a certain jurisdiction. At least protecting the stability of ordinary people is the responsibility of each branch. You're still in charge of this matter? Su Yang was a little surprised. It's not you, but us. Don't forget that you are now a part of our branch. Gojo Satoru said, and then explained, actually, if the director of our branch is here, there will be no problem at all. Unfortunately, looking at the situation of Shigong Yenin, he should not be able to hold on for that long. So, I suggested that the Shigong family go to find you. With your strength, it should be easy to deal with it. Speaking of this, Gojo Satoru looked at Su Yang. Although he was covered by a blindfold, Su Yang also knew what the other party meant. That is why he didn't take action. How could I know that this young lady came to invite me to join the Shinomiya family yesterday, and I naturally would not agree? Su Yang was helpless, but he did not explain. Instead, he was interested in the director mentioned by Gojo Satoru. Is the director of our branch very strong? Very strong. Gojo Satoru looked serious and solemn. He is the strongest existence I have ever seen. Even I think that you, Su Yang, are not as strong as the director. The young people nowadays are more exaggerated than each other. The director is fine, but you who suddenly appeared also have terrifying strength, which makes me, an old man, have no status. Su Yang ignored Gojo Satoru's complaints. What kind of old man are you? But Su Yang seemed to have discovered something about the director mentioned by Gojo Satoru. Is this director not very old? The director seems to be younger than you, but he has super terrifying power. Oh, by the way. Gojo Satoru changed the subject and said to Su Yang meaningfully, the director is also a super beautiful girl. Shinomiya Kagaya, who was sitting quietly without interrupting the conversation, flashed a trace of contempt in her eyes when Gojo Satoru said this. How could the Gojo family have such an unreliable head of the family? Hayasaka Ai sneered in her heart. Sure enough, I shouldn't make tea for him. Fortunately, at this time, someone has reported that the professionals have arrived. Since they are here, let's go and say hello. Gojo Satoru said to Su Yang. This time, Shigong Huangguang really bleeds a lot, and he actually invited that person here. That person? Very strong. Well, how should I put it? Gojo Satoru thought about it and explained, if we face each other, I can kill her in seconds. But if I give her a chance, she should be able to kill me silently. Oh, there is such a person. Su Yang became interested. After a while, Su Yang saw the one Gojo Satoru mentioned. No introduction is needed, just a glance, Su Yang knows which one of the people in front of him is the one Gojo Satoru mentioned. A red-haired woman wearing a white shirt, black trousers, a tie, and a black coat. Hey, Mishima has been missing for a while. Yes, it's the Mishima of the Chainsaw Man. The dominating demon. Very good. Su Yang finally knows why this world has demons. Because it has also been integrated into the world of Chainsaw Man. Wait, that's not right. Chainsaw Man's demons don't seem to have any lower level or middle level divisions, right? Could it be a change that has occurred as a result of integrating into this world? Long time no see, Mr. Gojo. Mishima stretched out her hand and shook hands with Gojo Satoru, letting her eyes fall on Su Yang. This is Su Yang, a new member of our branch. Gojo Satoru explained, Su Yang, this is Miss Mishima, the head of the Public Security Anti-Demon Special Operations Section 4. Hello. Mishima stretched out her hand. Hello. Su Yang smiled slightly and shook hands with the other party. Demon. I wonder if there will be a simulation point if I kill him. As if he had noticed something, Gojo Satoru hurriedly said, Ahem, Su Yang, Mishima is an official of the state and has been reported. The last two words were emphasized, as if he was explaining something to Su Yang. So that's how it is. I thought Miss Mishima sneaked in. Su Yang suddenly realized that the other party's identity should not be a secret on the human side. Su Yang is joking. In such a world, it is too dangerous for us to sneak in with our identities. It is safer to join in and serve. Mishima smiled lightly, but she was very alert in her heart. Although she is a demon, she does not have much similarity with human emotions and does not care much. Even if the person who followed her for more than 10 years died the next moment, she would not shed a tear. But she cares about herself very much. Just at that moment, she felt a death-like warning. This Su Yang seems to be more terrifying than the intelligence said. Miss Machima, you are finally here. A voice came. Su Yang turned around and saw that the person who came was a bald man with 2 small mustaches. Shigong Huangguang? Su Yang's heart moved, and the next moment Machima's words confirmed his guess. Hello, Mr. Shigong Huangguang. Thank you, Miss Machima, for coming from afar. Then there is no delay. My father's condition is too urgent. Please follow me. Said that, Shigong Huangguang led the way directly. Ignored Gojo Satoru and Su Yang as if they didn't exist at all. This surprised Su Yang. Forget him, but Gojo Satoru wouldn't be unfamiliar, right? There's something strange. What's going on? Su Yang couldn't help but look at Gojo Satoru. Because of the director. Gojo Satoru shrugged. Didn't the director leave for something? But Shigong Huangguang felt that the director didn't leave, but didn't want to take action, so he left on purpose. I have explained it many times. But for people with such rigid minds, they only think they are right. Hee. Gojo Satoru's words made Su Yang smile lightly, and he felt that there was something wrong with Shigong Huangguang. But he didn't say anything, just followed him. Although Shigong Huangguang chose to ignore Gojo Satoru, he didn't stop them from coming together. Su Yang's appearance surprised him. Su Yang's appearance was very unfamiliar to others, but for him, when Su Yang caused a stir in the world of spells, he collected Su Yang's information as soon as possible. And he also knew about Kagaya's actions yesterday. When he learned that Su Yang refused, he was relieved. But now he appeared, he was a little nervous. However, it doesn't matter. Anyway, things have come to this point, and Machima has already come. After a while, the Japanese entered a bedroom. Let's call it a bedroom. Although this bedroom covers an area of 200 to 300 square meters. There are a series of high-tech medical equipment here, and an old man lies in the center. Shigong Huangguang is already a middle-aged man, and Shigong Yenin is naturally in his 70s or 80s. But as soon as he came in, Yang immediately noticed something wrong. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan calmly. Interesting. Under the Mangekyo Sharingan, Yang saw a very interesting scene. What did you see? Gojo Satoru suddenly came over and asked in a low voice. He noticed that Su Yang used his special eyes. Although Su Yang didn't say it, Gojo Satoru knew that the eyes he had were special eyes like his 6 eyes. And they must be more advanced than his 6 eyes. Very interesting scene. Su Yang showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as I thought, you really know what's going on. Gojo Satoru had a look on his face. Can you tell me what this is? You'll know if you look at it. Su Yang didn't say it directly, and at this time, Machima, who was examining Shigong Yenan, finally stopped. How is it? Miss Machima, how's my father? Shigong Huangguang asked anxiously. Your father's situation is a little bit. Machima frowned. Strange. Strange? What's strange about this? I can feel that your father has the breath of the devil, but specifically I feel the breath of evil spirits and even cursed spirits. Machima's eyes flashed with interest. To be honest, this situation is very interesting. If this person is not your father, Shigong Yenin, I would have taken him back as an experimental subject. No. A crisp, anxious voice sounded, but it was Shigong Kagaya who hurriedly said, You can't use my father as an experimental subject. Kagaya. Shigong Huangguang's eyes were more angry, and he scolded Shigong Kagaya. Don't be rude. Back off. After speaking, he turned to Machima and said, Ms. Machima, please don't make such a joke. Machima wanted to say that she was not joking, but after thinking about it, she didn't say it. At this time, Shigong Huangguang asked, Ms. Machima, I just want to know, with your ability, you should be able to get rid of this thing on my father, right? That's no problem. Machima nodded. Although I don't know the name of this thing, and there is no shrine nearby, this thing is not strong, I can still get rid of it. But, after a slight pause, Machima looked at Shigong Huangguang hesitantly. You should have some understanding of my abilities, right? Of course, I heard a member of the cabinet mention it, and I'm ready. As he said, Sigong Huangguang waved his hand lightly, and a strong man appeared. Miss Machima, this is the person I prepared for you. Everything in his family has been arranged, and he is 100% willing. That's good. Machima nodded. In fact, for her, just having someone is enough. It doesn't matter who it is. But at this moment, Su Yang stepped forward. Ms. Machima, please wait a moment. Mr. Su Yang, do you have something to do? A little bit. Su Yang smiled, walked directly to Sharingan Kagaya and said, I will only ask once, do you want me to save your father? XXX. Sharingan Huiyuruchi was stunned for a moment, but Sharingan Huangguang showed displeasure. Mr. Su Yang, we can handle my father's affairs ourselves, and we don't need you to intervene. Su Yang ignored him, and even ignored him directly, still looking at Sharingan Kagaya. At this moment, Sharingan Kagaya felt a little flustered, and even had an inexplicable feeling, as if this was the most important moment in her life. If you miss it, then maybe. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Although there are some inexplicable thoughts like this, at this moment, Sharingan Kagaya chose to believe in his heart without hesitation. Student Su Yang, then I'll trouble you. Okay. The contract is reached. Then, Su Yang glanced at Machima. Miss Machima, I'm really sorry. I can't let you kill Sigong Yenin. Kill Sigong Yenin? Everyone present was stunned, and at this time Sigong Huangguang said, Mr. Su Yang, please don't make such a joke, and don't delay my father's treatment time. As he said, he turned to Machima with a hurried tone and said, Miss Machima, please do it quickly. I don't want my father to go through such torture again. Machima ignored Sigong Huangguang, but looked at Su Yang. Are you saying I will kill him? You should not understand my ability. My action will not endanger Sigong Yenin himself. Machima explained. No, you misunderstood. Su Yang shook his head slightly. Whether it is your one-for-one attack ability or your control ability, you will kill Sigong Yenin. Suddenly, Machima looked up at Su Yang. How do you know? No? No what? Wait, it can't be. 014211-526 Feilu 121203041. Am I exposing you to something? Su Yang shrugged. I'm really sorry. Obviously, Machima did not expose all her abilities. Although she might be planning something, it has nothing to do with him. Wait. Sigong Huangguang interrupted the conversation between the two and said angrily, Su Yang, please don't make trouble. My father can only let Miss Machima take action. Until this time, Su Yang set his eyes on Sigong Huangguang and said in a cold tone, Ant-like chicken, I am not interested in participating in your little tricks. If you say one more word, you can try to see if there is anyone here to stop me from killing you. You dare to kill me? Su Yang's gaze made Sigong Huangguang feel cold all over, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back, with a look of horror on his face. But after seeing Machima, he felt more confident. Su Yang, I know you are very strong, but Machima is here. Do you dare to attack me? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Machima took a step back. Mr. Sigong Huangguang, please don't say anything that makes me embarrassed. Miss Machima? Sigong Huangguang looked at Machima in disbelief. Machima said in a calm tone, although I will fulfill the agreement and do what I promised to do, the premise is that my life will not be endangered. I am not interested in being killed for you. This sentence made Sigong Huangguang face the reality, and he finally understood. The Su Yang in front of him was not the people he met in business, nor was he an ordinary person who could easily decide the life and death of the other party. The other party was a strong man with extraordinary power. As if he thought of something, he shifted his gaze to Gojo Satoru. Hey, don't look at me. If you really want to fight, I can't even hold on for 1 second. Gojo Satoru's answer made Sigong Huangguang's face twitch, and he had nothing to say. Su Yang ignored the others and came directly to Sigong Yenin. Mangekyo Sharingan opened. Su Yang formed seals with his hands and a sealing technique fell. Buzz. Sigong Yenin, who originally exuded the breath of demons, evil spirits and cursed spirits, instantly recovered the breath of a normal person. So that's it. Is this someone doing something to his soul? Machima saw the problem at the first time, and then she said to Shurgong Huangguang, Mr. Shurgong Huangguang, as Mr. Su Yung said, if I really take action, your father will be killed by me. Because no matter which part of the demon or evil spirit is actually a part of your father's soul, if I wipe it out, it is equivalent to wiping out your father's soul. Shurgong Huangguang didn't say anything and seemed to be still in the panic of Su Yang's threat. But Gojo Satoru looked at him through the blindfold, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of understanding and mocking smile. So that's how it is. Okay. Su Yung stopped. You can wake up now. As soon as the words fell, Shurgong Yanin on the bed opened his eyes immediately. As Machima said, the soul that was upgraded was Shurgong Yanin's soul, and it was because of her that he was very familiar with the outside world. Thank you, Mr. Su Yung. Shurgong Yanin ignored the others and thanked Su Yung immediately. You're welcome, I charge. Shurgong Yanin's eyes twitched. Of course he knew what Su Yung meant. Eyes. Originally wanted to say something, but Shurgong Yanin coughed violently. Father. At this time, Shurgong Hui Yuruchi came over with a worried look on his face. Forget it, Ada maid. Su Yung shook his head slightly, and then stretched out his right hand. Healing Jutsu. Buzz. Suddenly, Su Yang's right palm was covered with emerald green chakra exuding a strong breath of life, and pressed towards Shurgong Yanin's body. Shurgong Yanin, who was coughing violently, stopped coughing immediately. Not only that, his pale face quickly turned rosy. No way. What kind of ability is this? Asterisk. Gojo Satoru shouted in his heart. Because he had already felt that Shurgong Yanin's breath was recovering, and it could even be said that his body was growing backwards. This was something that the reversal technique could not do. In less than a minute, Su Yung withdrew his right hand. Well, it's almost done. Your body should be restored to the state it was 10 years ago. You're just a maid, you have made a fortune. Not far away, Hayasaka Ai, who had been standing at the door, seemed to have finally heard these two words clearly and kept muttering in her heart. No way? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shurgong Yanin was shocked, and he knew the changes in his body best. Thank you. I've already said no need. Su Yung waved his hand, and then said to Shinomiya Kagaya, I'll give you 3 days to come to my place in 3 days. Huh? Shinomiya Kagaya was a little confused by Su Yang's words, but Su Yung didn't give her time to speak, and he left with the Flying Thunder God technique. The matter has been settled, and there is no need to stay here. Hey, are you leaving me here again? Watching Su Yung disappear, Gojo Satoru wailed again. Then he said hello to Shinomiya Yanin and left directly. After watching the show, what are you doing here if there is no excitement? Then I'll take my leave too. Machima also left. Although it seemed like she had come here in vain, the fact was that she had made a profit. She had already received the benefits and had not done anything, so how could she not make a profit? Kagaya, go and prepare some food for me with Hayasaka, I'm hungry. Shimiya Yanin found an excuse to get rid of Shimiya Kagaya, and finally his eyes fell on his eldest son who lowered his head and dared not look at him. Don't you have anything to say? Shimiya Yanin asked ruthlessly, which made Shimiya Huangguang shudder. That afternoon, a piece of news spread. Shimiya Yanin, the head of the Shimiya family, recovered. It is said that it was the newly rising strongman Su Yang who took action, and the price was Shimiya Kagaya, the daughter of Shimiya Yanin. Later, there was news that Shimiya Kagaya took the initiative to find Su Yang yesterday, which led to what happened today. And some people who knew about Shimiya Kagaya's situation believed that Yang wanted to make his own strength go further. There are also rumors that Su Yang actually has a special bloodline, and now that he has received the bloodline power of Shurgong Kagaya, he is afraid that he will be fully awakened. In short, there are really a lot of various news. Among them, Shurgong Huangguang, the eldest son of the Shurgong family and the next generation of the Shurgong family, was temporarily deprived of the right to inherit Qi because of something that made Shurgong Yanin angry. However, it did not attract much attention. A speeding car, Shurgong Huangguang's face was gloomy. Temporarily deprived of the right to inherit? That was just an external statement, just to consider the face of the Shurgong family. Now, except for the surname Shigong, Shigong Huangguang has almost no connection with Shigong. Su Yang. Shigong Huangguang was extremely angry, and his eyes were filled with bitter hatred. Just wait, this matter will not be let go. Hee, what a delicious hatred. Suddenly, a strange laugh sounded, and Shigong Huangguang's face changed drastically. Who is it? At this time, Shigong Huangguang found that he seemed to be no longer in the car, but appeared in a black space. Human, do you want revenge? Do you want power? Accompanied by this bewitching voice, a man with a hideous face like a yiksha appeared in front of Shigong Huangguang. Who are you? What do you want to do? Shigong Huangguang's eyes flashed, but he calmed down instead. The person who came was special and had extraordinary power. If he really wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. Me? Of course I am a noble demon. The yiksha-like demon grinned. Human, the hatred and resentment in your soul are very satisfying to me. Let's make a deal. I will give you enough power for you to take revenge. Give me your soul. Public Security Anti-Demon Special Operations Section 4. Makima, who was sitting in her office, was in doubt at the moment. Who is this Su Yang? How does he know my identity? As Su Yang guessed, although Makima joined the official as a demon, he became an official demon hunter. But she didn't reveal all her abilities. At least she was in charge of demons, not to mention humans. Even few demons knew her identity. So, how did she get exposed? Especially Su Yang looked like he knew her very well, which surprised her. But she didn't know Su Yang at all, and had never met him before today. How did he know her? If he wasn't from the Qianya Supernatural Administration Bureau, she would have planned to attack him. Because this person is too dangerous. Machima-chan, you contacted me in an emergency way. What's the important thing? Suddenly, when Machima was lost in puzzlement, a relaxed but seductive voice sounded. I don't know when, a beautiful black-haired girl appeared in front of Machima. Sir, I didn't expect this to alarm you. When the black-haired girl appeared, Machima immediately stood up and spoke respectfully. Okay, no need to be so respectful. The black-haired girl waved her hand. Tell me, what happened? Weren't you sent to rescue that person? The head of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Yenin, the father of Shinomiya Kagaya in the Master Circle. Machima said. Oh, yes, it's the girl with the blood of the Shimizu clan. She does have good qualifications. What went wrong? The black-haired girl asked. I didn't do anything. The situation is like this. Machima told the story, which surprised the black-haired girl. So that's it. He actually knows your ability, and it seems that he knows you very well. This Su Yang is getting more and more interesting. The black-haired girl's eyes flashed with strong interest, but then she seemed to think of something and became a little disappointed. She looked as if she had found some fun toys, but suddenly remembered that the toys had owners, and the owners were the existence that she could not resist. The fun was gone. Because the other party joined the master's branch, I didn't know what to do and didn't dare to act rashly. Makima said. It's right that nothing happened. The black-haired girl said, our director has taken a fancy to him, and his qualifications are better than Gojo Satoru. Well, that's not right. As if she felt that good was not enough to describe it, the black-haired girl thought for a while and added, it's an exaggeration, that Su Yang's qualifications are exaggerated and scary. So that's it, has the master taken a fancy to him? So, will we be colleagues in the future? Aren't you? Machima always felt that Su Yang didn't seem to be someone subordinate, even in her own life. But after seeing the look of the adult in front of her, she still didn't say anything. This world is really getting more and more unpredictable. Looking at the information in front of him, Su Yang felt a sense of emotion. After coming back, Hyung No brought a copy of the extraordinary field information held by the Yukino-shita family. The appearance of Machima made Su Yang more vigilant. He remembered that there were also some demons with special abilities among the Chainsaw Man, and it could even be said that those demons all had special abilities. But in terms of strength, Su Yang did not think they were very strong. At most their abilities were weird. For example, the killing ability possessed by Machima was a certain threat in Su Yang's eyes. However, even if that ability is activated, it may cost a certain price, and the stronger the target, the greater the price. When it reaches the level of 10 steps, it may not be able to be killed. Su Yang pondered. Gojo Satoru had said before that Mishima needed to be prepared before he could be killed. But this preparation is definitely not an ordinary preparation, and it cannot be easy. As for Mishima's current identity, it is a special department for demons created by the official of this island country. Su Yang only now realized that this is completely different from the Supernatural Administration Bureau. The so-called branch of the island Supernatural Administration Bureau, although it was built by the forces of the island country, does not belong to the Thousand Officials curse. Well, the official management is only for ordinary people. They have no management rights and no qualifications for the branches of the Supernatural Administration Bureau in the whole country. And these branches in each region are the institutions that govern a certain area. The Anti-Demons Special Department also has many capable people, but most of them are ordinary people who sign contracts with demons like Mishima and are demon hunters. There are some sorcerers, but they are not very strong. In simple terms, the Anti-Demons Special Department deals with the surface level of the supernatural field, and the Supernatural Administration is aimed at higher levels. As for the existence of demons, it is no secret to the supernatural field of this world. Not to mention the Anti-Demons Special Department, even the Supernatural Administration has demons joining. Wait, the director of the Tokyo Supernatural Administration is a demon? When Young saw this news, he was stunned, because this is the branch he joined. Although there is no clear regulation, there is a potential rule in the Supernatural Administration. That is, you can join a branch, even if you belong to that branch faction. Of course, this is not mandatory. Even if Su Yang doesn't care, he can ignore it, and there will be no trouble. Didn't Gojo Satoru say that the director is a super beautiful girl? How could she be a demon? Su Yang thought about it and felt something was wrong. Is there a demon among the Chainsaw Man that makes Gojo Satoru feel inferior? Could it be that because of integrating into this world of anime, there has been some strange impact? Su Yang could only think so in the end. But none of these are important. There is only one important thing, and that is naturally his own strength. No matter how many worlds it has integrated into, no matter how strong the world it has integrated into is, as long as its own strength is sufficient, what else do you need to worry about? So, you still have to simulate. At this moment, a new day has arrived, and the number of simulations has been refreshed. Su Yang naturally started to simulate. This time, it is still a simulation of the Demon Slayer world. The reason is also very simple. Perhaps simulating Hokage will improve his strength. But Su Yang is very concerned about the physique of perfect creatures. At the same time, there is another situation. That is, now he knows this world, and there are demons with special abilities. If you are not careful, you may be inexplicably tricked. If you have a special physique, especially a physique with amazing recovery power, you will be much safer. So, it's still Demon Slayer. I just don't know if I can draw a red talent this time. Su Yang's eyes flashed. He has been looking forward to the red talent above the orange talent for a long time. The world is confirmed, and the simulation is entered into the Demon Slayer world. This simulation can consume simulation points with a certain probability to generate a red talent. Can I consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate one red talent? Warm tip 1. Because the last simulation was rated as SS level, the probability of generating a red talent in this simulation is 70%. Every 100,000 simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1%. Warm tip 2. If no red talent is generated in this simulation, a red talent can be generated for free in the next simulation. 70% success rate? Su Yang's heart moved slightly. This probability is already very high. The last simulation received an SS level evaluation, which directly increased the probability of obtaining a red talent this time by 50%. Not only that, if there is no red talent this time, then you can get it directly next time. 70% chance, that's already very high. Su Yang took a look and had an idea in his mind. Should he consume some simulation points to increase the success rate? Although it takes 100,000 simulation points to increase 1%, it's still possible to increase 10% with his current simulation points. Forget it, at worst, I'll get it next time. Su Yang still gave up the idea of consuming simulation points to increase the success rate. After all, 70% is not low. Even if consuming 1 million simulation points to increase the success rate by 10%, this 80% is no different from 70% in Su Yang's eyes. Thinking of this, Su Yang started directly, and 100,000 simulation points were consumed instantly. Simulation starts. Current talents: reward increase, orange; accumulation, orange; simulation target, orange; good things come in pairs, purple; real clone, blue; combat power increase, green. A red talent has been generated for this simulation. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Inspiration, red; hardworking, white; well-developed limbs, green. Inspiration, red talent, which can give you a burst of inspiration every time you simulate and can basically solve the problems that have troubled you for a long time. Hardworking, white talent, which can make you have a hardworking character, never complain about the world, and be an honest person. Well-developed limbs, green talent, which can make you have extra development of limbs, and your strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, but there are some minor shortcomings. For example, simple-minded. It's out. It's out red. When Su Yang saw the name of the red talent, his eyes lit up and his heart jumped. 70% probability is still good. Finally, a red talent is out. And this talent. Inspiration, back to the previous burst of inspiration, can only be used in simulation? Can only be used once in a simulation. After understanding it, Su Yang was surprised. Although this talent did not improve his strength or give him any abilities, it was of great benefit to him in every simulation. If he had this talent before, it would have been easier to practice the Flying Thunder God technique or the Sealing technique. This made Su Yang more confident about the goal of this simulation. You are born. You find yourself born in an ordinary family. Your parents seem to be ordinary people, but you find yourself not ordinary. Although it is a little unbelievable, you find yourself born with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only that, you also find yourself mastering a lot of ninjutsu and having two-tailed beasts in your body. It is incredible that you are the person with two-tailed beasts. This discovery shocked you and you thought you had traveled to the world where the Hokage ninja lived. But you don't know why you became the Jinchuriki of two-tailed beasts. You secretly guessed that this might be a benefit for you as a time traveler. At first, you were relieved that the two-tailed beasts were making trouble in your body, but 3 months later, you were completely sure of one thing. That is, these two-tailed beasts are a little different from the tailed beasts you know. Not a little, but completely different, because the two-tailed beasts in your body have no self-awareness at all, and their chakras are completely under your control. It's not an exaggeration to say that your chakra evolved into two-tailed beasts. Although it's unclear what's going on, it's obvious that you know this is a good thing for you. With the help of the chakra of the tailed beasts to nourish your body, you find that your body is growing very fast. You were only 3 months old, but you already have the physique of an ordinary 3-year-old child. This is the growth speed that you are worried about forcing the growth without full nourishment. But after discovering that using the tailed beast chakra to nourish your body is beneficial to you, you began to nourish your body at full speed. After you found that you could open a special space, you began to practice in that space with the help of multiple shadow clone techniques to separate the Great Emperor Shadow Clone. Although you think you are very strong, for you, being strong and continuing to become stronger are not contradictory at all. 9 months later, you are 1 year old. At the age of 1, you feel that your strength is not low, and after your body is placed in the dimensional space, the safety factor is greatly improved, so you plan to start exploring this world. Because you have discovered something from your parents, it seems that there are no ninjas in this world. This makes you very curious, and after you finally have a good strength, you directly start to explore this world. A month later, you found a man-eating evil ghost. When you saw the evil ghost burning to ashes under the sunlight, you understood what kind of world this is. You find yourself in a world called Demon Slayer. After discovering this, you immediately made a decision, which was to capture the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji. Then, evolve him into a perfect creature. Finally, find a way to obtain the perfect biological physique of the other party after evolution. Catch Muzan Kibutsuji. Then, cultivate Muzan Kibutsuji and finally obtain the physique of a perfect creature. This is the simulation goal set by Su Yang this time. It seems that there are 3, but in fact it is only the last one. In fact, Su Yang also found that as long as the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji is killed, the reward of the Demon King's body will appear. But the self in the simulation did not know this, so he could only take this route. The main reason is that Su Yang thought that this should extend the time to pass the level and prevent himself from passing the level all at once. I hope the time is longer, and I can practice some ninjutsu. After confirming that it is such a world, you started your plan. You sent a large number of shadow clone to start looking for Muzan Kibutsuji everywhere. But soon you found that Muzan Kibutsuji was not so easy to find. 3 months later, one of your shadow clone came into contact with a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and you took this opportunity to formally contact the siege team. Of course, you contacted the Demon Slayer Corps as shadow clone, and your real body still stayed in the dimensional space, very safe. This is obviously very timid, okay? There is no harm in being timid. This time you have contacted the Demon Slayer Corps, so the next step should be to officially join the siege team, right? Su Yang's heart moved, and he had guessed his plan in the simulation. This is probably not to use the power of the Demon Slayer Corps to find Muzan Kibutsuji. Of course, finding Muzan Kibutsuji is just a side job, and the real goal should be to find Tanjiro's family. A month later, you joined the Demon Slayer Corps. You met Ubuyashiki Yoya, and then found that Ubuyashiki Yoya was only 18 years old and his eyes were not blind. This time period is 5 years before the beginning of the plot, and Kocho Kane was still alive. A few months later, you are 2 years old. At the same time, your clone in the Demon Slayer Corps has become the second pillar. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, you showed amazing talent and became a pillar in just a few months, and even killed 2 lower string demons. After searching for several months, you finally found the demon of the 12 demon moons, although it was only a lower string demon. You also practiced the breathing method, and in just a few minutes, you entered the state of full concentration and normal. You found that with your level of chakra control, it is not difficult to reach this state, but your involvement in the breathing method ends here. Because you found that practicing the breathing method did not improve your strength at all, you felt that it was a waste of technique. When you joined the Demon Slayer Corps, you had marked the Flying Thunder God technique on many people. When you appeared next to Butterfly Kane, you found that it was Doma, the upper rank too. Soon, Doma was defeated by you, but you did not choose to kill it, but sealed it into your own dimension. Because for you, an upper rank 2 demon is a rare experimental material. Not killing Doma, but catching him as an experimental device? Yang was stunned when he saw his behavior in the simulation. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is the best way. After all, there is only one Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji. If it fails, then this simulation will be in vain. Therefore, it is necessary to conduct experiments on other demons first to check the evolution of perfect creatures. But the blue spider lily has not been found yet, right? Thinking of this, Su Yang frowned. This is a problem. It's not easy to find blue Higanbana. I don't know if it's near Tanjiro's house as the rumors on the internet in the previous life said. Su Yang did know about the rumors about blue Higanbana. Some said it was near Tanjiro's house, and some said Tanjiro and Nezuko accidentally encountered it when they went up the mountain when they were young. These are all inaccurate news. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time for this simulation. Su Yang was calm. There was no rush. For you, catching Doma is enough to start the experiment of perfect creatures. It's just that you haven't found Tanjiro's family yet. Although you have used the power of the Demon Slayer Corps to search, you still haven't found it. But you are not in a hurry because you have secretly sent a lot of shadow clone to search and have already searched a lot of places. Under such circumstances, it won't take long. A few months have passed, and the Demon Slayer Corps has been in an unprecedented fighting spirit during this period. Because in the past few months, you have killed a few more demons, Even all the lower-ranked demons have been killed by you, plus 2 upper-ranked demons. But in fact, you did not kill the upper-ranked demons and left them as experimental materials. These 2 upper-ranked demons are Futaro and Daki of Upper 6. They learned that you killed Doma and came to avenge Doma. Therefore, you fulfilled their wish and made them unite with Doma. A few months later, you, who were 3 years old, finally found Tanjiro's family. After finding Tanjiro's family, you obtained the fire god Kagura, also known as the sun-breathing, from the still-alive Tanjiro. For this reason, you healed Tanjiro's body, allowing him to live a few more years. But soon you discovered that the fire god Kagura was not the real sun-breathing, or not the complete sun-breathing. The fire god Kagura was at most a move of the sun-breathing. 1. However, it is not difficult for you to obtain the complete sun-breathing, and the sun-breathing is not the most important thing for you now. Using the Mangekyo Sharingan, you finally found the whereabouts of the blue Higanbana from Tanjiro's memory. Tanjiro and Nezuko did eat the blue Higanbana, which is why Nezuko is not afraid of the sun and Tanjiro can become a demon. You got the blue Higanbana. Found it. Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and what he was looking for was the blue Higanbana. Now that he has finally found it, he should be able to conduct experiments next. But the god of fire Kagura is not a complete sun-breathing? Su Yang was surprised about this. But if you think about it carefully, not everyone can bear the sun-breathing. When Sugakuin Yoichi passed the sun-breathing to Kamado Tanji, if it was really a complete sun-breathing, the other party would have died long ago. Even Kokushibo Tsugakuin Yenshing could not bear the power brought by the sun-breathing, and finally developed the moon-breathing. Song is an ordinary person, so Kamado Tanji can't bear it. Perhaps it was because he knew this that Tsujikoku Yashiichi only passed the sword moves of sun-breathing to the other party. It eventually evolved into the fire god Kagura of the Kamado family. However, Su Yang didn't really care about sun-breathing. In fact, the only thing that made him care about the whole demon slayer was the perfect creature. After getting the blue Higanbana, you began to experiment. Dahim became your first experimental subject. A few months later, you were 3 years old. Your perfect creature evolution has not been successful, and Dahim has died. After taking the blue Higanbana, Dahim evolved, but the process was not very fast. So, you increased the amount of blue Higanbana, but in the end, Dahim died. You found that investing a large amount of blue Higanbana would evolve too fast, and I'm afraid that Dahim of the upper 6th stage could not bear it. This made you a little more careful when conducting experiments on Gifu Taro. Until this day, when you felt it was okay, you put Gifu Taro under the sun. Under the sunlight, Gataro's body began to burn. Just when you thought Gataro could hold on, you found that it was gradually burned to ashes. You realized that Gataro's evolution was not thorough enough. It was Doma's turn. This time you spent a full 3 months to let Doma swallow the blue Bianhua to evolve. You finally confirmed one thing, that is, the stronger the demon, the faster it swallows the blue Bianhua and the faster it evolves. And Doma, who persisted in the sunlight for 4 or 5 hours, confirmed your speculation. But you still failed. Doma turned into ashes. Asterisk. I have to say, even Yang himself felt that Doma was very pitiful. Burning in the sun for 4 or 5 hours. This is more terrible than any torture. In the original work, Nezuko spent 3 or 4 years, right? As for Tanjiro, that was equivalent to Muzan Kabutsuji sacrificing himself and giving everything he had to Su Yang. So, in fact, Muzan Kabutsuji can evolve into a perfect creature the fastest? Su Yang guessed secretly. Doma's failure did not disappoint you, but instead you felt that it confirmed your guess. Without the experimental subject in hand, you began to look for other upper-rank demons. 2 months later, you got an upper-rank demon, Yushu. More than 6 months later, you were 4 years old. The jade pot was gone too. But your experiment has entered the final stage, and the newly acquired Hantengu and Akaza made up for the lack of experimental subjects. 2 years later, looking at Akaza who survived, you knew you succeeded. After nearly 2 years, Akaza devoured a large number of blue Higanbana flowers, and he finally evolved into an evil ghost that was not afraid of the sun. Yes, Akaza is still an evil ghost and still wants to eat people. After you sealed it, you launched a series of research. What you don't know is that during these 3 or 4 years, the 12 Kazuki died one after another, which made Muzan Kibutsuji very angry, and he also carefully hid in the Infinite Castle. This is also the reason why you didn't find it. Of course, it is mainly because you have an experimental product in your hand and are not in a hurry to find it. But after Akaza evolved, Muzan Kibutsuji knew it immediately. Because after Akaza evolved into a perfect creature, he got rid of Muzan Kibutsuji's control over him, but it also allowed Muzan Kibutsuji to get his last information feedback. From some vague memories of Akaza, Muzan Kibutsuji knew that you had just started the experiment on the evil ghosts, and he knew that Akaza had evolved into a perfect creature. This made him very excited, and he couldn't control himself at all, and he directly launched a large number of ghosts to search for your traces. A few months later, you learned that Muzan Kibutsuji actually took the initiative to find you, and you happily revealed your traces. Muzan Kibutsuji came to your door. Muzan Kibutsuji was caught by you. Then, your dimension space has another experimental subject. Oh, including Kokushibo, there should be 2. Su-yang. Can this be delivered to your door? Su-yang is also drunk. But in this way, it is estimated that it will not take long for Muzan Kibutsuji to be chopped by himself and then pass the level. He is only 6 years old now, don't wait for a while. Su-yang was a little helpless. After catching Kokushibo, you used the Sharingan illusion to get the complete sun breathing from him. But you didn't practice specifically, but started to cultivate Kokushibo. 1 year later, Kokushibo evolved into a perfect demon. You were very disappointed. The other party was still a demon, which delayed your research and delayed the evolution of Muzan Kibutsuji. After continuing the research for another year, you were 8 years old. But you still didn't have much idea about how to make Muzan Kibutsuji evolve into a perfect creature instead of a perfect demon king. Is this the end? Su-yang's eyes flashed slightly, but he still didn't say anything. After continuing the research for another 2 years, you have some clues, but always feel that something is missing. You know very well that if you don't solve these problems, even if you can evolve, you can only evolve into a perfect demon king like Akaza. You don't want this. Okay. When Su-yang saw this, he finally didn't hesitate anymore and directly used the red talent he had drawn this time. An idea came to him. At this time, a system prompt sounded. May I ask if you would like to use the red talent to influence this simulation? Warm reminder. This talent can only be used once in this simulation. Confirmed. With Su-yang's confirmation, the simulation started again. The situation has changed. You are 10 years old. One day, you were researching and suddenly your mind was like a god's help. The problem that had troubled you for many years finally had a breakthrough direction. You seized this rare opportunity and made a breakthrough in the evolution of perfect creatures. A few months later, the 11-year-old you officially began to experiment on the Demon King Muzan. A year later, the Demon King Muzan began to evolve. Just as you thought, Muzan evolved successfully. Although he lost the ability to feed on humans to improve his strength, he completely got rid of the shackles of demons. Then, you used a special sealing technique to seal Muzan in your body. You became the Ghost King Jinchuriki. What the hell? Ghost King Jinchuriki? Su-yang was a little confused. Can it be operated like this? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this is really possible. However, you think that the self in the simulation should not be as simple as becoming the Ghost King Jinchuriki. Before sealing Muzan Kibutsuji, you completely shattered his consciousness, continuously using Tsukuyomi on Muzan Kibutsuji, eventually causing his mental breakdown, and using a special sealing technique to extract the remaining mental power. It can be said that Muzan Kibutsuji is still alive physically. After sealing Muzan Kibutsuji, you use the special sealing technique you set to slowly transfer all of Muzan Kibutsuji's abilities to you. 3 months later, you found that the alien space controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji has been controlled by you. Then, your dimension space began to devour it. 3 years later, you lifted the seal and released the body of Muzan Kibutsuji. But the moment the body was taken out, Muzan Kibutsuji completely turned into ashes. You have obtained the physique of a perfect creature. You killed Muzan-Kibutsuji, the Demon King. Because you have successfully killed the biggest boss in this world, this simulation is successful. This simulation is over. It's over. Seeing this, Su Yang's eyes lit up. But there was also some regret in his heart, because it seemed that this time the simulation time ended at the age of 16. Why can't the dog system continue to simulate after it has been cleared? It's embezzling my time. Although he said this, Su Yang immediately started to check what kind of rewards he could get this time. This simulation is rated as SSS level perfect clearance. You can get all the following rewards in this simulation. The first time you get SSS level evaluation, you can get 3 rewards for free. For the first SSS level perfect clearance, you can get an additional free reward, and the reward will receive a blessing from the Demon Slayer world. Option 1. Talent Inspiration, red, 3 million simulation points are required. Option 2. Breath of the Sun, 500,000 simulation points are required. Option 3. All ninjutsu simulated this time, including experience, require 1.5 million simulation points. Option 4. The combat experience simulated this time requires 500,000 simulation points. Option 5. The improvement of the simulated dimensional space this time requires 1.5 million simulation points. Option 6. Perfect Body, 10 million simulation points are required. Perfect Clearance Reward, get 1 real simulation. Fixed Reward, the next simulation will generate a red talent 100% randomly, and the chance of surviving a gold talent will be plus 10%. SSS Level Evaluation, Perfect Clearance. Su Yang's mouth curled up when he saw this evaluation. But when he saw the reward, even AK couldn't suppress it. Very good, SSS level perfect clearance can actually get all the rewards? This reward alone made Li Yang very happy. However, this still requires simulation points. But it doesn't matter, you can get 4 for free. Especially one of them can also get the world blessing. Blessing from the world of Demon Slayer? What kind of blessing is this? Su Yang frowned slightly, although he knew in his heart that it must be a good thing. But what is good about it is unknown. Scanning the first 5 rewards, Su Yang's eyes fell on the 6th reward. 10 million simulation points. Perfect Body. To be honest, Ouyang didn't have any concept of this perfect body after just reading some words in the simulation. The system did not give any explanation. Su Yang only knew that it was stronger than the body of the Ghost King. And it would not turn into a ghost. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yang finally made a decision. Use the 3 free rewards directly. You consume the rewards of this simulation and bring out the talents of this simulation. You get a red talent and idea. You consume the rewards of this simulation and bring out all the ninjutsu of this simulation, including experience. You gain a lot of ninjutsu experience and your ninjutsu is improved. You consume the rewards of this simulation and bring out the improvement of the dimensional space of this simulation. Your special ability dimensional space is improved. After 3 system prompts, Su Yang immediately felt that his ninjutsu had been improved again. Especially the sealing technique. Now Su Yang's sealing technique has reached an incredible level. At least in the Jinchuriki seal, it is truly incredible. In simple terms, Su Yang can now slowly absorb the 1 tail and 3 tails in his body with his sealing technique. This simply solves the last and biggest disadvantage of Jinchuriki. Even if it is 10 tails Jinchuriki, there is an unavoidable disadvantage. That is, once the tailed beast is lost, even if the body does not die, the strength will be greatly reduced. Originally, Su Yang was also worried about this. In this chaotic world of anime, there might be some special ability to peel the tailed beast out of his body. But now there is no need to worry about this. Because now he can completely use the sealing technique to slowly transform the tailed beast into his chakra. The chakra that truly belongs to him. To be honest, Su Yang was a little impulsive and used the enhancement opportunity of the last first clearance reward to enhance his sealing technique. But in the end, he still stabilized. It is a bit of a loss to enhance the sealing technique. This time the dimensional space has also been improved. In fact, it is the improvement of swallowing the infinite city. From the original diameter of 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers. Doubled improvement. This is still pretty good. Su Yang is very satisfied. After these 3 free rewards are used up, Su Yang only has 1 reward left that can get the world's blessing, and this reward is naturally what he left for the perfect body. Su Yang has great expectations for this perfect body. The price of 10 million simulation points alone made him decide to greatly improve this perfect body. Not only this blessing from the Demon Slayer world, but also the talent reward upgrade, as well as the enhancement opportunity obtained from the last first clearance reward. Su Yang plans to use it on the perfect body. He is looking forward to what this perfect body will eventually become. You consume this simulation reward and bring out the perfect body of this simulation. You gain a special ability, Perfect Body. Bring it out directly and then activate the talent. Your orange talent reward enhancement ability is triggered, and the special ability Perfect Body is improved by 30%. Su Yang felt that his body had changed. First, there was a great change in the perfect body, and then the talent was activated again. But it's not over yet. You use the first clearance reward, and your special ability Perfect Body is enhanced once. Enhancing successfully, your special ability Perfect Body evolves into a talent. Directly evolved into a talent? Su Yang was a little surprised, but he didn't observe it directly, but used the blessing from the world of Demon Slayer. Your talent, the Perfect Body, received a blessing from the world of Demon Slayer and obtained special evolution and improvement. You get a special talent Perfect Body. Perfect Body, a special talent with the ability of self-healing, immortality, and also has a special talent that evolves through swallowing. When he saw the final attributes of the perfect body, Su Yang was surprised. It just looks very powerful. Immortal. Is this considered eternal life? Su Yang's heart moved, and then he cut his arm at the first time. It didn't open. Su Yang realized that his body had a strong defense, and finally he used chakra scalpel to barely open a little cut. But the wound that had just been cut would recover instantly, and recover along the chakra scalpel. Su Yang pulled out a distance of more than 10 centimeters, but didn't see the wound. As soon as the chakra scalpel was lifted, Su Yang had just felt a small wound, and it recovered quickly. No bleeding, no wound left. This self-healing ability is too strong. At the same time, Su Yang also found that this kind of self-healing does not consume any energy at all. No need to consume chakra, as if it is the body's instinctive ability. Perhaps chakra will be consumed only when the injury is serious? Su Yang thought of this possibility, and then he opened his personal attribute information interface with an idea in his mind. 10,000 Worlds Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer. Talents, Perfect Body, Special, Inspiration, Red, Reward Boost, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulated Target, Orange, Good Things Come in Pairs, Purple, Real Clone, Blue, Combat Power Amplification, Green. Skills, Dimensional Space, Mangekyo Sharingan, Ninjutsu, Chakra, LV38. Simulation Points, 1.5 million to 000. Number of simulations, 0, once per day. Number of real simulations, 1, once after SSS level perfect pass. Sure enough, this perfect body is ranked at the top. Su Yang is not sure about the skills, but the arrangement of the talent column is definitely the highest according to the level. Looking at the situation, this perfect body is at least a red talent, right? But Su Yang thinks that this perfect body is probably a talent above red. Finally, Su Yang looked at the last reward this time. Perfect Clearance Reward. Get 1 Real Simulation. Real Simulation. This is a special reward that can only be obtained after clearing the game with SSS level evaluation. And a simulated world can only be obtained once. There are 2 ways to use this real simulation. The first is that Su Yang enters Demon Slayer for a real simulation. It is not a simulation, but it can be said to be a journey to the world where Demon Slayer exists. It is not in the way of being born, but entering in person. There is no need to worry about the time problem, because even a real simulation is a simulation. After returning, the real world will only have passed 2 or 3 minutes at most. But for Su Yang, entering Demon Slayer does not have much benefit for him. In a world with a low power system, he can only rely on himself to practice. It is simply the life of an ascetic monk. How could Yang go there? Therefore, Su Yang plans to use another use of real simulation. It is to consume simulation points for simulation. This kind of simulation is a bit similar to one-click simulation. Su Yang can choose the skills that need to be practiced or any other abilities to simulate. And such simulation is affected by the real world, not by the power system of the original world. For example, Su Yang chooses sun breathing for practice simulation. With the power system of this world, he can definitely break the limitations of sun breathing. In Su Yang's opinion, the upper limit of sun breathing is at most the level of Hokage Jonin. Maybe it's not enough? But it doesn't matter. As long as a real simulation is performed, it is no problem to reach the super shadow level if there is enough time. In fact, it is to break through the upper limit of ability and become more powerful. Of course, the higher the ability itself is, the more simulation points will be consumed when simulating. Sun breathing and Mangekyo Sharingan are completely two prices. After taking a look at the remaining 1.5 million simulation points, Su Yang directly put away the system interface. It would be a complete waste to use the real simulation now. Forget it. Wait until there are more simulation points. Let's study the perfect body now. Yang didn't sleep that night. Until the next morning, Su Yang was still energetic and not tired at all. This was not because he was too excited, but because the perfect body would not make him feel tired. Any consumption would be restored. To be honest, such an ability made Su Yang think of a special situation. I was already strong enough, who else could bear it? Fortunately, there were many people. What Su Yang didn't expect was that it was only the next morning and Sharingan Kagaya and Hayasaka AI came to report. Father said that since we have already signed a contract with Su Yang, there is no need to wait 3 days before coming again. Sharingan Huiruchi said seriously. But in fact, she was already panicking in her heart. What to do? Really came. It's over. Will my girlhood end tonight? Hayasaka, save me. As if she heard the voice of her own lady, Hayasaka AI chose to ignore it and bowed to Su Yang. Lord Su Yang, you are my master from today. What about Kagaya? Su Yang asked subconsciously, if I become your master, what should your lady do? I will choose the attitude and service to Miss Kagaya according to your request. Hayasaka AI said lightly. This surprised Kagaya a little. Why didn't you tell me before? Hayasaka, are you betraying me now? Oh, that's right, I asked you to come here to be my maid. Su Yang finally reacted. However, he was not used to the existence of maids in his daily life. Cooking and making dishes, there are chefs. The existence of maids is completely unnecessary. After all, in Su Yang's cognition, maids should only appear at night. Oh, that's not right. Sometimes you can do that in the daytime. This is the correct use of maids. It's over. At this moment, Hayasaka AI inexplicably felt the crisis, but she couldn't resist. Just as she couldn't resist Sharingan Yenin's order to become Su Yang's maid. In her opinion, the only consolation is that this very young teacher is very brave. At least he is not some old man. Oh, by the way, since you have become my maid, then tell your family and come to help me manage my groups here. I am no longer interested in those now. This? Hayasaka AI was stunned. She was very upset, and she didn't know what Yang was thinking. But she knew very well how much impact this sentence had on their Hayasaka family. In short, the Hayasaka family was no longer controlled by the Shinomiya family and completely regained their freedom. As for joining Su Yang, it seems that he has changed his master. But even if Sharingan Yenin wants to become a subordinate of the person in front of him, it depends on whether the other party agrees or not. For a family like theirs, it is really an incomparable honor to be able to work under a strong man. Thank you, master. This time, Hayasaka AI bowed again, this time sincerely. Tisk, it's pink? Not bad. Real stuff. I like it very much. Su Yang felt that he had made a fortune by treating Sharingan Yenin once and changing Hayasaka AI. Sharingan Kagaya on the side was still obsessed with the feeling of my maid is gone robbed. On this day, Su Yung did not leave his villa and had been studying his perfect body. Because Su Yung discovered that the swallowing ability of his perfect body was a perfect match with the special Jinchuriki sealing technique he developed. Seal the ability to be swallowed, and use the sealed space in the body to let his perfect body swallow. Although the speed is not very fast, it doesn't matter at all. Because it only takes one simulation to get it done. For example, the 1 tail and 3 tails in Su Yang's body will only take 1 or 2 years to be completely devoured by his perfect body and become his chakra. Even Su Yang felt it. Although he gained Sharingan and many ninjutsu with the help of the system, he could fully master these abilities even with the help of the system. But the problem is that they are not really his. And the devouring ability of the perfect body will make all his abilities completely belong to him. But when it came to dinner, Yang chose to give up the research. Because he suddenly found that he could let the simulated self do the research during the simulation, and then he could just sit back and enjoy the results. There was no need to study and practice hard by himself. Simulated Su Yang? I suffer, you enjoy. After dinner, Su Yang said to Kaguya Shinomiya, who had finished her meal, "Follow me." Yoruichi Shinomiya didn't react at first, but when she reacted, her face turned slightly pale. Subconsciously, she cast a look of help to Hayasaka AI. "Hayasaka, save me." Hayasaka AI calmly replied with a helpless look and a smile of hope. "No way. Hayasaka, are you abandoning me now?" Shinomiya Kaguya was desperate, but finally accepted her fate. It was a matter of time anyway. It hurts sooner or later, it's better to do it earlier. With this mood, Shinomiya Kaguya entered Su Yang's room. "Are you here?" Su Yang gestured with his eyes. "Sit there." Looking at the place that could sleep 4 or 5 people, Shinomiya Kaguya paused and finally gritted her teeth and sat on it. "Take it off." As soon as she sat on it, Shinomiya Kaguya heard a ruthless command. "This. Can I take a shower first?" Shinomiya Kaguya whispered. Su Yang was silent, and then he realized that the woman's face was very wrong. "So that's it." Su Yang understood immediately, and then said speechlessly, "What are you thinking? I just want to check your physique and your bloodline." He swore that he really thought so. However, after Shinomiya Kaguya reminded him, Su Yang felt a little angry. Oh. Shinomiya Kaguya finally reacted and realized that he had misunderstood. So embarrassing. Where's the crack in the ground? Where are you, Hayasaka? Save me. Although he was shouting in his heart, Shinomiya Kaguya still did it honestly. After a while. "That's enough, don't take it off completely." Seeing that Kaguya Shinomiya seemed to be disarmed, Su Yang's lips and tongue were hot. Especially at this moment, Kaguya Shinomiya activated his blood power, and his skin was slightly fluorescent. It was like scattered starlight. It looked sacred and inviolable. But it must be very exciting to defile this sacred and inviolable thing. Su Yang sighed in his heart, but he did not forget the serious things, and his eyes flashed slightly. The pentagram pattern emerged. At the same time, Kaguya Shinomiya, with a pink face, raised his head slightly and just saw Su Yang's eyes. Such special eyes. Is this his ability? Kaguya Shinomiya became curious and forgot his current situation for a while. Sacred breath. Could this really be the blood of a god? After checking for a while, Su Yang found that Kaguya Shinomiya's blood did have a sacred breath, and this breath made him feel very comfortable. The most important thing was that he realized that his body was longing for such power. Su Yang knew that it was a kind of instinctive reaction of his perfect body. This reaction is devouring, not the way he eats Shinomiya Kaguya in front of him. Is it devouring the other party's blood? In this regard, Su Yang did not know what impact this would have on him, or what impact it would have on Shinomiya Kaguya. Xiandiheo. He thought that it would be enough for today. Because if he continued, even if the instinct of the perfect body could be suppressed, he himself could not suppress it. "Okay, you can do it," Su Yang said. Can I leave?" Shinomiya Kaguya looked up blankly and said subconsciously, "Aren't I sleeping here tonight?" "Oh really?" Su Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. "So you're such a woman. That's fine, don't stay." "No, I'm leaving now." Shinomiya Kagaya, who finally woke up, hurriedly grabbed her clothes and put them on and ran out. "Come in." After hearing Kagaya Shinomiya running away, Su-young shouted to the outside of the door. The door opened and Hayashi AI walked in. Washed, clothes changed. Su-young could only say that she was worthy of being the best maid, and she found the maid outfit in that room so quickly. Well, it was quite standard, but it was full of maid feeling. It was originally a maid to see. "Are you originally planning to replace Kagaya?" Su-young asked Hayashi AI, who was somewhat prepared. "No, I'm doing this for you, my master." Hayashi AI calmly and clearly said, "Although Miss Kagaya has special abilities, she can only perform at her best when she is willing. So, are you planning to wait until I can't help it and then replace Kagaya to preserve her abilities?" Yes, this is the truth. Su-young felt it. Real maid. In that case, enjoy it. But before that, well, let's have a playful high school girl version of the maid. Su-young gave Hayasaka AI his first order. Huh? The calm Hayasaka turned sideways instantly. She looked up at Su-young, and the look she saw was not teasing or unplayful, but looking forward? It's over. This master might be harder to deal with than Miss Kagaya. With a helpless sigh, Hayasaka AI sorted out her emotions, and when she looked up again, she looked very different. "Hello, master. Do you need a hug from AI-chan today? AI-chan can do a lot of things." Hiss. That's the feeling. Su-young was so satisfied. It's completely different from Haimeng. Haimeng is just a COS, but Hayasaka AI is a real maid. It's completely different. Pure female student part-time maid form. Su-young made another request, and Hayasaka AI paused, as if thinking about whether this master wanted to play tricks on her. But she still did it. "What do you want to do to me tonight, Su-young?" Things are not allowed. Well, a bit bitchy. Cold type. "Don't be so nagging, do it quickly, or I'm leaving." Very good, keep it like this. Su-young took action. After a while. "Keep it up, how about being cool?" How can I keep it up in this situation?" How about I let you take a break and recover?" "No, don't take a break, hurry up and continue." The next day. I've fallen again." Looking at the blonde beauty, who was still sleeping beside him, Su-young sighed in his heart. But he can't be blamed for this. Haimeng has a different style, and she plays with that kind of excitement. Hayasaka AI has a different temperament, and she obeys everything. A versatile maid. Even if some of them are a little excessive, she can still grit her teeth and persist. Satisfy everything. This made Su-young unable to control himself, and the perfect body was really a perpetual motion machine. Not tired at all. Really enjoyable all the time. If he hadn't used the medical ninja to renew Hayasaka AI's subscription, it would have been shut down long ago. Although it didn't have any effect on him without sleeping, Su-young still hugged her and slept for a while. Not much, just 1 or 2 hours, he woke up completely. After getting up, Su-young soon found that Shinomiya Kagaya was a little idle. Huh? Kagaya, you didn't go to school? Su-young couldn't help asking. Shinomiya Kagaya didn't answer this question, but asked Su-young in a panic, "Where is Hayasaka?" "I didn't find her." "She won't be driven away by you." "No, don't worry. Even if I drive you away, I won't drive away this versatile maid." Su-young looked at Shinomiya Kagaya speechlessly. "No, you are not driven away. If you want to go to school or something, you can find a servant. I ordered it yesterday. You are not bound by any freedom here. Don't expect this woman to do anything. She can be a vase. It's not that I can't afford it." "But Hayasaka." Shinomiya Kagaya wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Su-young. "Don't mention Hayasaka. She is not free today. Go to school by yourself." After that, Su-young left, leaving Shinomiya Kagaya with a confused face. The reason why Su-young left directly was that Uchiha reported something to him last night. That is, he had obtained another batch of cursed spirits, and Su-young naturally couldn't say that he would rush over at that time. Just before going to bed, he replied to Uchiha with a message that he went there this morning. Ponching sect headquarters. Because Su-young said he would come this morning, Uchiha did not leave. With a flash of whoosh, Uchiha was startled, but then he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a familiar figure. "My lord." Xia Yujie was respectful. "You have collected a lot of cursed spirits again?" Su Yang's eyes fell on Xia Yujie, with some uncertainty in his eyes. Because it was only a few days ago, he didn't quite believe it. "My lord, it's like this. I found 3 very special cursed spirits. They can enhance the power of other cursed spirits. After strengthening them into special grade cursed spirits, some cursed spirits can be strengthened. And then combined with my cursed spirit manipulation technique, the level of some cursed spirits can be raised." Su Yang was stunned. There is such an operation. After asking a few more questions, Su Yang understood Xia Yujie's operation, which was actually to activate his technique, transform the cursed spirits into black cursed spirit balls, and then let other cursed spirits swallow them. Originally, except for a few special cursed spirits, most of them would explode and die. But with the ability of the 3 special cursed spirits that Xia Yujie had just captured, these cursed spirits can survive and even be directly promoted. It can be like this? Su Yang was very surprised. "This is all thanks to you, sir. Although you are not interested in those Sukuna fingers, these Sukuna fingers can help me upgrade some cursed spirits that originally have special abilities, but are not strong enough to special grade cursed spirits." Xiao Jia explained. "In this way, their own strength will naturally be improved and they will play a greater role." So that's it. Su Yang understood that Sukuna fingers are a cheating device. Any cursed spirit swallowed can basically be upgraded as long as it can withstand it, and it is not difficult to reach a special grade cursed spirit. Is this considered a prop of strengthening stone? As for the results, this time I collected more than 3,000 level 4 and level 3 cursed spirits and 4,000 to 5,000 level 5 and 4 ghosts, and finally cultivated more than 300 level 2 cursed spirits and more than a dozen quasi-level 1 cursed spirits. Xia Yujie said, "Because of the lack of time, if it is longer, I can cultivate 20 to 30 level 1 cursed spirits from these more than 300 cursed spirits. If I am lucky, maybe more than 5,000. Say so much, do so much." Xia Yujie is just for one purpose, that is to prove his value to Su Yang. Ghosts can also be transformed into cursed spirits? Su Yang was a little surprised. Yes, as long as the ghosts swallow the cursed spirit balls I made, they can be transformed into cursed spirits. Xia Yujie explained, "Normally, 1 cursed spirit ball can transform 10 ghosts into cursed spirits. That is to say, 1 cursed spirit can at least turn 10 ghosts into cursed spirits." Is that so? Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, he only kept it as a simulation point collection tool, but now it seems that Xia Yujie is far better than he thought. "Release it," Su Yang said softly, although Xia Yujie was stunned for a moment. After all, this is the headquarters of Panqing sect. It is quite dangerous to release so many cursed spirits. But he chose to do it without hesitation. The next moment, more than 300 cursed spirits were released by him, and then he saw Su Yang just raised his hand lightly and directly killed these cursed spirits. A series of killing system prompts came. Su Yang's simulation points increased directly by 2 million points. Very good. Su Yang was quite satisfied. By the way, Su Yang suddenly remembered something. If you only cultivate quasi-level 2 cursed spirits or level 3 cursed spirits, how many will be divided? If it's just quasi-level 2, you should be able to cultivate about 1,000, and level 3 should be able to cultivate at least 5,000. Xia Yujie directly gave a number. More than 5,000 level 3 cursed spirits? Su Yang's eyes lit up, because more than 5,000 level 3 cursed spirits, this is equivalent to 5 million simulation points. Obviously, you only need to cultivate level 3 cursed spirits. Thinking of this, Su Yang turned to Xia Yujie and said, "In the future, focus on cultivating level 3 cursed spirits. Come to me once every 10,000 you cultivate." Yes! Although he didn't know why Su Yang only needed level 3 cursed spirits, Xia Yujie didn't care. He cared about what he could get. "You did a good job this time." Su Yang pondered for a moment, then looked at Xia Yujie. Xia Yujie only saw a pair of shining pentagram patterns, and the next moment he found himself in a special space. Where is this? Although the place has changed, Xia Yujie is not worried, because if Su Yang really wants to do something to him, or just kill him, it doesn't need to be so strenuous. This is a spiritual space, a space created by one of my abilities called Tsukuyomi. Su Yang's voice sounded, and Xia Yujie saw Su Yang appear in front of him from nothing. Spiritual space? Xia Yujie seemed to understand something. Yes. Su Yang nodded, and then waved his hand gently. Under Xia Yujie's stunned and somewhat dazed eyes, a big knife appeared in an instant and beheaded him. But the next moment, Xia Yujie found that everything around him was restored again, just like before, except that Su Yang was at it. What happened just now? Xia Yujie panted, his face was very ugly. I killed you. Su Yang shrugged. It's too much trouble to explain, I'll let you experience it yourself. In the space created by Tsukuyomi, I am the master of everything. I can kill you and revive you. Sugiyama immediately understood. Isn't this a tormenting ability? After experiencing the death of being killed once, he couldn't stand it. CGCD, if this happens a few more times. Sugiyama didn't dare to imagine it anymore. But Su Yang's next words made him look terrified. The space created by Tsukuyomi can last for 72 hours, but for the outside world, only 1 second has passed. So, no matter how many times you die in Tsukuyomi's space, all the experiences will be fed back to the target in an instant when Tsukuyomi is released. Xia Yujie didn't say anything, because this ability was already very scary just by thinking about it. How about it? Should I kill you a few more times to let you experience it? Su Yang's eyes fell on Xia Yujie, revealing a playful smile. Please don't do this. Xia Yujie stood up in fear. One death is enough, so there is no need to experience it several times. He doesn't like self-abuse. Swish! As soon as the voice fell, Xia Yujie felt that the space around him was showing signs of collapse. The next moment, Xia Yujie found himself back in his body, but the death he experienced before the next moment burst out in an instant and gave him a mental blow. But Xia Yujie forced himself to hold on, and then he was a little excited. Because he had a vague guess. Okay, I have sealed Tsukuyomi in each of your eyes once, and you can trigger it yourself. Su Yang's voice sounded, and Xia Yujie sensed it for the first time. Sure enough, he felt a very special and powerful power in his eyes, as if he could trigger it directly and instantly start it as long as he wanted. However, your mental power and eyes are too weak. Su Yang's voice sounded again. In order to allow you to have absolute control over the Tsukuyomi space, a Tsukuyomi can only last for 5 hours at most. But I advise you to maintain it for a maximum of 1 hour. It will cause certain damage to your eyes over time. It's not his woman, so Su Yang naturally won't go to great lengths to give Xia Yujie a lossless transcription seal. Xia Yujie didn't think anything of this. Even the whole person was still very excited, thinking that he had done the right thing. Thank you, sir, to be able to get such a powerful power from you, but with such a low side effect, this is far beyond my expectations. This is Xia Yujie's true words. Even if it's only 1 hour, in Xia Yujie's view, if it really breaks out, the 5 people will kneel in front of him. Therefore, it is totally worthwhile to have some damage to the eyes. In his opinion, this is already a big profit. Okay, you keep working hard. If I am satisfied, it is not impossible for you to have this eye technique. Su Yang's words made Xia Yujie look up suddenly, but he could no longer see Su Yang. But he was excited. Eye technique? Is this Tsukuyomi an eye technique? And I can have it myself? For a moment, Xia Yujie was even more excited. On the other side, Su Yang had already arrived in Tokyo. Hey, Gojo Satoru, where are you? It's rare that you actually took the initiative to call me. Is there something wrong? Where are you? I'm out on business. Somewhere, Gojo Satoru is standing in front of a juvenile college entrance examination. Just now, Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki entered and started to fight against the cursed spirit that appeared in the juvenile college entrance examination. He didn't expect Su Yang to call him. What do you want to talk to me about? Gojo Satoru asked. Now he and Su Yang are colleagues, and the attitude of the jiu-jitsu world towards Su Yang has also changed. He is responsible for making friends with Su Yang. Of course, Gojo Satoru is also happy to be with Su Yang. Because in the past few days of contact with Su Yang, he has found that Su Yang is actually very easy to get along with. Well, the premise is not to offend him. Aren't you on business? Why are you just watching? The voice suddenly sounded from behind, which made Gojo jump. I said, can you say hello in advance so that I can be mentally prepared? Seeing Su Yang suddenly appearing behind him, Gojo Satoru also looked helpless. Su Yang ignored him, but looked at the Youth Academy examination in front of him, feeling the 3 auras in it, and his heart moved. Is this the plot of the Jujutsu Kaisen that cursed the fetus? However, he just happened to be. Tell me, what is the matter that made you come to me directly? It's not a big deal, just for this thing. Su Yang's eyes fell on the junior college examination. Gojo Satoru didn't understand Su Yang's words for a while, until Su Yang said 4 words. Sukuna finger. What? Gojo Satoru's face changed slightly, and his eyes fell on the junior college examination in front of him. You said there is a Sukuna finger here? Yes. Wait, could this Sukuna finger be eaten by the curse? Su Yang nodded without any change in his expression. But Gojo Satoru couldn't sit still. He came here for Yuji Itadori and the other 2 to train, not for him. The 3 of us are here to die. The cursed spirits that devour Sukuna's fingers can basically reach the level of special-grade cursed spirits, and now the 3 of them are in great danger against special-grade cursed spirits. Swish! Gojo Satoru rushed in directly. Am I ruining the plot? Su Yang suddenly had an idea in his mind, but then he shook his head. This is already the world of Somen. What is there to ruin the plot about? Not long after, Gojo Satoru came back. A newly evolved special-grade cursed spirit, and even its intelligence is not high. For Gojo Satoru, he can do it without even taking off the blindfold. Kill easily. You said, you came to me for this thing? After coming to Su Yang, Gojo Satoru raised the Sukuna finger in his hand. Yes. Su Yang nodded and raised his right hand slightly, and the Sukuna finger appeared in his hand. When? Gojo Satoru's pupils shrank suddenly behind his eye mask. At that moment, he didn't notice how the Sukuna finger in his hand disappeared and how it appeared in Su Yang's hand. He has become stronger again. Or is he so strong from the beginning, but he just didn't show it before? Gojo Satoru had mixed feelings, but he asked, what do you want this for? For Geto Suguru. Huh? Gojo Satoru was stunned, and then he thought of Geto Suguru's recent behavior. They were all catching cursed spirits like crazy, and even ghosts were not spared. It didn't have any effect on them, the first-level and special-level sorcerers, but for those with low strength who made money from those low-level cursed spirits and ghosts, it was a disaster. No one is stealing business like this. Although Geto Xiao's recent behavior has caused trouble to some sorcerers. But the high-level people in the sorcery world are unusually silent about his behavior. After all, Geto Xiao, a sorcerer who has been a problem for them, suddenly became kind-hearted and went around dealing with cursed spirits and ghosts. This is a good thing for them. Of course, some people think that Geto Xiao has subdued a large number of cursed spirits, and they are afraid that he will do something dangerous. But when they think that even if they subdue more cursed spirits, it is impossible for Geto Xiao to defeat Gojo Satoru, the high-level people in the sorcery world feel relieved. On the contrary, the reduction of cursed spirits and ghosts is a good thing. Gojo Satoru knows that Su Yang and Geto Xiao have made some kind of deal. But he did not ask Su Yang. Because in his opinion, if Su Yang really does something, the degree of harm will be more terrifying than a large number of cursed spirits. What do you plan to do by giving this thing to Geto Xiao? Gojo Satoru is a little curious. Let him cultivate some cursed spirits with special abilities. Su Yang said. Wait, did I hear wrong, or am I not smart enough to understand? Gojo Satoru was stunned. Wait, what do you mean? It means literally. Su Yang glanced at Gojo Satoru. So, I want to ask, how many Sukuna fingers do you have? You still want to collect a lot of things? Gojo Satoru's face trembled. Do you know that this thing belongs to Ryaman Sukuna? If there are too many of them gathered together, Ryaman Sukuna will come out directly. Come out, come out. It's just a Ryomen Sukuna. What are you worried about? Soo-young looked at Gojo Satoru in surprise, and then suddenly thought of something. Oh, I forgot. You're afraid that you can't beat Ryomen Sukuna. Wait, what do you mean I'm afraid? Gojo Satoru was immediately unhappy. I am Gojo Satoru. Although his Ryomen Sukuna is very powerful, he can only lose to me. Haha, yes, you're right. Soo-young laughed. Gojo Satoru didn't want to talk. He wanted to hit someone. But after thinking about it, he suppressed his anger. He couldn't beat him. He couldn't beat him at all. If he did it, it would just give Soo-young a reason to beat him. No, hold it back. Okay, even if you're not worried, if you give this thing to Geto Suguru, you can't expect Geto Suguru to subdue Ryomen Sukuna, right? Gojo Satoru changed his way of persuasion. You're worried about this? Soo-young smiled lightly. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and Mangekyo Sharingan opened again. Tsukuyami. The next moment, Soo-young entered the Tsukuyami space. At the same time, the part of Ryomen Sukuna's soul hidden in Sukuna's fingers was also directly pulled into the Tsukuyami space by Soo-young. Ryomen Sukuna was stunned by the sudden appearance in such a place. Oh, we meet again. A voice interrupted Ryomen Sukuna's meditation, and he turned around and saw Soo-young. It's you. Ryomen Sukuna's eyes flashed, and his face became a little ferocious. Soo-young was not surprised at all that Ryomen Sukuna knew him. The last time he fought with Ryomen Sukuna, he had already noticed that there was a part of Ryomen Sukuna's soul in Sukuna's fingers. This is also the reason why Sukuna's fingers became a special cursed object. Not only that, even the souls in these Sukuna's fingers are only part of Ryomen Sukuna's soul, not all of his soul. This made Soo-young understand one thing. That is, Ryomen Sukuna's soul exists in a special place, so he can know the situation of the soul hidden in his fingers at any time. I didn't expect that you would come to me as a spirit body. Ryomen Sukuna's face was full of murderous intent. You are simply looking for death. I'm looking for death? Soo-young was happy. Do you want to look around before saying this? Ryomen Sukuna was slightly surprised, and then after looking around, he confirmed again that this was a spiritually constructed space. Got it. Ryomen Sukuna seemed to understand something and suddenly laughed. Haha, I understand. You think you created this space, so you think you can deal with me. It's really a big joke, I'll tell you. Ryomen Sukuna's tone became a little proud. 1,000 years ago, I was the strongest sorcerer, but I found that I had reached the ultimate of the sorcerer, so I planned to make a breakthrough. This breakthrough has brought about a fundamental change in my soul, allowing me to exist for a long time as a soul. Those fools in the world of sorcery really think that 20 fingers are everything to me. It's really a hilarious joke. I, Ryomen Sukuna, am the real king of curses. How could I die casually and become a mere cursed object? My strongest field is not the demon subduing chef, but my soul. As if everything was under his control, Ryomen Sukuna thought that Soo-young could die with a clear mind. But Soo-young smiled. So, you mean, your soul is very strong and spiritual attacks are your strong point? Don't believe it? Ryomen Sukuna smiled coldly. If that's the case, then let me show you. As long as I want, this place will become a place controlled by my soul in the blink of an eye. Ryomen Sukuna exerted his strength. However, nothing happened. This is embarrassing. How could this happen? Ryomen Sukuna looked incredulous, and he found that this spiritual space was not invaded by his soul, but directly transformed into a field under his control. Stupid. Soo-young shook his head slightly, playing mental invasion in front of Tsukuyami. Perhaps Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami could really be dealt with by Ryomen Sukuna, but unfortunately, his Tsukuyami, Soo-young, was not an ordinary Tsukuyami. The next moment, countless attacks appeared. Since you said your soul is strong, Ryomen Sukuna, let me see how long your soul can last. In the outside world, in Gojo Satoru's eyes, Soo-young just looked down at Sukuna's finger and then handed it over. Check it. Check? Check what? Gojo Satoru was a little confused, but when he took the Sukuna finger, he was surprised to find that although the Sukuna finger was still a special grade cursed object, but it no longer had the breath of Ryomen Sukuna. In short, This Sukuna finger has nothing to do with Ryomen Sukuna. What did you do? Gojo Satoru looked up at Su-yang in disbelief. Nothing, just cleared some extra stuff. Su-yang shook his head slightly. So, where are the other Sukuna fingers? Looking down at the Sukuna fingers in his hand, Gojo Satoru understood. It seems that handing all the Sukuna fingers to Su-yang is the most correct choice. Tit. After a slight pause, Gojo Satoru smiled bitterly and said, 2 of them are gone, and the remaining 3 are kept in the branch office. If you want to take them out, you need the consent of the director, but the director should be back in 2 or 3 days. That devil chief? It's time to meet him. I wonder what his identity is. Su-yang's heart moved, and then he left a message to Gojo Satoru. In that case, let's wait for the chief to come back. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang disappeared. This method is really amazing. Looking at Su-yang, who suddenly disappeared, Gojo Satoru felt a sense of emotion. A special space. This is a special space created by powerful spiritual power, and the real soul of Ryomen Sukuna stays here. Killed again. The originally very quiet space resounded with an uncontrollable anger, but it was Ryomen Sukuna on the throne of piled bones who opened his eyes. Interesting. It's really interesting. Ryomen Sukuna's face was extremely hideous, and he exuded a terrifying murderous intent. Very good, Yang, right? You are very good. I didn't want to do it in advance, but now I can't. If you are looking for death, I will help you. Ryomen Sukuna was very angry at this moment. 1,000 years ago, he accidentally got a broken treasure. Although it was broken, the power it possessed was very powerful. This could allow him to reincarnate, get rid of the low-level human body, and evolve into a higher species. It's just that because the treasure is broken, although he can reincarnate, he is greatly restricted. After planning for a long time, Ryomen Sukuna decided to reincarnate into a soul-body species so that the success rate is relatively high. It took 1,000 years and countless efforts, and it was about to succeed. But Su-yang appeared and destroyed the soul power he left on his finger. This is not a good thing for him. He must act. Looks like I have to notify Li Mei. Killed a clone of the Cursed King, simulation points plus 30,000. TSK, only 30,000 simulation points this time? Looking at this prompt, Ouyang's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. But when he thought that this was only a part of Ryomen Sukuna's soul, it was actually quite good to have these simulation points. He just went to Geto Suguru again and gave Geto Suguru the finger that wiped out part of Ryomen Sukuna's soul. This thing is useless to him. If Geto Suguru didn't need it, he wouldn't even look at it. Many World Simulator. Host, Su-yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer. Talents, Perfect Body, Special, Inspiration, Red, Reward Enhancement, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulation Target, Orange, Good Things Come in Pairs, Purple, Real Clone, Blue, Combat Power Amplification, Green. Skills, Dimensional Space, Mangekyo Sharingan, Ninjutsu, Chakra, LV38. Simulation Points, 3, 675, 000. Number of simulations, 1 once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. 3,670,000 simulation points. I wonder how long this simulation point can last for the real simulation. Su-yang thought about it and still felt that the simulation points were too few. But it doesn't matter. When Geto Suguru cultivates another batch of cursed spirits, it will probably be about the same. Master, are you back? The sudden voice did not surprise Su-yang at all. He turned around and found Hayasaka AI, who was already dressed. You're up now. Su-yang raised his eyebrows. It's already morning. Hayasaka AI had a blank expression. Seeing that Hayasaka AI was gritting her teeth at the moment, Su-yang chose to ignore her. Ahem, where's Kagaya? Su-yang changed the subject. Kagaya seemed to be looking for Hayasaka AI in the morning. Miss Kagaya has gone to school. I'm taking a day off today. The versatile maid still had emotions. Su-yang chose to ignore her. At most, he would find an opportunity to teach her a profound lesson. How can a maid still complain about her master? This can't happen. Suddenly, Hayasaka AI felt a chill in her heart, as if something bad would happen to her. This made her look at Su-yang, but she didn't find anything wrong. Then Hayasaka AI reported the situation of the Hayasaka family. Since yesterday, the Hayasaka family has begun to completely withdraw from everything of the Shinomiya family, and Shinomiya Yenin did not stop it. They even let the Hayasaka family take away some of their industries. Obviously, this is also a way to please Su-yang. Starting today, Hayasaka will join the group created by Su-yang, but it will take some time to adapt. Originally, Su-yang planned to start the simulation at lunch. He was too busy last night to simulate, so he kept the simulation for today. But to his surprise, Haimeng suddenly came over when he was about to have lunch. Looking at Haimeng with a bag of clothes, Su-yang suddenly remembered. It seems that she sent a text message yesterday saying that she would give him a surprise today. I didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly and so suddenly. Huh? Why are you here, Hayasaka? After entering, Haimeng quickly found Hayasaka AI. It was mainly because of the maid outfit on her that caught her attention at the first time. She had worn it. And twice. Even the last time, it was dirty. Shinomiya Kagaya transferred here, and Hayasaka AI, who was a maid, naturally transferred here with her. However, she was not in the same class as Su-yang and Hui Yurichi, but in the same class as Haimeng. Kitagawa, as you can see, I am Yang Tianren's transferred female servant. Hayasaka AI was not surprised at the appearance of Kitagawa Haimeng. Because she had already investigated before that Kitagawa Haimeng had stayed at Su-yang's villa, and she also investigated Kitagawa Haimeng and knew that she liked CS. Wait. Kas? At this moment, Hayasaka AI thought of something and looked down at the maid outfit she was wearing. She suddenly looked up at Kitagawa Omi. You have never worn this dress, have you? This. Kitagawa Omi looked hesitant. Well, it should be washed clean. Hayasaka AI was petrified instantly. She turned to look at Su-yang with a numb face. So, this is the real reason why you like me wearing this maid outfit? Well, what's the problem? Su-yang looked frank. There is no need to hide anything, and he even has a more evil plan in his mind. Heh, man. Seeing Su-yang's expression, Hayasaka AI immediately realized something that was about to happen. I remembered that Miss Kagaya seemed to have forgotten something, and I have to send it over. Speaking, she wanted to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, this was destined to be impossible. An invisible force imprisoned her in place. Su-yang's mouth curled up slightly, looking at Haimeng. Haimeng, can I ask you to change into a maid outfit now? This. Kitagawa Haimeng obviously discovered something and hesitated at this moment. But when she saw Su-yang's eager and expectant eyes, she was defeated. From the moment she handed everything to Su-yang, she knew that Su-yang could not be hers alone. So, she had already made some psychological preparations. Well, in fact, there is also 014211526 Felu 1212133431. Oh my god, a real maid. I caught it and stand with Hayasaka. It must be very exciting. Yes, this is what Haimeng is thinking at the moment. Half an hour later, looking at the two maids in front of him, Su-yang was very moved. A real visual feast. Although Haimeng is a fake maid, this is what Su-yang wants. Hayasaka AI is a real maid, which suits Su-yang's taste. Now the two of them together, this is not just a simple 1+1. Su-yang, wait, this is a bit difficult to solve. I will do it myself. Master, can you not be so anxious? Yes, it should be the master now. Kitagawa-san, can you please stop doing this? What? Hayasaka-san, what do you want to say? Look, this is the real girl and the fake girl together. Su-yang couldn't help it and went straight in. I'm here, I'll start with whoever I catch. Su-yang growled, and Haimeng, the fake maid, screamed at the first moment and then tried to escape. TSK unqualified. Look, Hayasaka AI didn't run away, just like a maid should be. Suddenly at this moment, Su-yang thought of the white talent double happiness that had appeared several times before and after. I should have taken that talent earlier, so now? Well, how many times is the happiness? Phew, it's finally over. Looking at the two women sleeping beside him, Su-young breathed a sigh of relief. They started without even having lunch. Although he took the time to have dinner during the period, after all, Su-young can skip meals now, but Haimeng and Hayasaka AI can't. Then, after dinner, they started to play with the washing. Well, it just ended. I have to say that this time it was really exciting. Su-young enjoyed it very much. And he found that Haimeng was better at playing than her. I can only say that she is worthy of being a girl who can play the game of P***N. Once she gets bold, it's simply exaggerated. Hayasaka AI was shocked. Later, Haimeng even asked Hayasaka AI to try Cus Kuroshizuku. Su-young can only say that Hayasaka AI, who is a humiliating person, is amazing. Sure enough, Haimeng is still good at playing. Of course, Hayasaka AI is a maid, and because the Hayasaka family has escaped from the control of the Shinomiya family because of Su-young, it is to repay Su-yang. This allowed Su-yang to perform a series of operations as he wished. If it weren't for Su-yang, Haimeng would have asked him to Cus Heijiang Shizuku. I'm afraid that Haimeng would be ruined instead. Now everything is calm. There is still more than an hour before midnight, and today's simulation times can be used up before they are refreshed. However, before that, Su-yang finally spent 1 million simulation points to bring out the sun breathing and the combat experience gained from the last Demon Slayer. You consume 500,000 simulation points to bring out the sun breathing of this simulation. You gain the sun breathing, all your sun breathing abilities. You consume 500,000 simulation points to bring out the combat experience of this simulation. You gain a lot of combat experience, and your combat skills are improved. After 2 system prompts, Su-young instantly mastered the sun breathing, and even the pattern and the transparent world. As for the side effects of the Madara pattern, it is nothing to Su-young. Unfortunately, the Madara pattern has too little effect on him. 847 can be ignored. On the contrary, the sun breathing allows Su-young to control himself to a subtle level. If he can control his breathing, why can he control his body? Therefore, Su-young found that he could control chakra more easily, and it was a level higher than before. As for the transparent world, Su-young closed his eyes and released the transparent world, and immediately felt that everything around him could not escape his perception. Although he did not open his eyes, he could see everything around him clearly. Even the 2 women around him could see it clearly. However, Su-young immediately blocked the 2 people in terms of medical insight. Pink skull. He only wants pink. I don't know what the limit of this transparent world is. Su-yang's heart moved, and he directly increased the output of chakra to open the transparent world to the maximum. Soon, the scope of the transparent world, which was only a few dozen meters, began to expand. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 1,000 meters, 300 meters, 1,000 meters. Finally, when the scope of the transparent world expanded to a diameter of 10,000 meters, it stopped. Su-young clearly felt everything within this range. Ghost. Cursed spirit. Ghoul. Why is Jianzi taking a shower at this time? After a while, Su-young put away the transparent world. It consumed a lot. Inkashi could only last 2 minutes with the chakra. But for Su-yang, who has 1 tail and 3 tails chakra as the base, this chakra is nothing. Even with the special nature of his perfect body, he can recover quickly. As for the combat experience, it is not bad. At least in the use of some moves and abilities, Su-young is much better than before. After a while, after finding that there was only half an hour left before midnight, Yang calmed down and started equipment simulation. This time, the simulation must be the Hokage ninja. The reason why Su-young simulated Demon Slayer was to brush up his talent. A SSS level perfect clearance can get a red talent for free. This time, the simulation is naturally to enter Hokage. As for the next time, maybe there will be another one-click simulation on the Demon Slayer side and then simulate Hokage? While thinking, Su-young chose the simulation world. Then, the simulation began. The world is confirmed. Enter the Hokage ninja world for simulation. This simulation will definitely get a red talent, and there is a certain chance of generating a gold talent by consuming simulation points. Can I consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate one gold talent? Warm tip 1. Because the last simulation was rated as SSS, the probability of generating a gold talent in this simulation is 10%. Every 100 simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1. Warm tip 2. If no gold talent is generated in this simulation, a talent with a minimum orange level can be randomly generated. Warm tip 3. If this simulation does not get an SSS level evaluation, the next simulation will not be able to open the gold talent. Yes, a red talent will definitely be generated. The same consumption of 100,000 simulation points. This time there is a chance to make a gold talent? Su Yang's eyes burst into a light, a gold talent. B. It's okay to have only a 10% success rate, but it takes 1 million simulation points to increase the success rate by 1%? Seeing this number, Su Yang felt a little annoyed. And if you can't get the SSS level evaluation this time, then you can only brush the red unendowed talent in the next 10 times, but not the gold unendowed talent. However, this success rate can be accumulated. This time it is 10%, and it will be retained if it fails. Then, when you brush the SSS level evaluation again, the 10% chance of the fixed reward will also be accumulated. In general, the next time you can brush the gold talent, the success rate is 20%. Although this is good, if you're unlucky, I am afraid that you will have to simulate 20 or 30 times to get the first gold talent. Su Yaren was already numb. It is really not that easy to get the gold talent. Su Yang sighed in his heart, but he seemed to have forgotten that, even if it was the case, he could get a golden talent in a month at most. Simulation starts. Current talents: perfect body, special, sudden inspiration, red, reward improvement, orange, accumulation, orange, simulation target, orange, good things come in pairs, purple, real clone, blue, combat power increase, green. A red talent has been generated in this simulation. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. Real transformation, red, combat power increase, orange, well-developed limbs, green. Real transformation, red talent, which can give you 100% real transformation ability. Even if you become a woman, you will not be recognized. Combat power increase, orange talent, which can increase your combat power by 100%. Well-developed limbs, green talent, which can make you have extra development of limbs, and your strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, but there are some minor shortcomings. For example, simple-minded. Talents are generated. Except for the red talent that is bound to be swiped, the golden talent failed. But only a minimum orange talent is generated. Aren't you? Orange talent's combat power increase? Su Yang was stunned. This is possible. It is the effect of the red talent. Su Yang frowned. Real transformation? This is good for hiding the identity, but it is not very useful to me. Because although this red talent has extremely terrifying transformation ability, it does not mean that it will not be seen through. If the opponent has special pupil skills or abilities, he will still be seen through. Because only the appearance is transformed, the inside has not changed much. It seems that even the red talent is not very suitable for me. This real transformation is far worse than the sudden inspiration. Su Yang shook his head slightly and made a choice directly. Fortunately, there is the combat power increase of the orange talent. Your green talent combat power increase has been replaced by the orange talent combat power increase. As soon as the talent replacement was completed, this simulation officially started. You are born. As soon as you came out, you found that your situation was a little wrong. You seemed to think that you were reborn. The next moment, screams were heard, and you heard an old woman screaming out the Sharingan, which surprised you. You realized at the first time that you were born with Sharingan, and it was Mangekyo Sharingan. I was reborn and traveled to the Hokage ninja world? You thought so. Although you didn't understand it very well, you made the right choice at the first time and used the power of Mangekyo Sharingan to modify the midwife's memory and the memory of your parents. Soon, you confirmed one thing: this is indeed the Hokage world, and you were born Uchiha clan. At the same time, you discovered that you not only have the Mangekyo Sharingan, but also have a very special dimension, and even have many ninjutsu. What's even more incredible is that you find that you can breathe the sun. Not only that, the most exciting thing is that you have two-tailed beasts in your body. You don't know what's going on, but you think it's a good thing. A month later, you found that the space in your body that seals the tailed beasts is a little special. It seems to be constantly absorbing the chakra of the two-tailed beasts, allowing their chakra to be completely transformed into your own chakra. At the same time, you also found that your body is very special because you, who only have the Mangekyo Sharingan, have completely disappeared the side effects of releasing the eye technique. After another 3 months, after you repeatedly used the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique, you completely understood one thing. That is, the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan are almost non-existent for you. Because you have a special physique that can recover these side effects. That's right. This is another very special place of the perfect body, which can repair the Mangekyo the side effects of Sharingan. Before, when it was Gaegeto, Su Yang used Tsukuyomi 3 times, so the side effects on him might not be very obvious. But it still exists. However, Su Yang found that these side effects were quickly recovered under the self-healing ability of his perfect body. At first, Su Yang thought it was an illusion. But after the battle with Ryaman Sukuna, Su Yang completely understood that this was true. With a perfect body, you no longer have to worry about using Mangekyo Sharingan excessively, which will make your eyes useless. Because this is impossible. Therefore, no matter how young you are, even if you are just born, any damage to your body will be recovered. This is the same as Su Yang's previous guess. In this case, each simulation does not need to go through the initial childhood. You can exert amazing combat power just after birth. Even if you can't exert at all, 70% is no problem. Not to mention that this simulation also has a talent that increases combat power by 100%. Su Yang is looking forward to this simulation. After discovering that you have a special physique, you become a little unscrupulous. But you are still very careful. You put your body into the dimensional space and separate a special clone to replace yourself. Then, you start to refine the tailed beast in your body with all your strength. In your opinion, the special sealed space in your body constantly absorbs and transforms the chakra of the two-tailed beasts, which is equivalent to helping you refine chakra. Of course, during this period, you also split a large number of clones to practice ninjutsu. It's not that your ninjutsu level is not good, but you think there is still a lot of room for improvement in ninjutsu. Your goal is to reach the level of being able to do anything with a clap of your hands. Su Yang. As expected of me, I am just like this. After all, after seeing the big pillar, looking at the early hand seals of Hokage, I don't think it's so handsome. Especially after you really have ninjutsu and can release ninjutsu. A ninjutsu with more than a dozen seals is simply eye-catching. I just don't know what level you can practice ninjutsu to this time. 3 years later, you are 3 years old. At the age of 3, you finally completely refine the two-tailed beasts in your body, although your chakra has not been improved. But from this moment on, the chakra in your body belongs only to you. This can't satisfy you, because you have already set your sights on other tailed beasts. For 3 years, although your main body has been practicing in the dimensional space, this does not mean that you don't know anything about the outside world. You secretly sent out some shadow clone to search for all the information you wanted to obtain. You already know the whereabouts of some Jinchuriki in the ninja world, but at this stage, all Jinchuriki are in their respective villages, and you have not found any opportunity to move. So, you set your sights on Nine Tails. But you are not targeting Uzumaki Naruto, but the other half of Nine Tails sealed in the soul of the 4th generation. That's right. It is Nine Tails. This is the goal set by Su Yang this time. Take Nine Tails. At the same time, seal this half of Nine Tails in the body and refine it into your own chakra. Then the goal of this simulation is achieved. As for other goals, Su Yang feels that with his current strength in the simulation, he will definitely make trouble. Especially after having half of Nine Tails, it goes without saying. And this is also very simple. The only difficult thing is the Shiki Fujin. To remove the Shiki Fujin, you must first get the Shinigami mask, which is placed in the Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall at the end of Konoha village. Then, what you need to do is to guide the Shiki Fujin Shinigami to possess yourself. As long as you cut open the Shinigami's belly, the soul of the sealed person will be released and the seal will be removed. The only weakness is that the caster will become a sacrifice. But with the Mangekyo Sharingan, are you still worried that no one will cast the spell? As for how to remove it, there is no detailed explanation in the original work, but since Su Yanche got the seal book in a simulation before, he has been studying the Uzumaki Fujin. Even the current perfect Jinchuriki seal technique, the most basic one, is derived from the Shiki Fujin. Removing the Shiki Fujin is not a difficult task for Su Yang at all. Soon, you found the Shinigami mask from the Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall. Then, you found a secret place, captured several ninjas, and began to implement your plan. The process went smoothly. The Shiki Fujin lifted the soul of the 4th generation Namikaze Minato and flew out of the Shinigami's stomach. Then the Shinigami took away the soul of the ninja you controlled and disappeared. You didn't care about these things, nor did you pay too much attention to the soul of the 4th generation Namikaze Minato. Instead, you performed impure world reincarnation. The 4th generation, which had just returned to the Pure Land, was impure world reincarnationed out by you. With your attainments in impure world reincarnation, the 4th generation was completely controlled by you the moment it was impure world reincarnationed out. You controlled the 4th generation to lift the seal of the half-body Nine Tails in its soul. You took the opportunity to capture Nine Tails and then sealed it in your body. You become Nine Tails Jinchuriki. You were sealed for no apparent reason, which made Nine Tails very angry, but unfortunately the sealed space in your body was very powerful and suppressed Nine Tails directly. After Nine Tails could no longer resist, you began to use the power of the sealed space to erase Nine Tails' soul will. This process was not easy, but you were very patient. After nearly 2 years, you finally completely crushed Nine Tails' soul, leaving only a pure Nine Tails chakra. You are 5 years old this year. Did he wipe out Nine Tails' will or soul at the age of 5? Seeing this, Su Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, what he was most worried about was that he could not wipe out the soul will of the tailed beasts. 1 tail and 3 tails were because of the system, which allowed Su Yang to fully control them and even refine them very smoothly. At most, it would take some time. But other tailed beasts are different. Since there are 1 tail and 3 tails at the beginning, Su Yang naturally wants to wipe out the soul will of all tailed beasts and send out all hidden dangers. He was worried that other tailed beasts could not wipe out their soul will, but now it seems that there is no need to worry too much. It took nearly 2 years to wipe out Nine Tails' soul, and this speed did not satisfy you. Because this is only half of Nine Tails' body, only half of its soul. Although you are a little dissatisfied, you still start to refine Nine Tails' chakra. You know that this time the refining will take longer than the qualification of 1 tail and 3 tails. Because Nine Tails has too much chakra, even in the half-body state, it is far more than 1 tail and 3 tails combined. One day, you were refining Nine Tails' chakra in the dimensional space, and suddenly you had a bad premonition. After checking, you found that your father in this world was out on a mission, which made you think he might be in danger, so you sent a shadow clone. Your premonition was confirmed because you found that your father's mission was to investigate a certain Kirigakure defection team, and you secretly discovered that the leader of the defection was Zabuza Momochi. Your father is just an ordinary Uchiha clan, and he hasn't even opened the Sharingan. He is still just a powerful user. And his team only has an ordinary Jonin, plus 3 Chunin teammates. Such a lineup is not difficult for Zabuza to deal with. After seeing this situation, your shadow clones secretly dealt with Vice Admiral Zabuza. A few days later, your father returned safely. But you thought this was not a solution, so under your secret influence, your parents gradually left the ninja profession, which also allowed you to practice with peace of mind. Well, this time Zabuza appeared. The god-level seal player appeared again. But to me now, Zabuza is just a weakling. A Tsukuyami could kill him in seconds. Even Su Yang speculated that he, who already had 9 Tails chakra, might be even more powerful. At least he can activate 9 Tails chakra mode. 3 years later, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and you did not intervene. Although with your strength, you can completely save the Uchiha clan, and even fight back against Konoha and become Hokage. But you did not do so, because it did not seem to you any good, and the most important thing was that you wanted to have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although you have a special physique and don't need to worry about the side effects of Mangekyo Sharingan, it's still not as good as eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But you don't have a biological brother, so you set your sights on Uchiha Sasuke. Because you know what will happen next, Uchiha Itachi, the filial son, will eventually give his Mangekyo to let his stupid Odo awaken the eternal Mangekyo. American comics fill money can become infinitely stronger. Another one? Seeing this, Su Yang was silent. It will probably take a lot of simulation points just to bring out chakra this time. Then I can only choose the number of free bringouts that are rewarded. Su Yang muttered to himself. He did so many things in this simulation, so the evaluation should be high. SS level is inevitable. After all, he has already taken down the lower body 9 tails and 6 tails, and also got Sage Art. If he gets Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Sasuke, the evaluation must be SS level at least. SS level evaluation can bring out 2 rewards for free. Su Yang is not panicked at all. 3 months later, the 9-year-old you finally made some progress in Sage Art training. But you only sensed natural energy, and this progress made you a little dissatisfied. You found Orochimaru again and traded a lot of research on natural energy and all the data on Yugo's physique from him. For this, you only told the secret that Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can evolve Rinnegan, but even so, this is invaluable news to Orochimaru. You didn't know that after you left, Orochimaru launched a crazy action and prepared for it for several months. Finally, a year later, Orochimaru sneaked into Konoha and took away Uchiha Sasuke, who was less than 10 years old. When you learned the news, he was already 10 years old. In this regard, you think it is a good thing, because Orochimaru already knows how to evolve Sharingan, which will make Uchiha Sasuke more humble. This also means that you can obtain the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan earlier. At the age of 10, you wiped out the soul will of 6 tails and then began to refine it. At the same time, after a year of research, you have a deeper understanding of Sage Art and you began to try to practice Sage Art. But the result is not ideal, but you did not give up and continue to study. Seeing this, Su Yang's heart moved. Should he use the spirit now? Senjutsu is also a kind of art, which can actually be brought out in the same category as ninjutsu. Therefore, if the ninjutsu is simulated this time, it must also include the progress of the cultivation of senjutsu. Let's wait first. Let the accumulation explode once, and then use the spirit. Su Yang decided to wait, and such an opportunity soon appeared. 2 years later, you are 12 years old. After 2 years, 6 Tails Chakra has long been refined by you, and you have made great progress in the research of Sage Art. Now you can absorb natural energy and extract Senjutsu Chakra. But the speed is very slow, and you can't even enter Sage mode. You can't make a breakthrough in the research of Sage Art, and Orochimaru's efforts are of no help to you. However, Uchiha Sasuke has made rapid progress under Orochimaru's training, and he already has the 3-Tomo Sharingan at the age of 12. You are very satisfied with this, because you think the day when you get the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is not far away. This is good news, but the bad news is that you have completely reached a bottleneck in the research of Sage Art. In the end, you paid some special sealing techniques and obtained the Sage Art of Mount Myaboku and the Wet Bone Forest from Orochimaru. Although you paid an extremely heavy price, your sealing technique is more valuable in Orochimaru's eyes. Unfortunately, even if you have collected all the Sage Art of the 3 holy places, you have not made any progress in your research on Sage Art. This may be related to the incomplete Sage Art of Mount Myaboku and the Wetbone Forest. You don't know, but you didn't give up. Collect all the Sage Art of the 3 holy places? Su Yang touched his chin. It seems that the 3 holy places have each other's Sage Art, but they are not so comprehensive. However, this is enough. With a thought in his mind, a system prompt sounded. May I ask if you would like to use the red talent to influence this simulation? Warm reminder. This talent can only be used once in this simulation. Use. Su Yang whispered secretly, and the simulation suddenly changed. One day, you were studying sage art. And suddenly your mind was like a god's help. The problem that had been bothering you for a long time finally made a breakthrough. You seized this rare opportunity and made a breakthrough in sage art. You created your own sage art. 1 year later, at the age of 13, you perfected the sage art you created. You obtained sage mode. You obtained the fairy fox mode. Did it succeed? A hint of joy flashed in Su Yang's eyes. This simulation yielded a huge harvest. Half body 9 tails, 6 tails, and then there is the original sage art of my own. After this wave, my strength can be directly improved to a higher level. So can I resist Otsutsuki Kagaya this time? No. 6 tails are gone. Can Otsutsuki Kagaya still appear? Su Yang fell into deep thought. 1 month after creating sage art, one of your shadow clones sent a message that Uchiha Sasuke opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. You were a little surprised that Uchiha Sasuke opened the Mangekyo Sharingan in advance without experiencing the Brothers' War. Although it was unexpected, you knew that the Brothers' War was about to begin. Sure enough, in just 2 months, Uchiha Sasuke found Uchiha Itachi and started a Brothers' War. You secretly observed and discovered Orochimaru, as well as Black Zetsu and Obito in the deeper part. Although the development was a little different and the time was advanced, the ending did not change at all, and Uchiha Sasuke won. Orochimaru took action. When Uchiha Sasuke was weak, he subdued Uchiha Sasuke and performed a special sealing technique. You saw that it was a special sealing technique modified from your sealing technique. At the same time, Uchiha Obito also took action. He would not let Uchiha Sasuke fall into Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru and Obito had a fierce battle, and then you took the opportunity to take action. Without any surprises, you easily brought Uchiha Sasuke into your own dimension. Under your operation, Uchiha Sasuke quickly awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A month later, when Uchiha Sasuke was completely stable, you dug out his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and transplanted it on yourself. However, you soon discovered that although this gave you the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, you lost Kamui and Tsukuyomi and simply possessed Uchiha Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Faced with this situation, you made a decision after studying it. You transplanted your own Mangekyo Sharingan back and returned Uchiha Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to him. Then, you sealed Uchiha Sasuke into your body. Yes, you planned to treat Uchiha Sasuke as a tailed beast, and with the help of the unique sealing technique and the unique sealing space in your body, you would refine Uchiha Sasuke and obtain the other party's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in this way. Su Yang. 9. Uchiha Sasuke Jinchuriki? Good guy, you can do this even without memory? This reminds Su Yang of the last time he simulated the Demon Slayer world. He sealed Muzan in his body and made him the Demon King Jinchuriki. The same operation. But it is undeniable that this is feasible. Even in this way, you can get everything from Uchiha Sasuke, and on this basis, your Sharingan may evolve more perfectly. Su Yang thought of this situation, but he vaguely felt that something seemed wrong. For a while, he couldn't remember it, but after seeing the next simulation, he suddenly realized what he had missed. Half a year later, you finally completely wiped out Uchiha Sasuke's soul. You began to prepare to refine Uchiha Sasuke, but at this time, an accident happened. At the same time that Uchiha Sasuke's soul was wiped out by you, a terrifying soul power suddenly erupted from the depths of his soul. Under the shock of this powerful soul force, your soul suffered an unimaginable heavy blow. Indistinctly, you saw a special figure appear in your soul space. As soon as the other party appeared, he attacked your soul directly. Your soul was already severely damaged. Even if you used all your strength, it would have no effect at this moment. You understand that the other party appeared in the state of soul. His soul is extremely powerful and you cannot contend with it. You died because your soul was destroyed. At the age of 14. X. Looking at the text on the simulation interface, Su Yang's eyes flashed with a gleam. Dead? It looks inexplicable. But Su Yang saw the problem. I'm afraid this is not the Sage of Six Paths' move. Su Yang's face twitched. It just fits the saying, how deep the Hokage is depends on how many old coins he has. When I saw Hokage in my previous life, I had this feeling. When the third generation appeared, he was a kind old man. But gradually, it tasted wrong. What third generation is a conspiracy theory? It's simply nonsense. No matter what, just the living standard of Uzumaki Naruto in his childhood is enough to see the problem. Dad 4th Hokage, Mom 9 Tails Jinchuriki, only left a house, no other property? Living expenses still need to be subsidized by the third generation every month. After learning that Naruto is the son of the fourth generation, Su Yang knew that the third generation is not simple. Some old coins appeared later, the most famous one is Black Zetsu. But now looking at the ending of this simulation, Su Yang realized that the biggest old coin in the ninja world is still Sage of Six Paths. Think about it, it is not normal to let his two sons fight and his descendants fight. Su Yang suddenly thought of a situation. This is clearly the perfect inheritance of the blood and arrogant character of the Otsutsuki clan. No matter which one of the Otsutsuki clan, they treat humans with condescension. They don't take humans seriously at all, just want to kill them, as simple as stepping on ants. I'm afraid Sage of Six Paths has such a mentality. From beginning to end, I'm afraid they didn't take humans seriously, and even their own sons were just their tools. As for why the other party is like this, Su Yang's heart moved, and he had a vague guess. Although the soul of Sage of Six Paths is immortal, it has no body. It should be that his body cannot last forever, so is he planning to make Otsutsuki Kagaya immortal? The more Su Yang thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. Although this was just his guess, it was quite reasonable to think about it seriously. So, once the chakra of Ashura and Indra is attacked in the simulation later, they will be beaten by Sage of Six Paths. After coming to this conclusion, Su Yang did not think it was bad. This time, it was a great harvest to catch the big shark of Sage of Six Paths. As for how to take down the opponent, I will simulate it more. Whether to steam or braise it depends on my idea. For the time being, I will not pay attention to these. Yang Qiguang fell on the reward this time. This simulation is rated SS+. For this simulation, you can choose one of the following reward options as a reward. Get SS+ rating, you can choose any two as additional rewards. The first time you get an SS+ rating, you can get an additional free reward, and the reward will be strengthened once more. Option 1. Talent Combat Power Increase, Orange, which requires 300,000 simulation points. Option 2. This time, the Chakra simulation requires 1 million to 20 million simulation points. Option 3. All ninjutsu simulated this time, including experience, require 3 million simulation points. Option 4. The combat experience simulated this time requires 500,000 simulation points. Option 5. Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke, requires 1 million simulation points. Fixed reward. The next simulation will randomly generate a red talent with a plus 50% chance. SS+ rating. Su Yang was not surprised at all. Uchiha Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is fine, but the most important thing is that this time he got Indra's chakra. This also led to an abnormally high chakra. 9 tails half body plus 6 tails, plus Indra chakra. However, this time there is a special selection range of 1 million to 20 million simulation points. Su Yang took a look. 1 million means bringing out 6 tails chakra, and 20 million means all of them plus Indra's chakra. The difference is that bringing out Indra's chakra will not increase the total chakra amount. But this can make one's own chakra get a qualitative improvement. This reward must be brought out. This time, 3 rewards can be brought out for free, and even one of them can be strengthened once. Su Yang directly gave up the combat experience reward and chose to consume simulation points to bring out talents. You consume 300,000 simulation points to bring out the talents of this simulation. You get Orange Talent Combat Power Increase. Suddenly, Su Yang felt that he seemed to be able to burst out with more powerful combat experience. There was no improvement on himself. This was the change brought by talent. Next is ninjutsu, which must be brought out. Because this time ninjutsu includes sage art. After taking a look at the two women sleeping beside him, Su-young got up quietly. The rewards brought out next will have an impact on him. In this case, it is better to find a good place. Well, there is no place better than the dimensional space. Swish! Su-young entered the dimensional space instantly with a thought. Afterwards, he chose to take out the ninjutsu reward this time. You consume the reward for this simulation and take out all the ninjutsu experience of this simulation. You gain a lot of ninjutsu experience, and your ninjutsu is improved. Suddenly, Su-young felt that a lot of ninjutsu training experience was directly imprinted in his mind, and even on himself. This is... Su-young's expression slightly moved as if he felt something. Then, he just raised his hand slightly. With a flash of lightning style, Raikiri was released directly. No need to seal, just like Rasengan. It has reached this level? Su-young was delighted, and then he found that many ninjutsu did not need to seal and could be released by just raising his hand. But some S-level ninjutsu still need to seal. But even if it needs to seal, Su-young can seal instantly so that his opponent can't see his seal action and the ninjutsu can be directly thrown. Just for this point, choosing this reward is not a loss. More importantly, Sage Mode. Just a thought and immediately entered Sage Mode. There are no extra changes, just some more eyeshadow and some more texture on the face. It's not perfect yet. Su-young shook his head slightly. Although his Sage Mode was much stronger than Jiraiya's Sage Mode, it was still a little short of Naruto's realm. But even Naruto's Sage Mode was not the most perfect in Su-young's opinion. And the Sage Mode he created by combining the Sage art of the three holy places was the most perfect. It's just that the upper limit has not been reached yet. I can only practice in the simulation and practice the Sage Mode to perfection. After saying that, Su-young's eyes turned to the Sharingan that was rewarded this time. The next is Sharingan. As expected, this time it will most likely evolve directly into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You consume this simulation reward and bring out the Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke, of this simulation. You get the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and your Mangekyo Sharingan is upgraded. Your Sharingan successfully evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sure enough, it was just as I thought. This time it didn't stop at the Mangekyo Sharingan, but evolved directly into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Su-young found that all his pupil techniques had been upgraded, especially Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. After trying for a while, Su-young found that with his current Amaterasu, the black flames of Amaterasu released by him could kill even a level 1 cursed spirit instantly. For a general level of special cursed spirits, I'm afraid they can only last for 3 seconds. It is much stronger than before. Su-young also felt his chakra, which has also improved a lot. But he didn't care, because this chakra was much less than the chakra he chose to bring out next. Su-young looked at the chakra reward. The reason why he put this reward last was that Su-young planned to choose the SS Plus first reward. This way, the chakra reward can be improved again. You consume the reward of this simulation and bring out all the chakras of this simulation. Your orange talent reward boost ability is triggered, and the chakra you obtain this time is improved by 30%. You get a lot of chakra, and your chakra is improved. You use the first SS Plus evaluation reward, and your chakra is strengthened once. Strengthening. Strengthening is successful. Your chakra has been perfectly improved. An indescribable force burst out, and Su-young felt his chakra soaring wildly in an instant. Even with his current perfect body, he couldn't adapt for a while. After using all of these, Su-young was secretly surprised to feel the surging chakra in his body. Chakra is too huge. Not only that, Li Ri also found that his chakra recovery speed has also increased a lot. This is obviously brought by Ninetales. What Su-young cares about most is that compared with before, his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan now seems to have a special power. Even if the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan releases the eye technique, there are actually side effects. If the burden is too severe, both eyes will shed blood and tears. But now Su-young found that this situation has been completely improved. No matter how he releases the eye technique, it will only consume chakra and will not cause any burden to his eyes. At most, it is probably eye fatigue. Could this be the real perfect Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Su Yang secretly guessed, and at the same time, an idea came to his mind. Perhaps Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke both have Indra Chakra, but they don't have tailed beasts and sage art. Therefore, their eternal Mangekyo Sharingan actually has flaws. Did he accidentally complete the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan this time and make it perfect? But this is just his guess. Su Yang pondered, and at the same time, another idea came to his mind again. Since he could get Indra Chakra from Uchiha Sasuke, he should be able to get Ashura Chakra from Uzumaki Naruto. If the power of the two is combined, the Rinnegan that is activated may be the real Rinnegan. Otherwise, the Rinnegan that is activated may only be at the level of Nagato. There are too many things that I don't understand. Maybe next time I enter the Hokage simulation, I can also take down Naruto. Su Yang touched his chin and pondered, and taking down Naruto can not only obtain Ashura Chakra, but also take down the other half of Nine Tails. At that time, all of his guesses can be verified. However, I am afraid that the next time will not be as smooth as this time. This time, because of the extra bonus enhancement, Uchiha Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Indra's Chakra were perfectly integrated into Su Yang, just like he spent several years refining them. They belonged to him completely. But the moment Ashura Chakra was taken, I'm afraid Sage of Six Paths would appear directly, just like this time. Even if he could bring it out at that time, it would probably be unprocessed Ashura Chakra. This is not a good thing. Because Su Yang just flipped through it and found that this enhancement not only helped him to completely integrate Nine Tails, Six Tails, and Indra Chakra into himself, but more importantly, it wiped out Indra Chakras while belonging to Indra, and even the means left by Sage of Six Paths. This discovery really made Su Yang secretly happy. Therefore, Ashura's Chakra needs to be obtained carefully next. This acquisition must be obtained. Because Ashura and Indra Chakra are necessary, in Su Yang's opinion. Look at Six Paths Obito and Six Paths Madara. Although they are both 10 Tails Jinchuriki, they are more than one level lower than Otsutsuki Kagaya. They are even inferior to Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths is actually the real complete Jinchuriki, with the power of 6 paths and 10 tails Jinchuriki. But he does not have the Byakugan, a bloodline limit. In other words, his bloodline is not as strong as Otsutsuki Kagaya. It can only be said that Otsutsuki Kagaya is a piece of trash, with great strength but unable to use it. Even dogs shook their heads after seeing this. Or should I take down the 9-tailed beasts first, become 10 tails Jinchuriki first, and then get Ashura Chakra? Su Yang pondered. Then he opened his personal attribute interface. 10 World Simulator. Host. Su Yang. Occupation. Ninja. Demon Slayer. Talents. Perfect body. Special. Inspiration. Red. Reward boost. Orange. Combat power amplification. Orange. Accumulation. Orange. Simulated target. Orange. Good things come in pairs. Purple. Real clone. Blue. Skills. Dimensional space. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ninjutsu. Chakra. LV43. Simulation points. 2,375,000. Number of simulations. 1. Obtainable once a day. Number of real simulations. 1. Obtainable. Once after passing SSS level perfectly, LV43 Chakra. What level does this level belong to? Su Yang pondered. It should belong to the 9 tails level. There are actually 3 levels among the tailed beasts. Tail is in a class of its own. 8 tails is in a class of its own. 9 tails is in a class of its own. The strength of the tailed beasts is not determined by the number of tails. Xian de Zhao. This is just 10 tails self-consolation. Can it compare with 9 tails? The funny guys hired by the monkey are not as funny as it. 9 tails Chakra is probably LV40 or LV41. Su Yang is not sure anyway. His current chakra has exceeded 9 tails. Well, not necessarily. After all, he only took down half of 9 tails. F***K, how much chakra does Senju Hashirama have? Su Yang was a little confused when he thought of this. Well, now there is another simulation. Just when I just adapted to the improvement chakra, it's fine if you thin it a little bit. A new day, a new number of simulations has been refreshed. This time, Su-young pondered for a while and finally chose to go to Demon Slayer for a one-click simulation. The world is confirmed. Enter the Demon Slayer world for simulation. This simulation is a one-click simulation, and the result is the result of the previous Demon Slayer world simulation. This simulation is over. This simulation is rated SSS. Therefore, the simulation world has been perfectly passed, and you get the following rewards. Clearance reward. A certain skill of your own is improved accordingly, or the next simulation specifies a golden talent generated by the talent that has already appeared. Fixed reward. The next simulation will 100% randomly generate a red talent, and the probability of generating a golden talent plus 10%. The reward has changed? Su-young was stunned when he saw the result of this one-click simulation. Perfect clearance, it turned out like this? Su-young frowned, and he just tried it and found that he seemed unable to perform a normal simulation of the Demon Slayer world. Unless it is a real simulation, or a one-click simulation just now, ordinary simulation cannot be performed normally. Perfect clearance means the end. And the result of the one-click simulation is the reward result in front of you. No matter how many times you do it, the reward is the same, and there will be no more changes. There are only clearance rewards and fixed rewards. 2 rewards. One is a 100% red talent, and the second is, can you specify a talent that has already appeared to generate a golden talent? Su-young's eyes lit up, and he suddenly found that this was not bad. Although such a specified talent still generates a golden talent according to the probability, being able to specify it by chance is completely 2 different concepts. The most important thing is that this is what has appeared, not just what he has. As long as the talent has been generated during the simulation, even if Su-young does not have it, he can choose to generate it. For example, the white talent is double happiness. Well, how many times will this talent be upgraded to a golden talent? To be honest, Su-young really wants to know. The most important thing is that Su-young now has some very good talents, and the level is not high. For example, the talent of good things come in pairs. Now it doubles the training speed. Now it is only a purple talent. If it is upgraded to a golden talent, it will definitely be far better than the current purple effect. It seems that such a one-click simulation is actually very good. After staying in the dimensional space for a while, Su-young returned to his bedroom. Then, he hugged the 2 and continued to sleep. When he woke up again, Hayasaka AI had already left. Haiming was still sleeping. Su-young did not disturb her, but got up and washed and walked out of the room. Hey, you didn't go to school today? After coming out, Su-young saw Shinomiya Kagaya at first sight. Today is a holiday. Shinomiya Kagaya lowered her head and answered, looking as if she didn't dare to look at Su-young. Am I so scary? Su-young was a little puzzled and wanted to ask, but as soon as he took a step forward, Shinomiya Kagaya was like a frightened little rabbit and took several steps back. I suddenly remembered that there was something, I went to take care of it. With that, Shinomiya Kagaya ran away in a panic. At this time, Hayasaka AI appeared. What happened to her? Su-young couldn't help but ask. Last night, the door was not closed tightly. Hayasaka AI's tone was full of resentment. God knows that when she met Shinomiya Kagaya before, she was asked by this innocent lady if she was beaten last night. There was also the question of whether the girl named Kitagawa Omi had been killed by Su-young. What was her expression at that time? What could she say? But seeing the young lady who wanted to call the police, she finally compromised. Just after giving a lesson to the innocent young lady, Su-young came out and happened to meet her. What do you think of this? Oh, so, it's okay. It's better to be mentally prepared in advance. Su-young shrugged his shoulders and looked like he didn't care at all, which made Hayasaka AI want to hit him. It must be said that Sui Ming's health is too bad. It's time to have lunch, but she is still asleep. Finally, Hayasaka AI forced her to start the camera, and then they had lunch together. 957. At the dinner table, Shirgong Teruyuruchi kept stealing glances at Kitagawa Omi, as if to determine what the other party was like, and kept muttering in his heart. It's too exaggerated. It's completely different from the small movies Hayasaka gave. Oh my god, what should I do? After lunch, Su Yang fell into a state of boredom. Umi went back. Her father was going home tonight, so she couldn't stay overnight. Hayasaka AI left after lunch because she had to deal with Su Yang's business group. She was supposed to go there early in the morning. But thanks to someone, she rested until the morning. Shinomiya Kagaya now faced Su Yang like a flood and a beast, so she didn't dare to face Su Yang alone and ran away with Hayasaka AI, saying that she was going to help Hayasaka AI. Hayasaka AI didn't even want to expose her. However, considering someone's situation, Zhao Chengnuan finally decided to take this young lady with him. If someone really couldn't help it, then this young lady's special bloodline ability would be wasted. The caring little maid has completely stood on Su Yang's side and considered everything. Shinomiya Kagaya? A tool for the master to become stronger. And a person who will share the suffering in the future. I asked Gojo Satoru on the phone, and it turned out that the demon director seemed to need 2 or 3 days to come back. This killed Su Yang's idea of finding Ryaman Sukuna to pass the time. Ryaman Sukuna, are you polite? Originally, Su Yang was thinking about using the transparent world to deal with the evil spirits and cursed spirits around him, but after this development, the surroundings were clean. Until he noticed the remaining cursed power of Gedo Xiao, Yang's eyes pierced. This tool person is really diligent. When he was bored, Su Yang could only enter the dimensional space to practice. In fact, it was just to adapt to the improved strength. Then, do some research on all your abilities. Not to mention, this research really found something. Su Yang found that he could mark the Flying Thunder God technique in the dimensional space, and this mark is equivalent to a spatial coordinate. But this does not mean that the location of the dimensional space will be exposed. In fact, the dimensional space does not have a specific location. Even if it is thousands of kilometers away from the real clone or even farther, Su Yang can open the dimensional space at the same time and enter it. After marking the dimensional space with the Flying Thunder God technique, Su Yang's Flying Thunder God technique can enter the dimensional space at any time. Although this is of no use to him. But it is different for his women. If something really happens, it is absolutely safe to be directly transmitted to the dimensional space through the Flying Thunder God technique, GAF. Well, let's go see AI once. I haven't seen her for several days. Su Yang took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Hoshino AI, asking her to find a quiet place, and he would go to find her. Soon, a message came back. AI, okay, wait for me for a minute. 1 minute later. AI, Yang, it's done. Su Yang's heart moved, and Flying Thunder God technique was activated directly. With a flash, Su Yang appeared in the next moment. 014211526 Feilu 121233051. Fitting room? Seeing that there was only a small space around, Su Yang was a little stunned. Hey Yang, is it exciting? AI has already entangled with him. He did a French style directly. Xingye AI was not surprised at Su Yang's sudden appearance. Even when Su Yang told him that he had extraordinary abilities, Xingye AI, who knew nothing about the extraordinary field, had no doubts at all. For Su Yang, she trusted him 100%. No matter how ridiculous the matter was, as long as it happened to Su Yang, Xingye AI could accept it. After a while, Su Yang let her go. Aren't you going out? Oh, I forgot, we're still at the concert. Hoshino AI suddenly remembered something and hurriedly began to take off her clothes. I'll help you. Su Yang's eyes lit up instantly, and he put his hands forward. Unexpectedly, Hoshino AI pushed him away and said angrily, No, if you help me, I really can't get out later. Get out first, I don't want to disappoint my lovely fans. Su Yang was pushed out by her. Outside the fitting room, Taijima Yoshiko was guarding respectfully and was not surprised at Su Yang's appearance. Hoshino AI had just said that Su Yang was coming. In fact, Yang had revealed some things before. Recently, because he was exposed to the extraordinary field, especially after the Hayasaka family took over the management, some special people in the Su Yang group were informed of some information about the extraordinary field. In terms of qualifications and abilities, Taijima Yoshiko is not even qualified for the third level in the business group created by Su Yang. Under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible to contact the extraordinary field news that only certain people in the first level can contact. However, as an agent, the service she brought to Hoshino AI was the most satisfactory to Hoshino AI, and the two even had a good personal relationship. Hoshino AI would think about many things, including life and even how to make Su Yang happy. Taijima Yoshiko asked for advice. Because of this, Taijima Yoshiko knew many things about this world that ordinary people didn't know, and she knew more about what kind of person Su Yang was. Sir. Taijima Yoshiko's tone became more respectful. Yes. Su Yang nodded and asked, AI, how long will this concert take? It's already the second half. Taijima Yoshiko respectfully said, Sir, do you need to let the lady end early? There are two idols singing with you, so it's okay to end early. No, I don't want to spoil AI's interest. Su Yang shook his head and walked out directly. Looking at Su Yang's leaving figure, Taijima Yoshiko raised her head, her eyes full of envy. Envy that Hoshino AI, an ordinary person, can be loved by such a big shot. If you don't know about the extraordinary realm, in Taijima Yoshiko's eyes, Hoshino AI is an extraordinary person. But now she understands that no matter how dazzling she is in the world of ordinary people, as long as she is an ordinary person, she is nothing in the extraordinary field. After leaving the dressing room, Su Yang entered the scene and planned to find a place to watch AI's concert. Aren't you? Who are you? Did you just come out of AI's dressing room? What do you want to do? 3 questions in a row made Su Yang silent. However, it was not these 3 questions that made Su Yang silent, but the girl in front of him. This is a beautiful girl with purple-silver hair and purple-silver pupils, and very dazzling car lights. Oh, to be precise, an elf. Yumiko? Su Yang exits consciously say the other person's name. You know my real name? Yushao Meijio frowned. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. It seems that my perception is correct. The slight spatial fluctuation just now came from you, right? Tell me the truth. Who are you? While speaking, Yushao Meijio stimulated the spiritual power in her body and was ready to attack Li Yang if he didn't answer honestly. So, this is one of the 2 idols who sang with him? Su Yang understood a little. But looking at the arrogant Yushao Meijio in front of him, he smiled and said, I shouldn't need to answer you, right? And, even if I came from AI, it has nothing to do with you, right? AI. The spiritual power emitted by Yushao Meijio instantly rioted. I don't allow you to call AI-chan like this. Sure enough, men are dirty. AI-chan is mine. Get out of here. No way. Su Yang was stunned for a moment. Because according to Miss Kwang-san, these elves are born. Then the question is, what is the situation of Yushao Meijio who is full of lily aura in front of him? You are a natural elf, and you have such powerful strength. Then there is no possibility of any cyberbullying and unspoken rules, so why do you still hate men so much and turn on the lily mode? Su Yang is a little bit confused. But the current situation does not allow for much thinking. Because Yushao Meijio has already attacked him. A spiritual power directly blasted over, and a trace of anger flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Although the powerful power of the elves was not used, it was just a simple spiritual power attack. But this attack can directly blow up a level 2 cursed spirit, which is completely a fatal move. Su Yang is naturally not worried about this attack, but the problem is that if he dodges, this attack will hit Hoshino AI who is rushing here. Kamui. Su Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and an unusual and special pattern appeared. It was a special pattern composed of a hexagram and a pentagram, with the hexagram on the outside and the pentagram on the inside, shining with a faint purple-gold light. The powerful spatial force came to this moment, directly crushing Yushao Meijio's attack and transmitting it to the dimensional space. This made the scene seem as if nothing had happened. In fact, Yushao Meijio reacted at the moment of attack and felt a little regretful. But when she saw the scene, she said, Huh. So that's how it is. You have some tricks. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Wait, who is arrogant? Su Yang couldn't help it. He flashed and approached Yushao Meijio, which made Yushao Meijio terrified. Stay away from me. Don't touch me. Su Yang naturally wouldn't listen to her and grabbed the other's hand directly. The next moment, the two disappeared instantly. At the same time, Hoshino AI, who had changed her clothes, came over. Hey, I just heard Tsukino-chan's voice. How come she is? Yushao Meijio is known as Tsukino-chan, and even Hoshino Aya doesn't know her real name. Well, the main reason is that the two have just met for a short time, less than 2 months. Although it was a bit strange, Hoshino AI rushed to the stage as soon as possible. In the dimensional space. What is this place? Seeing the sudden change of place, Yushao Meijio's face was so panicked that she forgot that her hand was still held by a man. This is my space. Su Yang chuckled, and Yushao Meijio finally reacted. Let me go. Seeing that she was held by a man, Yushao Meijio was extremely angry. Huh? Wait, why is there no rejection? Suddenly, Yushao Meijio thought of something and was a little surprised. But the next moment, she was only angry. Why should I let go? I'm going to catch you, what can I do? Su Yang laughed. Yushao Meijio was immediately furious, Pajun Diva. A huge organ with a keyboard of light was summoned by Yushao Meijio. Taking advantage of this moment, she found an opportunity to break free from Su Yang's hand. No way. You're going to use a big move now? Su Yang was speechless when he saw Yushao Meijio summon her angel. Rondo. Yushao Meijio didn't care about that. She attacked directly in anger and used all her strength. The terrifying sound waves rushed in instantly, destroying some things that Su Yang had placed in this metaspace. Hey, that's enough. If you keep thinking like this, I won't be able to keep up my energy. Su Yang easily dodged the sound wave attack and shouted to Yushao Meijio. But the other party couldn't listen at all and began to play on the keyboard of light with both hands. Waves of terrifying attacks swept in, like a tide, destroying everything. Su Yang was secretly surprised. Sure enough, the strength of the elves was outrageous. The power of this attack was so great that Gojo Satoru came and did not work well. Gojo Satoru, wait, how did I become a unit of combat power? Kamui. Su Yang's eyes once again glowed with purple gold light. At this moment, the entire dimensional space vibrated. The next moment, as if the space was still, those sound wave attacks were half frozen and solidified in midair. How is it possible? Yushao Meijio was shocked. It was the first time she saw someone who could stop her attack. But this did not make her surrender. Kamui's spirit suit, 9th Division. Yushao Meijio shouted in her heart, and the Kamui spirit suit appeared immediately. At this moment, she was the real 9th elf. Boom! The terrifying spirit power of the elves burst out from Yushao Meijio, and even directly destroyed the space that Su Yang had imprisoned with Kamui. 9. Feeling this huge spiritual power fluctuation, Su Yang was also secretly surprised. Whether it is the spirit power of the elves or the chakra of the ninjas, in fact, Su Yang thinks that they are all energy areas for internal cultivation. At this moment, Su Yang clearly felt the spiritual power fluctuations of Yui Miku, which was no less than that of the half-body Nine Tails. This can't go on. Otherwise, it will really be a fight to the death. What is this? Su Yang sighed in his heart, and Huawei started again. Hello. Su Yang passed through the terrifying attack of Yushao Meijio, and came to her under the other party's incredulous and stunned eyes. Yushao Meijio, you are too dangerous, I must seal you. Su Yang's face was serious, and he was so satisfied. I have long wanted to try Dazuzi's way of speaking. However, my treatment is much better. I am not facing a big fox, but a beautiful and lovely elf lady. Yushao Meijio had a question mark on her face, not that you suddenly said this. What does it mean? But the next moment, when she saw Su Yang's hand with a special light pressing towards her abdomen, she panicked. Although she didn't know what it was, she felt it was not a good thing. Can't let him succeed, otherwise something big will happen. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Yushao Meijio's mind, but when she just had this thought, Su Yang's hand had already pressed it up. Buzz. Yushao Meijio just felt her body tremble, her pupils shrank sharply, and she was shocked and terrified at the same time. Because at this moment, she felt her spiritual power disappear in an instant. No, it didn't disappear, but it was sealed in the body by some special power and could not be used. What kind of power is this? Yu Xiaomeijiu was shocked. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. This person actually sealed her spiritual power? Unbelievable. You know, she is an elf, and a very special elf. It is almost impossible to seal her spiritual power in a sense. But the person in front of her did it, which made Yu Xiaomeijiu very puzzled and confused. It was the first time she encountered such a thing. What did you do to me? After trying to circulate the spiritual power in her body to no avail, Yu Xiaomeijiu looked up and glared at each other. But soon, she found that something was wrong. Her spiritual outfit was gone. Elf? Haha, facing such a situation, our elf sister is no different from an ordinary beautiful girl. Hole scum. Facing Yu Xiaomeijiu's angry rebuke, Su-young looked like you have to blame yourself. This is not my fault. Who told you not to wear it? This is a spiritual outfit that needs spiritual power to maintain. You prevented me from using spiritual power, so I naturally can't maintain this spiritual outfit. You must have done it on purpose. Yu Xiaomeijiu was ashamed and angry. Didn't I have clothes before? What do you think a spiritual outfit is? How can ordinary clothes withstand it once it appears? Yu Xiaomeijiu became more and more angry as she thought about it. Unseal it quickly. You should have seen enough, right? No. How could you have seen enough? Su-young complained in his heart, but he also felt bad when he saw this situation. Forget it. If it goes on like this, I guess I'll go crazy. If I unseal it, you won't attack me again, right? No. Yu Xiaomeijiu answered without thinking. I can't beat you. There's no need to make trouble for yourself. Su-young thought about it, so he unsealed Yu Xiaomeijiu. In fact, when Su-yang sealed Yu Xiaomeijiu, he also realized that his sealing technique could only seal the opponent's spiritual power for 2 or 3 hours at most. He didn't really plan to do anything to her. Su-young originally thought so, but his thoughts changed completely the next moment. Go to hell. At the moment when the spiritual power was restored, Yu Xiaomeijiu made a move. Without showing any spiritual equipment, she directly burst out with terrifying spiritual power, attacking Su Yang's fatal point below, and the hatred under the sun was brilliant. Boom! The terrifying spiritual power penetrated Su Yang's lower body, but it was a pity that it just hit the air. Su-young entered the Kamui Hollow state. Even so, Su-young was frightened. Damn, so fierce? Although it was the Kamui Hollow state, Su-young was still a little psychologically traumatized. If it wasn't me, someone else would have beaten his entire lower body. It was too vicious. This was too cruel. With a snap, Su-young directly grabbed Yu Xiaomeijiu's hands, lifted them up, and slapped the seal again. Suddenly, Yu Xiaomeijiu felt the spiritual power in her body being sealed again. You, what do you want to do? Yu Xiaomeijiu was completely panicked. This made her extremely frightened, and the original thoughts of revenge and anger disappeared, leaving only fear. The spiritual power in her body was sealed again, and this time it seemed to be sealed more thoroughly. Yu Xiaomeijiu clearly felt that she could no longer mobilize any spiritual power. She even felt a little bit unconscious of the spiritual power. What do I want to do? Su-yang's eyes turned cold, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, it's a profound lesson for you. After a long time, Su-yang confirmed one thing. Elves are completely different from humans. In terms of physique alone, the physique of elves is not comparable to that of humans. It is not hard, which is not much different from ordinary humans. But when attacked, the attack that can kill humans cannot break the defense on the surface of the elf's body. Apart from that, it is no different from an elf girl and a human girl. At the same time, there is another point, that is, the body of the elf can be restored with the help of spiritual power. Even fatal injuries can be restored. General skin injuries can heal themselves in 1 or 2 breaths. Su-yang has seen it. And what's interesting is that Su-young unsealed the seal halfway, but Yui Mika did not resist, but just used spiritual power to recover, completely obeyed his orders, and obeyed everything. Very obedient, very submissive. To be honest, Su-young was also surprised. He didn't expect that Yu Xiaomeijiu, who had been slowly killing him before, would now obey him in everything? Well, at least when facing his orders, Wanjie seemed to obey subconsciously. This feeling was as if she was completely conquered. Although it was unexpected, it was a great thing for Su Yang. Let's go. The next moment, Su Yang took Wanjie out of the dimensional space. Sure enough, she really obeyed. Seeing that Wanjie did not run away after leaving the dimensional space, Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly. BB. After a while, the two met Hoshino AI, who jumped into Su Yang's arms immediately. Then he turned his head and complained to the honest Wanjie. Where did you go just now, Yukino-chan? I couldn't find anyone. Fortunately, I prepared 2 more dance troupes this time, otherwise it would be troublesome. Although it was a complaint, Hoshino AI was obviously not really angry with Wanjie. Sorry. Wanjie looked very unnatural. Hoshino AI's action was enough to show her relationship with Su Yang. When she thought of what happened with Su Yang just now, she didn't know how to face Hoshino AI for a while. She didn't know whether this apology was for the concert or for other things. It's okay anyway, the concert has ended successfully. Hoshino AI was very happy, because the concert was over, she had time to accompany her Yang. Then I'll leave first, I have something else to do. Wanjie said goodbye directly, she couldn't stay any longer. Because when she faced Hoshino AI, she had a strange feeling of cheating. Obviously, she wanted to be with the other party, but now she was doing that with a man. And the fatal man seemed to have a very close relationship with Hoshino AI. Recently, she heard that Hoshino AI was favored by a strong man in the extraordinary field. She once thought it was a rumor. Even if it wasn't a rumor, she didn't care. What a mess of strong men. AI-chan who set his eyes on her will only die. Now she figured it out. There was a strong man behind Hoshino AI, and he was a strong man who could defeat her and crush her army. What is this called now? I cheated on the man I fell in love with? At this moment, Wanjie was in great confusion and could only run away. Looking at Wanjie who was fleeing, Su Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. He could more or less guess what Wanjie was thinking. This made him feel funny. But you can't escape. He performed several Flying Thunder God spells on Wanjie, especially one of them was marked with something and something. It can be found at any time. Yang, is Jiang very beautiful? Hoshino AI suddenly came close and said such a word, which made Su Yang's face pause, and he immediately said seriously, no matter how beautiful you are not as good as my love. Yang, you're really the best. Hoshino AI hugged him, and while she was relieved, she seemed to be a thief who caught the fox's tail and was secretly happy. Yang, you smell like Yuno-chan. Su Yang. Bad news, I've been caught. Good news, I'm not angry, I seem happy. Neighboring world. The neighboring world is very large, but there are not many owners. A castle was built in a place full of flowers. After separating from Su Yang and Hoshino AI, Wanjie found an opportunity to return here. This is her real home. At this moment, Wanjie was in a very complicated state of mind. She hadn't reacted before, but now she finally came to her senses. Unlike other elves, Wanjie is naturally resistant to men, and even when men approach her, she will have a very uncomfortable reaction. Disgust, nausea. In general, she can't get close to men. In the real world outside, she covers her own surface with a layer of spiritual power to prevent the smell of men. Even in her eyes, men are dirty and will fight on the battlefield. Of course, Wanjie herself didn't think anything of this situation, and even thought it was right. But today's situation surprised her. When Su Yang grabbed her, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Even with the spiritual power to prevent it, she still felt uncomfortable when men approached her. She didn't have such a reaction when facing Su Yang. Even when her spiritual power was sealed and Su Yang really touched her, she not only didn't resist at all, she even had a faint desire. This was the real reason why she attacked Su Yang frantically. She was worried that Su Yang had done something to her that made her unable to resist. At the same time, this experience happened for the first time, making her a little overwhelmed. And at this time, he forcibly occupied her. Yuxiao Meijio was desperate at first, but what happened next was even more unexpected for her. Her body was responding, and at the same time, some special energy was added. There was even a kind of complete and incredible thought. Originally thought it was an illusion, but after returning to the neighboring world, Yuxiao Meijio carefully examined herself. Then, she found that her spiritual power seemed to have changed. As an elf, she always had an inexplicable sense of etherealness, especially when she entered the human world of the real world. But now it is gone. Even the spiritual power. Subconsciously transferring the spiritual power to her hands, Yuxiao Meijio clearly felt that her spiritual power had changed. It was as if she had evolved herself and her spiritual power had also evolved. The last time this feeling appeared was when she evolved from a pure elf to a human form. Hey, Meijio is really you. Why did your spiritual power change? Suddenly, a voice sounded, causing Yuxiao Meijio to subconsciously put away the spiritual calendar. Sister Kwang-san. Turning around, it was indeed Tokisaki Kwang-san. Although the two had also met in the human world in the past few years. But because they were born spirits, they felt very close when they met, as if they were sisters. Now the two communicate like sisters. As soon as Yuxiao Meijio came back, Tokisaki Kwang-san's clone who stayed here noticed something was wrong and notified the original body. Tokisaki Kwang-san came here. After all, she finally had a sister, and she didn't want anything to happen to her. 0. But this time she came back, she found that something was wrong. Yuxiao Meijio's breath changed. Meijio, what did you do? Tokisaki Kwang-san had a serious face, and at the same time, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Why do I feel that you have evolved? Incredible, the total amount of spiritual power has not changed, but it seems that some unknown changes have occurred, which seems to have been improved. My God, the strength of your spiritual power is almost catching up with me. Tokisaki Kwang-san had to be surprised, although there was no concept of time in the neighboring world. But Tokisaki Kurumi also knew that she was born much earlier than Yuyomi. Even in Tokisaki Kurumi's opinion, Yuyomi was not born long ago, and even her spirit body has not been completely stable. According to her speculation, even if Yuyomi tried her best to practice, it would take at least 10 years for her spirit body to be completely stable. Why did Yuyomi become an idol? First, she became an idol first. Second, she could use the emotions of love, admiration, madness, etc. that humans have for her to speed up the stabilization of her spirit body. But it shouldn't be that fast. Meijio's face looked a little strange. What happened? Tell me clearly. Realizing that the matter was not simple, Tokisaki Kurumi looked at Yuyomi with a serious face. Nothing happened, really. Yuyomi, who originally wanted to fool around, finally confessed honestly when she saw Tokisaki Kurumi's serious expression as if she was about to tell the truth. After a while, Tokisaki Kurumi felt complicated and her face was full of disbelief. So, you just confessed yourself without even knowing the other person's name? Tokisaki Kurumi looked at Yuyomi strangely. It's not that I don't know, Ai-chan called him young. Yuxiao Mika muttered in a low voice. What is this? Tokisaki Kurumi was a little mad. She knew her sister's interest very well. If I wasn't her sister, I would probably be targeted by her. But what is the situation now? She was taken by force by a man? And this is not the point. The point is that Yuxiao Mika seems to be in very good condition now. Okay, this is simply too good, which surprised Tokisaki Kurumi. Normally, once elves like them are infected by other auras or powers, it will have a great impact. For example, what happened to Yuxiao Mika might cause her to degenerate. Don't think she is exaggerating, this is all true. The reason why elves like them are so special is that they are born with possessing strong strength all comes from one's own purity. Apart from other things, if one's own body is not pure and the spiritual power is not pure enough, then even the spiritual outfit cannot be released. Going further will have a serious impact on their angels. Therefore, Tokisaki Kwang-san felt very incredible about what happened to Yuyomi Mika. However, Kwang-san always felt that it was Yuyomi Mika who was asking for death. Why did you attack that guy for no reason? Just from Yuyo Mika's words, Tokasaki Kwangsan knew who was the one who was cruel to her sister. After all, according to her investigation and understanding, there is only one person in the world who can make Hoshino AI treat him like that. That is her good netizen Su Yang. If it were someone else, Tokasaki Kwangsan would make the other party pay enough for whatever he said. But Su Yang's words. The first thought that came to Tokasaki Kwangsan's mind was not to make Su Yang pay the price, but... So, the reason why the clone who monitored Su Yang these 2 days was so restless was not because there was any problem, but because Su Yang really had something attractive to me? No, it should be something that attracts elves. Tokasaki Kwangsan, who came to this conclusion, was also shocked. This is simply outrageous. Fit. Looking at Yushao Meijio, who looked dazed, Tokasaki Kwangsan frowned slightly. If it is not the case, it is a bit unreasonable. In the following time, Tokasaki Kwangsan conducted a reliable examination of Yushao Meijio. In the end, she came to an amazing conclusion. That is, today's experience saved Yushao Meijio 10 years of training time. It's incredible. What's even more outrageous is that Tokasaki Kwangsan felt that Yushao Meijio's body was evolving, and this evolutionary route was a route she had not studied for so many years. Having been born for many years and possessing a special clone ability, Tokasaki Kurumi naturally conducted a lot of research on herself, looking forward to finding a route that allows her to evolve into the most perfect elf. To do this, she needs a lot of time value. This is also the reason why she looks for cursed spirits and demons in the human world to kill, because these special species have a long lifespan and can squeeze out a lot of time value. With enough time value, she can use her clone to find the most suitable perfect evolutionary route for her. So far, she has found 7 or 8 evolutionary routes that she thinks are most suitable. As long as a period of time passes, she can choose one of them as her previous evolutionary direction. However, at this moment, feeling the state of Yushao Meijio, Tokasaki Kurumi had an absurd idea in his mind. The evolutionary routes that he had spent so many years and so much effort to create were not as good as the ones that others enjoyed by lying flat for 1 or 2 hours. 303. No, this is no longer simply excellent. Tokasaki Kurumi even clearly felt that Yushao Meijio's evolutionary direction at this moment was the best evolutionary route for their elves. Shopping, eating, watching movies. It was a very ordinary couple process, but Hoshino AI was very happy and joyful every time. She was too easy to satisfy. This made Su Yang think that he would take more time to accompany her in the future. Soon, he entered the final process. The early morning passed, and the new simulation times were refreshed. Su Yang chose to ignore it. Very busy, no time. It was not until more than an hour later that Hoshino AI could not bear it and fell asleep, and Su Yang let her go. But Su Yang did not simulate it immediately, but took a breath with his head on his pillow. You have been watching for so long and you won't come out? There was no movement, and the room was quiet. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Hee, don't pretend. Which of the 4 Uranus is here? Su Yang, shut up. Don't mention that name to me again. The shadow in the shadow instantly lengthened, and Tokasaki Kurumi walked out a little angrily. Why is it the real body? Su Yang was surprised. After bullying Yuyomi today, Su Yang thought that Tokasaki Kurumi would come. Because when he was shopping with Hoshino AI, he suddenly remembered that Tokasaki Kurumi said that she had only met 2 sisters, one of whom was an idol. Isn't this Yuyomi Miku? Therefore, Su Yang thought that Tokasaki Kurumi would most likely come to him. But Su Yang didn't expect that when she came to him, he and AI were busy. But what made Su Yang even more speechless was that Tokasaki Kurumi actually secretly peeped. Suddenly, Su Yang knew that the person who came was not Tokasaki Kurumi's real body, most likely an unreliable clone. For Uranus is the most suspicious. But Su Yang didn't care, just watch. Of course, this is Tokasaki Kurumi. If it were someone else, Su Yang would have beaten him to death before he even got close. After all, sooner or later, he would have to join in, so he should be mentally prepared in advance. But, oh my god, it's the real body. I thought it was a clone, but it turned out to be you. Su-young said in a shocking tone. I didn't expect you, Tokasaki Kurumi, to be such a person. No, I said if you want to join, you can come out directly. AI will definitely not refuse. Yes. This matter, Hoshino AI will definitely not refuse. As for him, Su-yang. In this regard, the word rejection does not exist in his dictionary at all. Get out of here. Tokasaki Kurumi didn't react at first, but soon understood what Su-young meant and was a little embarrassed. In fact, she really peeped. But the problem is that she didn't peek that kind of thing, but she noticed it as soon as she got here. This time, Su-yang's breath was a little wrong. It was very attractive, and she had an unspeakable desire in her heart. This made Tokasaki Kurumi unbelievable in her heart. Of course, she didn't desire what was happening, but an instinctive desire, which belonged to the desire for evolution. This puzzled Tokasaki Kurumi, and she started to study it immediately. Then, this happened unconsciously. When she finally woke up, she found that she had been discovered. Of course, it was impossible to say such words. She could only change the subject. Do you believe that I will drain your time value? Tokasaki Kurumi threatened. She meant to drain Su-yang's time value. This would kill people. Su-young naturally understood, but listen carefully. Who would not misunderstand this? Drain my time value? Su-young looked contemptuous. It's not that I underestimate you. You alone are not enough. Well, if you have a perfect body, you don't know how long your lifespan is, would you be afraid of Tokasaki Kurumi draining his time value? Tokasaki Kurumi knew that she had done something stupid again, but she let it go at this time. Su-young, you're so confident? Then what about this? As soon as the voice fell, from the shadow space under her feet, one after another mad master appeared. What did you just say, Su-young-jun? He actually said that we can't drain his time value? Wow, Su-yang, you're so strong. You dare to challenge us alone? Let's make it clear that I will go first. I don't believe that I can't drain his time value. Although Su-young has a long life and a lot of time value, he really can't withstand our time value. Lose. Yes, you admit defeat. Su-young-jun, I tell you that time value is very painful. Looking at the room full of Miss Kwang-san one after another, Su-young felt a little guilty. Come on, be serious. I came to talk to you about Mika. Tokasaki Kwang-san snorted coldly. Mika? Oh, Yusio Miku. You can't blame me for this. Su-young shrugged and could only say that Miku deserved it. This really can't be blamed on him. Who knows what Yusio Miku is thinking? How dare she attack him? Tokasaki Kwang-san was silent. How thick-skinned is this man? But there is no way to refute it. After learning about the incident from Yusio Miku, Tokasaki Kurumi also felt that Mika had it all to herself. Let alone others, if it was Tokasaki Kurumi, Mika would have been drained of her time value long ago. Su-young didn't kill Miku, this is all. Thanks to her own beauty? For no reason, Tokasaki Kurumi had such a thought in her mind, and Su-young just said it himself, a lifetime? Good guy, Mika can't escape. Wait, if that's the case. At this moment, Tokasaki Kurumi had countless thoughts in her mind, and finally a certain thought suddenly exploded and shone. I want to ask you something. Tokasaki Kwang-san looked at Su-young strangely. Am I also the target? Isn't it obvious enough? Su-yang raised his eyebrows, then directly lifted the quilt and walked over. Nothing. Shameless? Scumbag? Exhibitionist? This is just the reaction of an innocent girl. Although our sister Kwang-san is also pure in some aspects. But she is bold. Tokasaki Kwang-san chuckled. Although she didn't divert her gaze, she was still a little flustered. Why is it on such a scale? Incredible. It's okay for Mika to hold on, but that Hoshino AI is just an ordinary person. She still stepped back. If she doesn't step back, she will run into him. Tokasaki Kwang-san is sure that if she is run into by this man, the other party will definitely not be polite. She will definitely be eaten up. Although she doesn't reject Su-young very much, her body even instinctively desires Su-yang and wants to evolve. But she really didn't want to be like Mijio, who just gave herself up in a muddle. Taking a deep breath, Tokasaki Kwang-san wanted to suppress her wild thoughts and say something to Su-young solemnly. But this breath was full of a certain smell after the incident, which almost choked her. "Follow me." Staring at Su Yang fiercely, Tokasaki Kwangsan turned and disappeared into the shadow space. "Tisk, is this possible?" Tokasaki Kwangsan's reaction surprised Su Yang. He was originally prepared for Miss Kwangsan to get angry and go crazy. Even Hoshino AI, who was sleeping behind him, was sent into the dimensional space by him with the bed. Now it seems that there's a chance? Pulling up his clothes, Su Yang directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Su Yang instantly appeared on the top of the building outside, next to Miss Tokasaki Kwangsan. Seeing Su Yang suddenly appear, Tokasaki Kwangsan was silent for a moment, looking at Su Yang with a faint look. "When did you do this to me?" The way Su Yang appeared was too wrong. It was obvious that he had done something to her, and he had directly located her and teleported her through space. "What do you mean by hand and foot? That's too ugly. I clearly gave you protection measures," Su Yang said shamelessly. Tokasaki Kurumi looked at Su Yang deeply, and she seemed to have adapted to it now. "Well, it's nothing." When they were communicating online, Su Yang was like this. This was no different from the Su Yang that Tokasaki Kurumi knew at first. At most, his identity changed from a mere cartoonist to an unimaginable strong man. "So you also made such a space mark on Miku?" Tokasaki Kurumi seemed to have thought of something. "I said it's not a mark, it's a protection measure." Su Yang was stubborn once, then nodded and said frankly, "That's right." "So, can you feel the location of this mark at any time?" Tokasaki Kurumi's eyes looked a little different. "Can you feel this mark on Miku now?" "Of course you can." Su Yang looked a little proud. "Heh, that little woman thought that I couldn't feel her because she used the elves' means to cover up all aspects of her body. Unfortunately, my Flying Thunder God technique is not in vain." Flying Thunder God technique? This man really regards his ability as a subject for drawing comics? Isn't he afraid of being exposed and targeted? Tokasaki Kurumi couldn't complain about what Su Yang's brain circuit was. Of course, Su Yang couldn't tell her that Hokage was originally a picture, but he could simulate it and then gain the ability from it. "Then can you teleport to Miku now?" There was also a strange flash in Tokasaki Kurumi's eyes, but Su Yang didn't see it, but nodded as a matter of course. "Of course, as long as I can sense the Flying Thunder God spell, I can teleport over." "Oh, then you can try it now." Tokasaki Kurumi smiled lightly. "TSK, don't believe it?" Su Yang was interested. "Then I'll bring Mika here and let you see it." As soon as the voice fell, Su Yang's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Tokasaki Kurumi stared at the spot, and after a moment, she looked stunned. "He really went in? This is..." Feeling the unimaginable natural energy around him, Su Yang's pupils shrank, and he had an extra guess in his mind. Why are you here?" Yusio Mika saw Su Yang the first time, and soon she seemed to have discovered something. "Wait, this is the neighboring world. How could you get in? Are you also an elf?" Yushao Meijio said something shocking. "I am an elf." Su Yang was a little speechless, but he also confirmed his guess. This is actually the neighboring world. This world belongs to the special elf race like Tokasaki Kurumi and Yushao Meijio. So, it was not that Yushao Meijio discovered the Flying Thunder God spell that he left on her, but because she entered the neighboring world, which made him feel as if he was covered by some ability. It seems that you, a man, not only defiled the pure elves, but also the world we were born in." Tokasaki Kurumi appeared beside the two of them, looking at Su Yang in amazement. His eyes swept back and forth, with a face full of suspicion. "I have some doubts now. You should be the descendant of the elves and humans in the neighboring world." "Huh? You are a mixed blood." Yushao Meijio said something shocking. "You think too much." Su Yang waved his hand. "This is impossible. I have nothing to do with elves." "Oh, that's not right." Su Yang seemed to remember something. His eyes fell on Yushao Meijio, and then moved to Tokasaki Kurumi. "There is still a relationship 4.4. My woman is an elf." Yushao Meijio's face flushed instantly. Tokasaki Kurumi suppressed the thought of attacking in her heart. This man really set his sights on her. And he showed his ambition so unscrupulously? But why was he able to enter the neighboring world? Tokasaki Kurumi was she had tried many times. She brought humans, cursed spirits, ghosts, and even some demons into her shadow realm, and then brought them into the neighboring realm. But whether it was humans or anything else, they would be expelled immediately. Even those races similar to their elves could not stay in the neighboring realm for 3 minutes and then be expelled. This made her understand that the neighboring realm belonged to their elves. But now this cognition was broken by the man in front of her. What means did you use to make the neighboring realm recognize you and not expel you? Tokisaki Kurumi looked at Su-yang deeply. Means? I didn't use any means. I guess the neighboring realm must have liked me and let me stay. Su-yang looked like this was the fact. But he was thinking about another thing in his heart. Could it be because of my perfect body? Or maybe it was the sage art I practiced. Su-yang's heart moved slightly. The natural energy here was too rich. Almost any breath was equivalent to the results of absorbing 1 or 2 hours of sage art in the outside world. Exaggerated beyond belief. Practicing sage art here is not just twice the result with half the effort. It can be more than 10 times, 20 times, or even more times the result with half the effort. At the same time, Su-yang also discovered that he might be able to use this environment to truly perfect his sage art to the most perfect and strongest sage art. Even Su-yang began to vaguely feel that his perfect body seemed to be more active here. What? Are you saying that Miku evolved because of me? Su-yang looked at Tokisaki Kurumi in disbelief, and then looked back at Yuseo Miko. Yuseo Miko lowered her head in embarrassment. Although I also think it's outrageous, but that's the fact. Tokisaki Kurumi rubbed her head and had a headache. She wanted to figure out what was going on. Su-yang was also very surprised, and he was sure now. Because it was her perfect body plus sage art that made her not rejected by the neighboring world. He also understood what Tokisaki Kurumi meant. It was that Yuseo Miku was suspected to have embarked on the most accurate evolutionary path of the elves, and then she got anxious. TSK, she wrapped herself up before her sister did. No, this is several steps ahead. Because Yuseo Miku's age is roughly the same as her appearance, sincerity is as big as love. As for Tokisaki Kurumi, if the other party was not an elf, Su-yang would have called her an old aunt. Of course, this old aunt is a little unusual. Why do I feel like you are thinking something bad? Tokisaki Kwangsan suddenly frowned. Do you know what's going on? Don't you really plan to tell me that Mijio evolved in that way? Why not? Su-yang looked confident. I'm not an ordinary person. You elves are not as good as me in terms of special physique. Hee, do you think I will believe it? Kwangsan sneered, with contempt in her eyes. But the traitor appeared. I believe it. Miss Mijio raised her hand high. Kwangsan cast a death gaze, which immediately made Miss Mijio shrink. But she still whispered, Sister Kwangsan, this is true, I remember it now. At that time, I felt that there was a power deep in Youngjun's body that made me. The power that makes me desire. God knows how much courage Miss Mijio used to say this. This made Su-yang look at Kwangsan very proudly. At this time, Tokisaki Kurumi fell silent, because she knew that Mijio was not talking nonsense. Even she, now deep in her heart, was eager to get Su-yang in front of her. To be precise, it was to get some special energy from the 26th party's body to promote her perfection. Let me check it. Kwang Sanin couldn't help it, and a pair of small hands reached out and directly touched Su-yang's body. At the moment of contact, Tokisaki Kurumi immediately understood. As she guessed, Su-yang's body was covered with some power, making his breath become the same as that of ordinary people. Well, this is Su-yang's unique special sealing technique. Obviously, it can cover up his breath so that others can't detect it. And at this time, Su-yang suddenly removed the sealing technique. *X. Tokisaki Kurumi's heart trembled, and she almost lost control. It was okay with the seal, but now without the seal, the strong feeling of attracting her became stronger, which made her body's instinctive desire for evolution even crazier. But she still held back. Such an influence is too terrifying. Although there is an influence, Tokisaki Kurumi still found that Su-yang's physique seems to be a very special physique. But how special it is, she can't say. If you have to describe it, there is only one word. Perfect. This is the only feeling in Kurumi's heart at this moment. How could such a physique appear? This is definitely not the physique of humans. Although there is some suspicion of self-praise, Tokasaki Kurumi can be sure that the physique of elves like them is much stronger than that of humans. The most obvious point is that they have a very long lifespan. So long that Tokasaki Kurumi has a feeling that if they continue to live in the neighboring world, they may live until the end of time. Tokasaki Kurumi has also studied those immortal demons. The physique is very strong, and it is very outstanding on the road of evolution. Especially those powerful demons. Or it should be said that all living things have the ability to evolve. Even humans. As long as the strength is improved and the physique changes, it can evolve. It's just the degree of evolution. She, Tokasaki Kurumi, is working towards one direction in order to evolve into the most perfect elf. Before this, she didn't have a specific direction, just going step by step. But now she has. Because she is sure that Su Yang in front of her is the most perfect destination. The only difference is that Su Yang only has a perfect physique, and he doesn't seem to have reached the same level of strength. This is like a true god who is still young and growing. Soon the three began to study. During this period, Su Yang left twice. One was to try the success of the Flying Thunder God technique he left in the neighboring world. The other was to put Hoshino AI back to the original room. The results surprised Su Yang. It is not known whether it is because the Flying Thunder God technique is marked in the neighboring world, or whether the neighboring world really recognizes him. Anyway, Su Yang found that the chakra consumed by entering the neighboring world again with the Flying Thunder God technique is only 3% of the original. The first time he entered the neighboring world with the Flying Thunder God technique on Yui Miku, Su Yang acted very relaxed. But in fact, he consumed a huge amount of chakra. At least the amount of a one-tail. But the second time, it was only equivalent to the chakra consumed by a Flying Thunder God technique transmission of 50 to 60 kilometers. This chakra is negligible for Su Yang. Not only Flying Thunder God technique, Su Yang found that he could also use Kamui to directly enter the neighboring world. I just don't know if I can bring people in. Su Yang plans to find time to try it. The human world outside. Antique coffee shop. Yes, it is the coffee shop opened by the ghoul. Miko is here again. And she was not alone. She was also accompanied by Sharon Hui, Tuanzi, Miura Yumiko, and Haiming. This time, it was not Jianzi who initiated it, but Shinrin Hui. Jianzi just thought that the antique coffee shop was a relatively quiet place, so she proposed it, and several people appeared here. The 5-person roundtable meeting began. No, this is a trial meeting. At first, Haiming didn't know that she was the protagonist this time. She just thought she was drinking coffee with them. After all, such things have happened once or twice among the 5 of them. However, after talking and chatting for a while, Shinrin Hui showed his true colors. Kitagawa-san, I heard that you stayed at Su Yangjuan's house recently? As expected of Shinrin Hui, he was a killer at the first move. Our classmate Haiming was dumbfounded. No, isn't it always the most delicious annual ring cake? How did it rise to such a high-end topic as staying overnight? I must be hallucinating? But the 4 people's eyes were not right. Hui-chan's indifference. Yumiko's unbelievable anger. Tenko's shock. Jizi, you stayed overnight too? Wait, is there someone different sneaking in? Before Haiming could think about it, Yumiko asked, Haiming, how could you do this? You are too shameless. After all, she is a cute, beautiful high school girl. What kind of swear words do you expect her to say? The word shameless has actually reached the limit in Yumiko's eyes. DJB, X carat. Haiming planned to find an excuse to slip away, insisting that she couldn't stay any longer. Although no one wanted to kill her, the 4 people's eyes were more painful than killing her. Don't think about running away, I know your home address. Saint Hui made the second ultimate move, and it seemed that he had no intention of letting Haiming go. Oh my god. I would not have come if I had known. Haiming wanted to cry, but she had no tears. It was enjoyable, but she did not want the suffering in front of her at all. Jianzi, by the way, Jianzi often goes to Yang Jun's house. Haiming seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Huh? Jianzi, who was watching the show, froze instantly. Seeing the three murderous eyes, Jianzi subconsciously said, I just went to work, and I am still a virgin. Is this considered self-destruction? The three people were silent immediately. Hai Ming finally determined what the concept of traitor was. But Saint Hui reacted immediately, and his eyes fell on Hai Ming. So you are no longer a virgin? Ming, how can I answer this? Hai Ming wanted to cry, but she had no tears and felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. If she had known, she would not have dragged Jianzi into the water. This is simply courting disaster. She didn't know what to say anymore. Suddenly, at this moment, the doorbell of the coffee shop rang and Yui came in. None of the five people paid attention until two voices came. Hai Ming, why are you here? Hey, Kato, Yugahama, Miura, and Jianzi, you are all here. Hai Ming subconsciously looked up and saw the two people who suddenly appeared, and her originally gloomy face instantly brightened. Kagaya Hayasaka. Savior. The real savior. Seeing these two people, Hai Ming was so excited that she almost cried. That's right, the people who came were Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai. The first sentence before was said by Hayasaka Ai, followed by Shinomiya Kaya. The arrival of the two women made the faces of the other four people change slightly, but Jianzi did not change much. Because she had seen the two women in Su Yang's villa, she was familiar with them. Especially knowing that Jianzi had eyes that could see special beings, both Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka Ai were very curious about her. More. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Hayashi Ai cast an inquiring look at Hai Ming. This. After hesitating for a while, Hai Ming finally pulled Hayashi Ai and whispered something in her ear. Oh, that's it. Shura Field? Heh, as expected of the master's scumbag, this level of fickleness is extraordinary. Hayasaka Ai smiled coldly in her heart, then swept her eyes around, and then suddenly discovered something, and finally her eyes fell on Kato Megumi. She asked hesitantly, this classmate you are? Kato Megumi, Hayashi is Su Yang's deskmate. Shinomiya Kagaya answered quickly. That's it. Hayashi Ai nodded. So, you are also from that side? People from that side? Kato Megumi's face did not change at all, but her heart moved slightly. However, she unexpectedly looked at Yoruchi Shinomiya, and her tone was very curious. Shinomiya classmate too? To be honest, it's the first time that someone can find me so quickly. You know, at that time, only Su Yongjun in the whole school could communicate with me normally. Is that so? I can barely be considered as one. Shinomiya Kagaya was a little surprised, and couldn't help but look at Hayasaka Ai. Seeing that she nodded, she looked at Kato Megumi. Is this your ability? I think so. In the eyes of others, I have a very weak sense of existence. Perhaps the two of them misunderstood something, but Kato Megumi did not explain. Then I didn't feel anything, but in my opinion, Kato classmate's sense of existence is not weak at all. I saw a little bit like you when I was outside just now, so I came in to take a look. It's you, Shinomiya Kagaya said. What are you talking about? A certain pink dumpling finally couldn't help it. What else can I say? Of course. Shinomiya Kagaya subconsciously opened her mouth to speak, but was stopped by Hayasaka Ai. Miss Kagaya, they are just ordinary people. After that, she looked up at Tuanzi and Yumiko and said, I roughly know what this is about. First of all, I can tell you my identity. My name is Hayasaka Ai, and I am the maid of Master Su Yang. A real maid, not a cos like Hai Ming. Maid? Tuanzi and Yumiko were surprised, but Jayagui secretly paid attention to the expressions of Jianzi and Hai Ming. Seeing that the expressions of the two women did not change, it meant that they knew. No way, in this era, there are still maids? Tuanzi said in a low voice. Yumiko also frowned. So, what you mean is that Su Yongjun was born in an ancient family? No, you haven't understood what I mean yet. Hayasaka Ai shook her head slightly, then pointed at the shrinking Hai Ming and said, I spent the night before yesterday with her and Master Su Yang. Do you understand what I mean? Even though Xingren we had a strong psychological quality, he couldn't hold back at this moment, and the 540 coffee in his hand almost spilled. You. Tansy couldn't speak anymore, and Yumiko's face turned slightly pale, as if she couldn't accept this reality. You two are just ordinary people, so I'm being direct, but what I want to say is that if you are not mentally prepared for this, you'd better give up some thoughts while you can. Hayasaka AI's tone was very heartless. However, this is what a maid should do. Solve all the little troubles for the master. You all already know the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family next to me, but in fact, I tell you, she is not even qualified to be the maid of Master Suyang. Hayasaka AI continued coldly. How can you say that, Hayasaka? Hehe, are you sure you can be the maid of Master Suyang? Facing the complaint of this eldest daughter, Hayasaka AI just said one sentence to make her quiet down. Maid? How is it possible? I can't do it either. Shinomiya Kagaya complained in her heart. Hayasaka AI's continuous attacks made Jianzi and Yumiko a little bit overwhelmed. This made Hayasaka AI shake her head. Just this degree, you can't accept it. With these 10 points, she is completely unqualified to stay with Master Suyang. Don't blame me for exaggerating, because Master Suyang's world is more special than you think. If you don't have this determination, you can't set foot in it. After speaking, Hayasaka AI stood up and bowed slightly to Kato Megumi. Let's go. Shinomiya Kagaya and Haimang stood up. Jianzi didn't move. Hayasaka AI looked back at her. Jianzi, let's go. Oh. Jianzi stood up subconsciously. Although it was a little early today, it wouldn't matter if she went there now. The three women who stayed behind were silent for a long time. I won't give up. Yumiko stood up angrily and turned away. Me too. Jianzi seemed to be cheering herself up, but she didn't have enough energy. Sharon still sat steadily and even drank coffee. Is that the person over there? After finishing the coffee, Sharon said silently. At the same time, there were some guesses in his heart. Combined with Shinomiya Kagaya's reaction and Hayasaka AI's words, it was mainly the action of Hayasaka AI when she left. It seemed that she was given a certain respect because she was extra special. Even the maid who was treated like that by the eldest lady of the Shinomiya family was given a certain respect. This is obviously not in line with common sense. But it's not common sense. Sharon muttered to himself and then took out his mobile phone. After sending a message, Sharon suddenly found that the tabletop that was full of coffee cups before was now clean. Seeing this, she laughed instead, feeling extremely relaxed. Hehe, I'm not an ordinary person. As soon as the voice fell, Sharon left. Even the SSS-level ghoul Yoshimura Kausen didn't notice her departure, or he didn't even notice that the girl named Kato had come to his coffee shop. Neighboring world. Suyang and Kwang-san are studying the perfect elf evolution route in their mouths. For this reason, Suyang took out the sage art. What he didn't expect was that when facing the sage art, Kwang-san was very shocked because it was very similar to the way she absorbed the spiritual power of the neighboring world. After some research, she was even more certain. The elves were born in a cultivation method similar to sage art. However, this is not man-made, but a natural phenomenon of the neighboring world. Even the state of the elves is actually equivalent to being in sage mode all the time. Suyang seemed to see the trend of the strongest and most perfect sage art. After making this point, Kwang-san was more excited than Suyang. Because in her opinion, this might be her chance to evolve into a perfect posture. For this reason, Kwang-san was crazy. Really crazy. Suyang saw countless Kwang-sans, who began to walk out of the shadow space continuously, and then practiced according to the sage art given by Suyang. It was not really practice, but some kind of modification. In Kwang-san's opinion, Suyang's sage art was not perfect, and there was still a lot of room for modification and improvement. Li Yang naturally approved of this. After all, he in the simulation had only studied for a few years and created this sage art based on the sage art of the three holy places. The self in the simulation was still continuing to improve. However, Kwang-san's way of improvement shocked Suyang. Because she was completely using a large number of clones to try and error, directly using the 3 bullets and the 4 bullets to shoot back and forth. Let all the clones start to practice sage art and use the 3 bullets to accelerate. If there is a problem, use the 4 bullets to reverse and eliminate the side effects. In this case, the improvement of sage art is simply increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after more than 10 hours of madness, Kwang Sen finally stopped. It's not that sage art has been perfected, but that she doesn't have much time value. 90% of the time value has been consumed. God knows how huge this time value is. Too much time value has been consumed this time. I have to find time to recover. Bringing all the clones back to the shadow space, Kwang Sen shook her head slightly, with a trace of regret in her eyes. Because it is not yet completely perfect. You call it not completely perfect? After getting the sage art, which was already the version of sage art, Su-young looked at Kwang Sen in a strange way. Don't look at me like that. Although this sage art is much more perfect than the crude version you gave it at the beginning, it is still not good enough. As soon as Su-young looked at her, Kwang Sen understood what he meant. This is not good enough. How perfect do you want to be? Su-young looked at Kwang Sen speechlessly. Of course, it can evolve into a body like yours. Kwang Sen's eyes were hot. This so-called sage art should be what you developed according to your physical condition, right? Although it is so crude, I found that although its starting point is low, its end point is extremely high, which is exactly the state like you. Su-young was silent. What could he say? Can he say that he didn't know at all? That's not right. When he brought out the experience of practicing ninjutsu before, he seemed to have some memories of the perfection of sage art. It seems that the self in the simulation was unable to practice sage art at the beginning, as there were too many side effects, but in the end he managed to survive with his perfect body. After obtaining the sage art of the 3 holy places, the creation of sage art was based on his perfect body and combined with the sage art of the 3 holy places. This is exactly what Kwang Sen said. As for the simplicity mentioned by Kwang Sen, firstly, it is because his perfect body is strong, so sage art can already let him enter sage mode. This is almost there, so it is not completely perfect. Secondly, it is because there is not enough time. It is not that the self in the simulation really did not continue to improve sage art, but died too quickly. How long has it been since the creation of sage art, and it was killed by the old coin of Sage of 6 Paths? Of course, even if the self in the simulation is given enough time, it is impossible to perfect sage art to this point. Because the current sage art has completely changed, which can be reflected from the information on his personal attribute interface. Many World Simulator. Host, Su-yang. Profession, Ninja, Demon Slayer. Talents, Perfect Body, Special, Inspiration, Red, Reward Boost, Orange, Combat Power Amplification, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulated Target, Orange, Good Things Come in Pairs, Purple, Real Clone, Blue. Skills, Sage Art, Dimensional Space, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Ninjutsu, Chakra, LV43. Simulation Points, 2, 375, 000. Number of simulations, 1 once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. Not only did it become independent from the skill of ninjutsu, forming a separate skill, and the name was changed to Sage Art. It can be seen that Kwang Sen's operation saved Su-young a lot of detours. From just a rough outline of the purpose, it has now become a very complete skyscraper after Kwang Sen's efforts. Not only is the appearance very perfect, but the interior has also been built very completely. The rest are just some minor issues around the edges and the final decoration. It's not that the rest is unimportant, but that Kwang Sen is too amazing, and she is paid the most. Then leave the rest to me. Thinking of this, Su-young turned to look at Kwang Sen. I will try it first, and use my body to make the final improvement. Okay, in fact, now the whole is constructed, you should not have any problems practicing, but it can make this sage art more perfect. Kwang Sen's eyes lit up, but then he thought of something and hurriedly added. Don't rush to practice, try it first, and I will correct it if there is a problem. Don't worry, I know it. Su-young nodded, and after leaving a word, he directly entered Miku's room with a Flying Thunder God technique. Oh, but I'm not satisfied with the name Sage Art, so let's call it Elf Sage Art. Elf Sage Art. Kwang Sen was slightly stunned, but then smiled. You are worthy of me. You always want to tease me. Although I know you are doing this on purpose, but I have to say I am moved. Kwang-san didn't say this, but just chuckled in her heart. In fact, she has already noticed that Yang has a natural and fatal attraction to elves like them. Of course, with Kwang-san's will and strength, it is completely possible to resist. For example, temporarily accumulate all her emotional desires into a clone, and then suppress the clone. In this way, she will not be moved when she comes into contact with Su-yang. But why did she do this? She, Tokisaki Kurumi, is a free spirit of time. It's her nature. Since her nature makes her fall in love with this man, why should she stop it? Besides, this man's nature is as bad as hers. He does whatever he wants and doesn't hide his heart at all. This is exactly what she wants. It has been like this since the beginning. Do you really think anyone is worthy of being her online friend of Tokisaki Kurumi? So here comes the question. Who is the prey? High-end hunters often appear as prey? Mika's room. The reason why Su-yang appeared here is that he planned to conduct a simulation. The number of simulations today has been refreshed a long time ago, and it is already the second night. If you don't simulate now, the new number will be overwritten in the early morning of a few hours later. So, Su-yang will simulate directly now. This time, he still chose to enter the Hokage Ninja World simulation. In fact, Su-yang can now conduct the third simulation world. But Su-yang did not enter the third simulation world because Su-yang planned to consume simulation points to randomly enter a world with advanced power system, and now Hokage has not yet fully explored it. It's not too urgent. The world is confirmed. Enter the Hokage Ninja world for simulation. This simulation will definitely get a red talent, and there is a certain probability of generating a gold talent by consuming simulation points. Can I consume 100,000 simulation points to randomly generate a gold talent? Warm tip 1. Because the last simulation was a one-click SSS level perfect clearance simulation, you can arbitrarily specify a talent that has appeared in this simulation, and the probability of generating a gold talent is 20%. Every 1 million simulation points consumed can increase the success rate by 1%. Warm tip 2. If no gold talent is generated in this simulation, a minimum orange talent can be randomly generated. Warm tip 3. If this simulation does not get an SSS level evaluation, the next simulation will not be able to open the gold talent. This will definitely produce red, and a gold turtle with a specified probability. Su-yang finally chose good things come in pairs to specify, looking forward to generating a gold talent amplification training talent. Even if gold cannot be produced, the purple talent's good things come in pairs can be upgraded to orange talent, and the training speed can still be improved. However, the next moment, looking at the generated talent, Su-yang fell silent. Simulation starts. Current talents: perfect body, special, inspiration, red, reward enhancement, orange, combat power amplification, orange, accumulation, orange, simulation target, orange, good things come in pairs, purple, real doppelganger, blue. 2 red talents have been generated for this simulation. You can choose one from the following talents as the talent for this simulation. 10 consecutive times, red, 5 times amplification, orange, hardworking, white. 10 consecutive times, red talent, can make you practice 10 times faster. 5 times amplification, orange talent, can make you practice 5 times faster. Hardworking, white talent, can make you have a hardworking character, never complain about the world, and be a decent person. Su-yang. Gah, what do these mean? I specified it, and you came out? Su-yang felt a little sad. If he had known, he would have specified double happiness. Forget it, I can only choose one talent anyway, and the level is higher. Shaking his head slightly, Su-yang didn't care about these things and directly chose the red talent for 10 consecutive times. Your purple talent, good things come in pairs, has been replaced by the red talent for 10 consecutive times. 10 times the training speed. Su-yang was looking forward to it, especially this time he set the simulation to perfect the elf sage art. This talent is simply a perfect match. You are born. As soon as you were born, you found that you seemed to have traveled through time. Then you heard a scream, but it was caused by the midwife because you seemed to be born with Sharingan. Born with Sharingan? You suspected and immediately got a lot of information. At the same time, you realized that you had Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You used Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to quietly erase the influence of your birth. A month later, you finally confirmed that you seemed to have traveled to the world of Hokage ninjas, and you had a lot of abilities. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, dimensional space, strong physique, a large number of ninjutsu, including the forbidden technique recorded in the Book of Seals, and a very terrifying and huge chakra. If you didn't have a strong special physique, the chakra you have alone would be enough to burst you. However, what surprised you the most was the special sage art you have, elf sage art. You don't know the origin of the elf sage art, and you don't even think it's like the fairy art of this world. It seems to be a collection of the sage art of the 3 holy places, and finally formed through some special strengthening. This makes you very interested in this elf sage art, and you always feel that this elf sage art should not have reached the realm of true perfection. So, you plan to perfect it thoroughly. Although the simulation goal you set this time is to perfect the elf sage art, the simulation is carried out and deepened in this way, which Su Yang did not expect. However, how to say, this is actually okay. RT. If that's the case, don't keep perfecting the elf sage art, or you won't get much this time. Su Yang is a little worried about this. Soon, you'll be 1 year old. After exploring the elf sage art for a period of time, you found that the elf sage art is very special, and practicing the elf sage art can eventually give you the same physique as you. The result of this research is very puzzling to you. Because you already have a special physique, what good is this elf sage art for you? But after entering sage mode, you realize the power of the elf sage art. Then, you think you are not deep enough and don't have an absolute understanding of the elf sage art. You continue to study the elf sage art. This time, your main body enters the dimensional space, leaving a special clone in the outside world, and at the same time uses multiple shadow clone techniques in the dimensional space to study and practice the elf sage art. Because your chakra is so huge, you almost maintain 1,000 shadow clone to practice together every day. Although this price makes you very tired, because of the self-healing ability brought by Zhao Liao's perfect body, you can recover quickly. But even if you practice in this way, your progress in the elf sage art is still not optimistic. Fortunately, you still have some gains in the elf sage art every day, which makes you not give up. Practicing with 1,000 shadow clone together every day, and there is a 10-fold practice speed bonus. Even so, the practice of the elf sage art is still not optimistic? Su Yang frowned. It is obvious that it is not so easy to perfect the elf sage art. Fortunately, there is this orange talent of accumulation. As long as you practice, you can gain something. Even after a long time, there will be a qualitative improvement. When Su Yang thought of this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not only that, isn't there another inspiration? When it's almost time, you can directly use this inspiration, and then you will probably gain something different. The elf sage art is indeed very special and powerful, but the inspiration is also a red talent and should still play a significant role. 1 year later, you are 2 years old. At the age of 2, you have made some progress in the practice of elf sage art. Although the progress is not great, it still allows you to see the hope of perfecting elf sage art. You are still obsessed with the practice of elf sage art. Another year has passed, and you have accumulated another year of elf sage art. At the age of 3, you have made considerable progress in the practice of elf sage art. Because a month ago, when you were practicing elf sage art, you suddenly had a flash of inspiration in elf sage art. Art, a crucial step forward. Judgment. This step opens up a new world for you, allowing you to discover the uniqueness of elf sage art. This makes you more enthusiastic about practicing elf sage art. You even think that if you practice at this speed, you may have a chance to raise elf sage art to a higher level. Although the hope is slim, you are confident that you have the time. You continue to indulge in the practice of elf sage art. Seeing this, Su Yang felt a little uneasy. Because if he was obsessed with practicing the spirit sage art for a while during the simulation then, Isn't the level of the simulation so low that it will break the lowest record? Su-young didn't know what expression to show when he thought of such a situation. If that's the case, then setting the simulation goal to practice a certain ability is really not possible. No, there are still more than 10 years. I don't believe I will continue to be obsessed with the abyss. Su-young muttered to himself in a self-consoling way. 2 years later, you are 5 years old. At the age of 5, you have practiced the Spirit Sage art for another 2 years. Although you have made some progress, there is no actual progress. You unexpectedly discovered that your chakra changed when you practiced the Spirit Sage art. You were very concerned about such changes, because in your opinion, after this change, the chakra in your body may be transformed into the Fairy Art chakra. But because the chakra in your body is too large, such a transformation takes a long time. Is this considered progress? Su-young paused, transforming from ordinary chakra to fairy chakra, and it looks like once transformed, it will be permanent? But Random shook his head slightly. No, according to the situation of Kwang-san, this should be spiritual power. However, chakra and spiritual power are not much different, right? Su-young didn't study this point much. After all, in his opinion, whether it is chakra or spiritual power, it is a kind of energy in the body. But now it seems not. If you think about it seriously, the power of fairy chakra is stronger than chakra. However, this Spirit Sage art was transformed by Kwang-san, and the cultivation should be considered spiritual power, right? Could it be spiritual power chakra? Su-young, while thinking, he continued to read. On this day, you were transforming fairy chakra in the dimensional space, and suddenly you had a bad premonition. After self-examination, you didn't find anything wrong with you, which made you think of your relatives in this world. Maybe something bad would happen to them. Soon, you found out that your father in this world was out on a mission, which made you think that he would be in danger this time, so you sent out a shadow clone. Your feeling was correct, because you found out that your father's mission was to investigate a certain Kirigakure defection team, and you secretly discovered that the leader of the defection was Zabuza Momochi. Your father is just an ordinary Uchiha clan, and he hasn't even opened the Sharingan. He is still just a powerful Chunin. And his team only has one ordinary Jonin, plus 2 Chunin teammates. Such a lineup is not difficult for Zabuza to deal with. After seeing this situation, your shadow clones secretly dealt with it as Vice Admiral Zabuza. A few days later, your father returned safely. Although the crisis was resolved this time, you knew that as long as your parents were still ninjas, such problems would arise again. In order to let yourself practice with peace of mind and for the safety of your parents, you use the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to influence them and gradually let them leave the profession of ninja. However, this is not enough, because you know very well that 3 years later, it will be the night of the genocide of the Uchiha clan. After understanding this, you made a decision. In order to give you a stable training environment, you plan to control Konoha. What the hell? Su-young was a little confused. The moment before, he was still worried that he would sink into the training in the simulation and finally face Otsutsuki Kagaya. He thought that he might be able to resist Otsutsuki Kagaya so that the evaluation of this simulation would not be too low. But as soon as this thought came up, it suddenly appeared like this. Moreover, Su-young had a hunch that this simulation might cause quite a stir. Sure enough, the situation that followed confirmed that his hunch was accurate. You went straight to Uchiha Fugaku and then used the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to force him to surrender. If he doesn't surrender, your whole family will die. This is the choice you gave Uchiha Fugaku. He can only choose to surrender because under the oppression of your eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he doesn't even have the thought of resisting. This made you discover a special point, that is, the fairy art chakra cultivated with the Spirit Sage art also has an effect on your Sharingan, but you can use the high-level Sharingan to defeat the low-level Sharingan. Even if he has the Mangekyo Sharingan in front of you, his combat power will be suppressed by 10% or 20% under your oppression. This is the innate bloodline suppression that has never appeared in the ninja world. Under such circumstances, you asked Uchiha Fugaku to convene a clan meeting in the name of the clan leader, and even called Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. At the meeting, you suppressed all the opposing voices with absolute strength, Even Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui had to bow down. However, an accident still happened. Shisui found an opportunity to use the distinguished heavenly gods to control you. This made you very angry because the power of the distinguished heavenly gods exceeded your expectations. If your eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was not extra powerful and strengthened by the Senjutsu chakra, he might have succeeded. Without any hesitation, you killed Uchiha Shisui on the spot in front of everyone. Although you were shocked by your cold-blooded behavior, many Uchiha thought you were against it. Uchiha Shisui actually wanted to control you to side with the Hokage, which was simply a crime worthy of death. But there was one person who was different, that was Uchiha Itachi. Facing his best friend being killed in front of him, Uchiha Itachi was stimulated to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in advance, and then attacked you. You subdued him directly, but because of Uchiha Fugaku's request, you did not kill Uchiha Itachi, but you dug out Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Good guy. Su Yang exclaimed that this wave of operations had not appeared in the previous simulation. But Su Yang was not surprised by this. After all, for him, as long as he did not provoke him and did not affect him. Even if you are an unforgivable sinner, it has nothing to do with him. But if you provoke him, sorry. Even if you are a good man for 10 generations, you have to die. What the hell? Still want to control him? How many dishes did you drink like this? Su Yang was disdainful in his heart. He didn't have a good impression of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. One betrayed his family and became a dog for his enemies. The other was an epic filial son who killed his father and mother for his brother. What a brain circuit. If he didn't resist, he could still be a thug. If he resisted, there was no need to live. The situation of the Uchiha clan meeting was soon known to the Konoha high level. Very busy, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to question him. You let Shuejibe Fugaku deal with it. Then, yourself went into the route. You killed people everywhere, slaughtered all the root ninjas, and even Danzo, who wanted to escape with the help of his Izanagi, was killed by you until he ran out of resurrection coins and finally died tragically in front of you. When Sarutobi Hiruzen finally got the news and rushed to support, he could only see a mess of corpses. You didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to speak and attacked him directly because Sarutobi Hiruzen was not worth your time. The strength you showed frightened Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he finally decided to seal you with Shiki Fujin. Although you are not afraid of Shiki Fujin, even with your level of sealing skills, you can completely snatch the control of Shinigami from Sarutobi Hiruzen when he performs Shiki Fujin. But I still say that you don't think Sarutobi Hiruzen is worthy of your time. Soon, you killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. After killing Sarutobi Hiruzen, you decisively killed the other 2 members of Konoha's F4. In just one day, Konoha suffered your iron-blooded cleansing, and all those who were loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen were wiped out by you. Faced with your strength, the Ino Shikacho clans were the first to choose to surrender, and even the self-esteemed Hyuga clan chose to surrender to you and did not dare to anger you. You know that this is all due to your strength. They are not loyal to you, but they are afraid of you, and they also want to save Konoha. Because once Konoha is gone, these ninja clans will probably be hunted by various ninja villages in the first place, and Konoha cannot collapse. Soon, you became Hokage, truly powerful. But you did not care too much about this, and even appointed Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Fugaku to manage a series of affairs in Konoha, while you plan to concentrate on training. You've become a Hokage? Su Yang stroked his chin, his face quite amused. He didn't have any Hokage complex, and in his eyes, Hokage was just a profession. With strong strength, what can you do even if you're a Hokage? Look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is a Hokage, right? Jack, he was killed by me in this simulation. Is Shimura Danzo a resourceful pot shadow? Insidious and vicious? He has been killed several times. So, strength is the most important thing no matter what. Su Yang shook his head slightly. In this way, it is impossible to practice with peace of mind. Sure enough, the next development is the same as Su Yang said. A month later, you were found by Uchiha Fugaku while you were practicing. You were originally unhappy because your practice was interrupted. After hearing Uchiha Fugaku say that a Wagakure was attacking Konoha, you were very angry. After coming out, you learned that what happened in Konoha a month ago had spread throughout the ninja world, which made other hidden villages feel that this was an opportunity. After a month of exploration and testing, Iwagakure took the lead in attacking Konoha. At the same time, Cloud Shinobi Village and Sunagakure were also ready to move. You took action again. Using the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the battlefield as quickly as possible, you killed hundreds of Iwagakure's vanguard troops with a thunderous attack, leaving no one alive. Even Five Tails Jinchuriki was killed by you, and the extracted Five Tails was directly sealed into your body. Although it has become your own chakra, you know that you have refined One Tail, Three Tails, Six Tails, and the half of Nine Tails, and now there is an extra Five Tails. But you think this is not enough. You kill a Wagakure directly. Faced with your killing move, Sachikage Anoki thought you were overestimating your abilities and wanted to take you down. However, in just a few minutes, you killed Anoki and a Wagakure, which was already mostly in ruins. At the same time, you also killed Four Tails Jinchuriki this time and sealed Four Tails in your body as well. When you returned to Konoha, you learned that Cloud Shinobi Village, which had been eager to attack Konoha, had attacked a Wagakure, which you had beaten. However, Sunagakure, who was behind in the news, did attack Konoha. Faced with Sunagakure, who didn't know how to live or die, you also went there once, and then sealed One Tail and brought it back. You already had One Tail chakra, and you had no interest in this One Tail. Because you know that even if you refine another One Tail, your chakra will not be improved much, let alone a qualitative improvement. So, you found a suitable candidate and created the perfect one-tailed Jinchuriki. Your tailed beast sealing technique has reached the pinnacle, allowing Jinchuriki to perfectly utilize the chakra of the tailed beasts and even enter the full tailed beast transformation at will. After you have the perfect one-tailed Jinchuriki, you left a message to Uchiha Fugaku, saying that you should not be disturbed unless Konoha survives, and then continued your retreat. How can I say this? I feel that this simulation is at least an SS-level evaluation. After becoming Hokage, Iwagakure and Sunagakure were crippled. Then, three-tailed beasts were captured. This was quite a big move and had a lot of impact. The simulation evaluation must be high. Two more tailed beasts were captured. How many tailed beasts do I have now? Suyang began to count on his fingers. 1 tail, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and a half-body 9 tails. TSK, 2/3 of them are complete. This made Suyang have to guess whether he could gather all 9-tailed beasts this time and make 10 tails. Wait. When thinking of 10 tails, Suyang suddenly thought of another situation. The Ghetto statue is the body of 10 tails. Can 10 tails be made without the Ghetto statue and only 9-tailed beasts? Suyang doubted this. 1 month later, you are 6 years old. But this year, you didn't make any progress in the training of the Spirit Sage art. Even the Kra in your body has not been completely transformed into Senjutsu Chakra. There is no way. Several wars disrupted your original plan. However, you think you have a chance to practice next. Facts have proved that showing strong strength is undoubtedly correct, because it makes other ninja villages dare not attack Konoha. Iwagakure has been completely defeated. If it weren't for the daimyo of the Rock Country, who persuaded the daimyo of the Thunder Country, Iwagakure might have been expelled from the Cloud Shinobi Village. As for Sunagakure, it was even more miserable. In the case of not being rich to begin with, when you took away 1 tail, the village was also destroyed by 70% to 80%. It would take more than 10 or 20 years to recover. You can finally practice with peace of mind. But because of the sudden addition of 4 tails and 5 tails, your speed of converting Senjutsu Chakra has dropped a lot. You can only refine the chakra of the 2-tailed beasts first, and then continue to convert. However, you did not give up the Spirit Sage art research and practice. Time passed like this. After more than a dozen months, you completely refined the chakra of the 2-tailed beasts. After a few months, you were 8 years old. But you were still converting Senjutsu Chakra and did not make much progress in the practice of Spirit Sage art. 3 years later, you were 11 years old. At the age of 11, you have converted all the chakra in your body into Senjutsu chakra. At the same time, you finally made another step forward in Spirit Sage art. However, you have a hunch in your heart that after this progress, it will be difficult for you to make any further progress in Senjutsu chakra. This makes you a little worried. And a year later, you are already 12 years old, and after a year of practice, you have not made any real progress in Spirit Sage art. Although you have converted Spirit Sage art is more perfect, but this perfection can be achieved naturally with practice. Although it is still improving, this is actually the progress of a year ago. You just verified the results. It seems that it has reached the limit. Seeing this, Su Yang knew very well that the elf sage art in this simulation might have been cultivated to the real ultimate. As for whether it is the upper limit, he is not sure. After all, he has not practiced this elf sage art himself. But what is certain is that if it goes on like this, there will probably be no results. In this case, it's time to use the inspiration, otherwise there may be no chance. Su Yang understood the situation and did not hesitate to use the red talent inspiration. May I ask if you would like to use the red talent inspiration to influence this simulation? Warm reminder. This talent can only be used once in this simulation. Use. Su Yang directly chooses to use the talent inspiration. One day, you are studying the Spirit Sage art and suddenly your mind is like a god's help. The bottleneck that has been bothering you for a long time has been loosened at this moment. You seize this rare opportunity and directly divide out 5,000 shadow clone at one time and start to practice the Spirit Sage art. 5,000? Su Yang's eyes twitched. In fact, 5,000 shadow clone is nothing. Not to mention that he has more chakra than him in the simulation now. After all, he has refined the chakra of two-tailed beasts. In fact, he can divide out more shadow clone now. But the problem is that the self in the simulation is used for cultivation. Su Yang has tried to practice with shadow clone, but at most 1,000 shadow clone can practice together. This is because he has a strong self-healing ability, otherwise it would be at most dozens or hundreds. Too much to bear. The body is one aspect, the spirit is another. That's right, the self-healing ability of the perfect body can heal itself even if it suffers a severe mental injury. Although the speed of self-healing is relatively much slower than the speed of physical self-healing. Maybe self-healing is a problem. Too many shadow clone puts a mental burden, which is fatal. Fortunately, I have simulations to replace them. Su Yang secretly exclaimed in relief. With the help of 5,000 shadow clone, you took advantage of this rare opportunity to upgrade the Time Spirit Sage art to an ultimate. You were in a coma for 3 days, and even the real clone collapsed. Fortunately, because you practiced frequently, no one found anything abnormal. When you woke up, the first thing you did was to check the harvest this time. The harvest was rich. With a powerful self-healing ability, even if the intensity of shadow clones practiced this time exceeded your own upper limit, you persisted. All shadow clones' memories and training progress are concentrated in your mind. Next, you start to organize these gains, and at the same time, you start to improve the elf sage art. After a few months, you are 13 years old. At the age of 13, you finally practice the elf sage art to a level that you are satisfied with. You can't be dissatisfied, because in your opinion, this has reached the limit of what you can achieve, unless there is another burst of inspiration like a divine help. Otherwise, the elf sage art will not be able to go any further. One more time? I had an idea and could only simulate once. Su Yang shook his head and secretly looked forward to how much he would improve the Vice Admiral elf sage art in the simulation this time. Su Yang estimated that the elf sage art after the upgrade would probably require millions or even tens of millions of simulation points. However, this time, at least it is an SS level evaluation, and no matter how many simulation points you have, you can bring it out for free, so there is no need to worry about this. Su Yang is very relieved. No simulation points are needed, just take it out for free, even if it's 100 million simulation points, he doesn't care. After the breakthrough of the elf sage art, you finally ended your long training. But you did not choose to expose yourself to the outside world, but secretly began to develop your own plan. Although the elf sage art has greatly improved your strength, you think this is not enough and you plan to gain more power. After some investigation, you finally found the body of Senju Hashirama. However, when you saw the mutilated body of Senju Hashirama, although it was still preserved in the nutrient solution and still had a certain vitality, it was of no benefit to you to refine such a Senju Hashirama. Finally, you began to look for white Zetsu. A month later, you found white Zetsu and easily grabbed it. You sealed white Zetsu in your body and refined it. I knew it. Su Yang's face twitched. He knew it would unfold like this. Senju Hashirama's body was not good, so the simulated self went to find white Zetsu. But if it was just white Zetsu, I'm afraid it would not be possible to obtain Senju Hashirama's powerful sage body, but you could obtain wood style. The simulated text that appeared the next moment confirmed that Su Yang was right. After you successfully refine white Zetsu, you get wood style. But you didn't get the powerful sage body, but your goal is not sage body, because in your opinion, with your current physique and chakra, you will not lack a sage body. What you lack is wood style. It's really unreasonable for you who have a complete wood style ninjutsu to not know wood style. Su Yang. Okay. Wood style is also okay. And it must be said that now that he is sage art, then having wood style will definitely bring out extremely strong combat power. After you have the wood style, you start to practice the wood style. Although you don't have a strong sage body, your physique is far superior to that of the sage body, and you also have the spirit sage art. Under such circumstances, practicing the wood style ninjutsu went smoothly. However, what you didn't expect was that when you were practicing the wood style, one-tailed Jinchuriki was captured. Soon, you knew that it was the Akatsuki organization that took action, and you subconsciously thought that they had started collecting the tailed beasts in advance. So, you rushed over, not to rescue one-tailed Jinchuriki. You felt that the one tail in one-tailed Jinchuriki's body was forcibly extracted. You think that the one tail should be absorbed by the ghetto statue. You think that the ghetto statue should be good for you, and you plan to snatch it. But when you get there, you find that this is a conspiracy against you. Because it's not just the Akatsuki organization that's waiting for you, there are also masters from the 4 hidden villages. Although Sanagakure and Iwagakure were crippled, they still managed to gather more than 20 jonin, and even Chiyo-san is on the field. Kirigakure dispatched Mizukage Terumi Mei, as well as the new 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Cloud Shinobi Village, this is the Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Finally, there are Konoha Sannin. The appearance of these 3 people surprised you very much. But you didn't care whether these people were seeking revenge or had some conspiracy, you didn't care. Just kill them all. Hiss. This lineup is really terrifying. But the only one who can have the strength of a super shadow is Nagato, and the other upper end shadows are just SOSO. Su Yang didn't think he would lose, not to mention that he was even better in the simulation now. Even with his current strength, he can win against such a lineup. The battle begins. This is probably the strongest one-on-many battle in the history of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara is only facing the 5 Kage. In just half a minute, all the ninjas who were not Kage level were killed by you. This scene shocked everyone present. No one was hiding anything. The Sannin summoned the summoning beasts of the 3 holy lands, and the 2 Jinchuriki directly entered the complete tailed beast state. Even Nagato, who looked high and mighty, summoned Pain's 6 paths directly. But this is still no match for you. You used the powerful wood style, shocking everyone again. At this time, Orochimaru took action. He summoned the 4 Kages of Konoha with impure world reincarnation, and all of them were sacrificed with white Zetsu. Imperfect world reincarnation with white Zetsu as a sacrifice can make the summoned person exert extremely strong strength. Sure enough, just as you thought, the first generation has become your most difficult opponent. However, you notice that the first generation is not as strong as you, so you don't plan to seal the 4 shadows with the seal. Will this not backfire? Seeing this, I had a bad feeling in my heart. Why do I feel a little careless? Wait, even if I have strong strength in the simulation, I shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Su Yang frowned and found something wrong. The battle became more and more intense, and the interference of others made it impossible for you to compete with the first generation, especially the 2 Jinchuriki who kept releasing tailed beast bombs. This made you unable to resist and use the Flying Thunder God technique for the first time in the battle, which shocked the strong men present again, as if they were shocked that you could actually use the Flying Thunder God technique. You took advantage of this plan to blast 3 tails away, and then directly used the power of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to control 8 tails. 8 tails rioted instantly, which gave you the opportunity to pull 8 tails out of Killer B. During this period, some people rushed towards you frantically, but they were all stopped by your clones, allowing you to successfully seal another tailed beast. At this time, Senju Hashirama broke out. In the collision of wood style against wood style, even Senju Hashirama, who temporarily had infinite chakra, was suppressed by you, and replied that he was not alone. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato used Flying Thunder God technique to attack you, and you subconsciously dodged with Flying Thunder God technique. You successfully dodged the attacks of the two, but the moment after you dodged, a space Uzumaki appeared in front of you. It was Uchiha Obito, and it was Uchiha Obito with 2 Kimui. This made you stunned for a moment, and this stun was found by someone. A black thing fell on you, and at the same time, everyone seemed to have received a signal and attacked together. It was Black Zetsu. At the moment when he was swallowed by a large number of attacks, he finally understood that it was Black Zetsu that affected you. Even you, at the moment of being possessed by Black Zetsu, could not use any power, and its mental power was far stronger than yours. Although you can break free, it won't take long, but the situation in front of you obviously doesn't give you enough time. You were killed by a group of powerful ninjas. At the age of 13. Sure enough, he was killed. Su Yang was not surprised by this ending. In fact, the simulation can be seen from his own reaction. Facing the people of Impure World Reincarnation, he didn't seal them directly, but fought hard. Even in the simulation, it was not his style. As for the expansion brought by the increase in strength. Okay. Su Yang admitted that he would indeed expand, but in a situation like the simulation, he would be extremely cautious. It is definitely the strongest assassination lineup in the ninja world. This lineup is more exaggerated than the battle against 6 Paths Obito and 6 Paths Madara. How could he not be careful? The result was that old coin of Black Zetsu. This Black Zetsu really has special means, or is it actually a spiritual body? Su Yang speculated secretly. The final result was also shown. The mental power was too much worse than the other party. The previous sage of 6 paths, now Black Zetsu. Why are they both very mentally strong? No, it's not the spirit, it should be the soul. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Whether it was the sage of 6 paths or the Black Zetsu, they had experienced hundreds and thousands of years. Even if they didn't practice deliberately, with their peculiar way of survival, their souls would probably be improved. Not to mention the sage of 6 paths, they just lost their physical bodies and created a pure land, which felt like the immortality of the soul. Let alone the Black Zetsu. To put it bluntly, Black Zetsu was just the incarnation of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will. Well, the incarnation of an immortal existence. So, my shortcoming is actually the soul. Su Yang finally woke up. But how to say it? How old is he? That's the last life, that is, the fusion of 2 souls, at most a little stronger than ordinary. He is not afraid of ordinary soul attacks, but if it comes from those real strong people, it will be a bit difficult. In fact, as long as the soul is not completely wiped out at once, his perfect body can still heal itself. Yes, his perfect body is so strong. In fact, Su Yang also felt that under the influence of his perfect body, his soul is actually getting stronger every moment. But this speed is too slow. The growth rate of more than 10 years in the simulation has not even reached the threshold of the reward. If the improvement in the simulation does not reach a certain level, it cannot be defined as a reward and cannot be brought out at all. Wait, what if I take down Black Zetsu and then seal and refine it? Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he found that there seemed to be this trick. Next time I enter the Hokage world simulation, I can try it. Now I'll take a look at the reward. Su Yang's eyes began to look for this time's reward. In his opinion, this time the reward must be not low. This simulation is rated SSS-. You can choose one of the following reward options as a reward for this simulation. Obtaining an SSS level rating, you can choose any main item as an additional reward. Obtaining an SSS level rating for the first time, you can get an additional free reward, and the reward will be strengthened once. Option 1. Talent 10 Draw, Red, requires 3 million simulation points. Option 2. Chakra for this simulation requires 1 million-12 million simulation points. Option 3. The level and experience of the Spirit Sage art practice for this simulation requires 18 million simulation points. Option 4. The combat experience for this simulation requires 3 million simulation points. Option 5. Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, requires 1 to 2 million simulation points. Fixed reward. The probability of randomly generating a red talent in the next simulation is plus 90%. SSS level evaluation? Su Yang was also surprised to see such an evaluation level. Although it is not a real SSS level evaluation, it is higher than the North $$ plus level evaluation. However, Su Yang has found a blind spot. Something is wrong. Even if it is considered the final battle, it is probably only SS plus level evaluation at most, so the problem is Hokage. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. If there is anything different this time, it is only here. Last time, he took Indra's chakra and brought out Sage of 6 Paths, which is a $$ plus level evaluation. This time, there are indeed many strong people who appear in the simulation of the final battle, but even if Black Zetsu is added, it is impossible to compare with a Sage of 6 Paths. Su Yang finally figured it out. This is probably because he became Hokage in this simulation. For ninjas, Hokage ninjas are centered around Hokage from beginning to end. This is the core. I understand. As long as you become a Hokage, you will start with a minimum SS level evaluation. If you operate properly, there is no problem in getting an SSS level. Su Yang felt that he finally understood the correct way to simulate the Hokage ninja world. It's a pity that my talent simulation target is only orange. I can only set one target for each simulation. Maybe I can try to generate a gold talent with this talent next time. However, this needs to wait until this time tomorrow. This time, the reward also received an SSS level evaluation for the first time and got the same reward as the first SS Plus level evaluation. Bring out a reward for free, and you can also strengthen this reward. There is no need to hesitate to choose the Elf Sage art directly. After all, this simulation is for this Elf Sage art. Now there is a chance to improve or even strengthen it, so Su Yang will naturally not miss it. You consume the reward of this simulation and bring out the cultivation realm and experience of the Elf Sage art simulated this time. You consume the reward of this simulation and bring out the cultivation realm and experience of the Elf Sage art simulated this time. Your orange talent reward enhancement ability is triggered, and the Elf Sage art you obtain this time is improved by 30%. You gain some insights about the Elf Sage art, and yours is slightly improved. A 30% improvement is just a slight improvement? Su Yang is already a little numb. Because he has doubts that he has already upgraded the Elf Sage art to Ultimate in the simulation, even if he can improve it now, it will not be much. But it has been brought out with the first SSS level evaluation reward. Even if Su Yang wants to stop it, he can't stop it. You use the first SSS level evaluation reward, and your Elf Sage art is enhanced once. Enhancing successfully, your Elf Sage art is promoted to a God-level skill. Huh? Seeing such a system prompt, Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. God-level skill? Suddenly, Su Yang felt a lot of information, all of which were information about the Elf Sage art. 703. I don't need to practice it myself, I can use it directly? Su Yang was stunned. Because the current Spirit Sage art is really a game skill for him, he can use it directly. There are also several forms. The first one is the Fairy Fox mode of Uzumaki Naruto in Hokage. But you don't need to have any Tailed Beast chakra, you can enter it with the Spirit Sage art. This is the real Sage mode. Su Yang tried it and entered Sage mode instantly. His body was covered with light golden energy, which was similar to the fairy fox mode of Uzumaki Naruto, but the pattern on it was different. There were no black magatama and lines and horizontal stripes. In this mode, Su-young found that the power of his ninjutsu increased by at least 3 times, and some of the increases were even more exaggerated. For example, in this state, the power of trapped escape is more terrifying. Even better than the sage art would of first-generation Senju Hashirama style is stronger. 743. And this is only the first form, as for the second. Swish! Su-yang's appearance changed again, and he strengthened it on the basis of the first sage mode. The original energy-made clothes were somewhat materialized. 9. Spiritual clothing mode. Yes, it is the spirit clothing of the elves. The most special thing is that Su-young found that he can form truth-seeking ball. With a thought, 6 pitch-black truth-seeking balls appeared around Su-yang. Hey, your spiritual clothing looks too weird, right? So ugly. 2 voices suddenly sounded, and Su-young couldn't help but look back and knew that it was Kwang-san and Mijio. So ugly? Su-young turned his head and looked at Mijio calmly. But this time Mijio didn't dodge and chose to resist. It's really ugly, it's pitch black and not beautiful at all. Okay. Only in terms of beauty, Yusha Mijio will not give in. Even if someone will retaliate against her afterwards. Su-young did not speak, but his heart was burning. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 truth-seeking balls flew out instantly, one above and one below, tying up Yusha Meijio's hands and feet, and then hanging her up and floating in the air. What are you doing? Yusha Meijio panicked. As for Kwang-san, she studied it curiously. Can this kind of spiritual outfit change its form at will? Truth-seeking ball. Su-young began to explain. This is the truth-seeking ball, which is made of special yin and yang power. It is the ability of the second form of the spirit sage art. Second form. Kwang-san's eyes lit up instantly. So, if we practice, we will also have such a spirit outfit? I think so. Su-young was a little uncertain. After all, Kwang-san and the others didn't have chakra, and they didn't know if they could practice this yin and yang power. But Kwang-san didn't care. Then let's start. Give it to me. Although I know what you want, your desire and tone. It's hard not to misunderstand. However, Young still nodded to Kwang-san's forehead at the first time. Afterwards, any information about the spirit sage art was passed to Kwang-san by Su-yang with a little chakra. Hey, are you two just ignoring me like this? Yusha Meijio finally couldn't help it. Seeing this, Su-yang put her down and passed the spirit sage art to her. And getting the spirit sage arts, Kwang-san has started practicing immediately. Yusha Meijio, who was a little upset, grumbled after Su-young looked at her again, and also started practicing. Sure enough, both Kwang-san and Mijio needed to practice after getting the spirit sage art, and they didn't want him to be able to use it directly. But Su-young also found that his spirit sage art could only enter the second form at most, and even the second form was a little incomplete. Is it the number of truth-seeking balls? Su-yang's heart moved, thinking that he only got Indra's chakra, and Ashura's chakra has not been obtained yet. Then, seeing the 2 women start to practice, Young looked at the rewards for his simulation this time. This time, 5 rewards can be brought out, and only one of the 4 free ones is used, and there are still 3. This time the free quota has to bring out a talent. A red talent can only be brought out with 3 million simulation points, and the cheapest is the Mangekyo Sharingan of the 2 teams. It is Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi's. Not only can you choose one of the 2, but you can also bring them all out. You can even bring them out in the form of abilities. Forget about Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. It doesn't have any improvement effect on me. But Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyo. Su-young pondered for a moment. This distinguished heavenly gods is a good eye technique. With Uchiha Shursui's level, it can have some impact on him. If it is integrated into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of distinguished heavenly gods will probably be greatly improved. This may be able to control people with strong strength. Su-yang's mind moved, and he merged and transformed the 2 pairs of Sharingan into abilities and brought them out. Then, he directly brought out the other 3 rewards at once. A series of system prompts sounded, and Su Yang immediately felt that he had changed again. Chakra has increased, but the increase is not much. Su Yang's original chakra level was LV43. After practicing the Spirit Sage art, chakra underwent a qualitative change. Although it was still named chakra, it was actually completely different. And the name also had an additional prefix. God chakra. Is this a god-level chakra? Su Yang thought it was a fairy chakra at first, but in fact it was completely different from what he thought. The chakra that was just awarded was also this kind of chakra. Although Eight Tails still retained its original form, Su Yang even felt the existence of its will and soul. But at this moment in the sealed space, Eight Tails shrank into a ball and was completely suppressed by this chakra in Su Yang's body, even suppressed to the point of falling into a deep sleep. At the same time, the chakra in Su Yang's body was still refining Eight Tails on its own, so Su Yang didn't need to worry about Eight Tails making trouble. However, for Su Yang, the biggest impact of this reward on him was combat experience. A large number of combat experience memories appeared, and even Su Yang's memory had more memories of the last battle in the simulation. This also made Su Yang understand that not long after the battle began, when Nagato sent out the other 6 paths of pain after the heavenly path, when the animal path among them performed the summoning technique, Black Zetsu took the opportunity to appear in a summoning beast. Then he gave Su Yang a mental hint. It was just a very slight hint of confidence, so that Su Yang, who was already confident in his own strength, fell into the trap silently. This was not an illusion, nor a ninjutsu, nor even an attack. It was just a hint and guidance from the soul level. Su Yang had never encountered it before, but he fell into it. However, it would not be so easy next time. Because he now has combat experience in this area, even if there is no memory in the simulation, he will be vigilant in this regard. This time the combat experience is a good reward. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction and finally opened his personal attribute interface. World Simulator. Host, Su Yang. Occupation, Ninja, Demon Slayer. Talent, Perfect Body, Special, 10 consecutive times, Red, Inspiration, Red, Reward Enhancement, Orange, Combat Power Enhancement, Orange, Accumulation, Orange, Simulated Target, Orange, Real Clone, Blue. Skills, Elf Sage Art, God Level, Dimensional Space, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Ninjutsu, God Chakra, LV45. Simulation Points, 275,000. Number of simulations, 1 once per day. Number of real simulations, 1 once after SSS level perfect pass. The red talent that is 10 times the training is still not ranked ahead of the perfect body. It seems that my special talent is indeed at least a golden talent. Su Yang realized in his heart, and finally his eyes fell on the number of simulations that were refreshed again. Unconsciously, a new day has come, and the number of times has been refreshed. Su Yang paused, and finally chose to enter the Demon Slayer world for a one-click simulation. He was looking forward to the golden talent too much. The world is confirmed. Enter the Demon Slayer world for simulation. This simulation is a one-click simulation, and the result is the result of the previous Demon Slayer world simulation. This simulation is over. This simulation is rated SSS. Therefore, the simulation world has passed perfectly, and you get the following rewards. Clearance reward. A certain skill of your own is improved accordingly, or the next simulation specifies the golden talent generated by the talent that has already appeared. Fixed reward. The next simulation will 100% randomly generate a red talent, and the probability of generating a golden talent is plus 10%. I hope I can refresh a golden talent next time. Muttering to himself, Su Yang looked at Kwang-san and Miko, who were still practicing, and finally shook his head. It seems like there's no hope. I'm afraid I'll have to practice until tomorrow morning. Well, let's go back. The next moment, Su Yang left the neighboring world and returned to his villa. Then, he found someone in his bedroom. I thought it was Hayasaka AI and Hai Meng, but after entering, Su Yang found something wrong. Oh. Su Yang, don't do this. Jianzi? Su Yang was slightly stunned, and then he realized that Hayasaka AI was not there, only Haiming and Jianzi. But same. Supernormal Administration Bureau, Southeast Branch. I was woken up so early in the morning, I'm really sleepy. Gojo Satoru swayed with a sleepy look on his face. I can't understand why someone like you can become the deputy director of the Tokyo branch. You are not qualified to be the assistant of that adult. A voice interrupted Gojo Satoru, but it did not make him less sleepy. I am surprised. Gojo Satoru opened his eyes and revealed blue eyes, looking at the woman in front of him. You are the head of the Public Security Anti-Demon Special Operations Department. Why are you here instead of leading your men there? Machima, what are you going to do? That's right, it was Machima who was next to Gojo Satoru. Machima didn't care about Gojo Satoru's tone, and her face was normal. You should know my identity, right? I know, a demon. Gojo Satoru smiled slightly, but his tone was a little weird. But it's a demon who hides his ability. Gojo Satoru was also surprised by Machima's ability. He didn't know what other control abilities the other party had. Such hiding is intentional. And now Dudwa has been kicked out of the Public Security Anti-Demon Special Operations Department by those congressmen. After all, with the ideas of those idiots, they will definitely raise Machima to the extremely dangerous demon sequence. How dare they let her manage the department they have carefully built? Gojo-kun, you have misunderstood Chima-chan. She is not hiding her ability on purpose. A black-haired girl appeared behind the two of them. Gojo Satoru twitched his lips. Can you change your personality and stop walking silently? Huh? Gojo-kun, what did you say? The black-haired girl was slightly in a state, looking at Gojo Satoru with a smile. In an instant, Gojo Satoru trembled all over and many memories were instantly swept out. No, I didn't say anything. Gojo Satoru shook his head frantically and immediately changed the subject. From what you said, Machima is actually the director's man? No, it should be said that she is a subordinate. The black-haired girl waved her hand slightly. Chima's ability is a bit special. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, the director asked her to hide it. After all, just the name of a demon that dominates can make many people think wildly, and Chima-chan is so cute. Cute? Subconsciously looking at Machima, Gojo Satoru muttered in his heart, even this cold face like a poker card can be called cute? However, a demon that dominates? Gojo Satoru's heart moved, and he vaguely guessed something. The black-haired girl ignored Gojo Satoru and turned to Machima and asked, the director has already said that since you have been exposed, you should stay in this branch. As for the troublesome matters in the cabinet, leave it to Gojo-kun. I believe he will be happy to help you deal with it. Isn't that right? Gojo-kun. The black-haired girl turned her head and looked at Gojo Satoru, still smiling. No problem, absolutely no problem. Gojo Satoru immediately nodded in response, but he was groaning in his heart. You 2.0 also know that this is a troublesome matter, and you let me deal with it. But there is no human rights. To be honest, he is just a tool to handle miscellaneous matters in this branch. Gojo Satoru is very clear about this. But, compared to some branches, even the Extraordinary Management Bureau of the branch, many people are not even as good as slaves. Although their director is a demon, he is a rare kind sequence, and even the family behind him is friendly to humans. Right? Just when Gojo Satoru turned into a tool man and was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Suyang wants Sukuna's finger, will the director agree? Sukuna's finger? The black-haired girl was stunned for a moment and seemed to be unable to remember what it was for a while. Seeing this, Gojo Satoru twitched his mouth. It's the Curse King Ryaman Sukuna. Oh, you mean the one hiding in the dark corner, thinking that he can unify the world at any time after resurrection. Curse spirit or curse master? The black-haired girl finally remembered, but didn't know how to define this thing for a while, but she soon stopped thinking about it. That kind of disgusting thing, since he wants it, let him deal with it. Don't you need to wait for the director to come back? Ask for instructions. Gojo Satoru hesitated. What nonsense are you talking about? Hasn't the director come back a long time ago? The black-haired girl smiled slightly and then pointed to the highest point of the branch building. Gojo Satoru subconsciously looked up and seemed to vaguely see a girl with long red hair by the window at the highest point. Is he back? As expected of the director, I didn't notice it at all. Okay, I'll notify him to come over now. Gojo Satoru took out his mobile phone and sent a text message, and then he left. However, Gojo Satoru, who left, didn't know that the figure he saw was not just one figure. The top floor of the Tokyo branch building, the director's office. How is it? Have you thought it through? The red-haired girl looked at the person in front of her, with desire and urgency in her eyes. In front of her was a blue-haired girl with a dreamy appearance and petite figure, who looked as beautiful as a French doll. The blue-haired girl looked hesitant and uneasy, with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes, and her eyes always stayed on a rabbit hand puppet with an eye mask behind the red-haired girl. Can you give it back to me? Seemingly determined, the blue-haired girl looked at the red-haired girl and asked, Well, I've already said that when you reincarnate as my follower, it will transform with the other personality in your body to become your familiar. At that time, it will no longer be subject to such restrictions and can speak whenever it wants. Do you think this is the best? Think about it, it will have its own body in the future. Outside the gate, the black-haired girl watched this scene silently, her narrowed eyes twitching slightly. Aren't you a pure-blooded demon? There is a demon as tempting as you? It's too shameful for the demon, isn't it? Seemingly attracted by the words of the red-haired girl, the blue-haired girl fell into hesitation. Is it really possible? Of course. Seeing that the blue-haired girl was somewhat moved, the red-haired girl hurriedly said, You should be able to roughly feel my current emotions. I am sure I didn't lie to you, right? I can only roughly feel it, very vaguely. The blue-haired girl shook her head slightly. I don't feel your hostility, nor do I feel that you have deceived me. Well, there is desire, urgency, expectation, and a very strange desire. With every word the blue-haired girl said, the red-haired girl's face became uglier. Oh, now it seems that there is still anger and embarrassment. According to the human situation, this is a bit of anger out of shame. The blue-haired girl said so. However, she said this series of exposing words in a very low voice, and it took her great courage to say these words. It is precisely because of this that, even if she was exposed like this, the red-haired girl was not angry at her. It seems that our director Tianern is in trouble. The black-haired girl who couldn't stand it at all came in, and she walked directly to the blue-haired girl. When facing the red-haired girl, the blue-haired girl would subconsciously retreat, but she didn't react to this one. Instead, she looked relieved and took the initiative to hold the black-haired girl's hand. Azuno sister, you are finally back. Witnessing this scene, the red-haired girl had a faint flash of fire on her body. She had the urge to just fire one shot and blow up the east building. Su Yang's villa. Looking at the message sent by Gojo Satoru, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. This guy is hiding something. He said there are only 4 or 5 Sukuna fingers, but in fact there are 7 in the branch, and he is too. Su Yang felt that he could find an opportunity to trick Gojo Satoru. However, in this way, the Sukuna fingers were gathered together. Thinking that Geto Suguru already had 11 Sukuna fingers, Su Yang found that 20 Sukuna fingers were already gathered together. This gave him a somewhat strange idea. If this is done, would it be interesting? Thinking of this, Yang got up and directly made a flying thunder god technique, arrived at the branch building. As soon as he appeared, Su Yang's eyes flashed with surprise, because he saw Machima. And the other party looked like he was waiting for him, which made him even more strange. Are you working here now? Even though Machima had always been expressionless and had no emotional fluctuations, Su Yang's words made her face darken and she became a little more angry. Thanks to you, I have been kicked out by those humans in the cabinet and now I am taken in here. Oh, that's it. Su Yang, who was about to say something, suddenly realized something and looked up at the top floor. Is that the breath of an elf? Wait, that's not right. No, this breath is contaminated by some power. Without any hesitation, Su Yang rushed up directly. Wait, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Michima's face changed drastically. She knew what was going on above. Domination. Seeing that she couldn't stop it, Machima directly launched her domination ability on Su Yang, which was also her strongest ability. However, the next moment, a terrifying backlash broke out, and Machima's whole body seemed to collapse, with a lot of wounds. Su Yang didn't pay attention, because he was stunned when he saw the black-haired girl in front of him. Damn, I thought this anime world would be outrageous. But don't be too outrageous, okay? Because the person in front of him is Akino Himejima. Yes, it is Akino Himejima from Devil High School. FFFLX. Su Yang's eyes swept past Akino Himejima, looked into the director's office, and said in a deep voice, "Is Rias Gremory reincarnating a follower?" Akino Himejima had already noticed something was wrong, so she came out to stop it. After all, the demon reincarnation ceremony was going on inside, which could not be disturbed. When she appeared and found Su Yang, she was very surprised. But when Su Yang said the name of Rias Gremory and the reincarnation follower, her eyes turned cold. "Su Yang, who are you? What force sent you?" While speaking, a flash of lightning flashed across Akino Himejima's body, and it was obvious that she had entered a means of attacking at any time. This is not the time to talk about this. Su Yang looked inside. "Rias Gremory, you'd better stop the reincarnation ceremony inside." I'm really being ignored." Himejima Akino's eyes turned cold, and she pulled her hands, and a lightning flash appeared in her hands. Alas. Su Yang shook his head slightly. He knew it would be too late if he didn't take action now. Kamui. The next moment, Su Yang's eyes showed a pattern of overlapping 7-pointed stars and 5-pointed stars, and the powerful pupil power burst out instantly. Stop. Although Su Yang did something, Himejima Akino threw the lightning in her hand directly. Boom. The lightning turned into a thunder spear and instantly blasted towards Su Yang. However, when it approached Su Yang, the thunder spear twisted violently and shattered instantly. Seeing this scene, Himejima Akino's eyes turned cold, and her aura instantly increased by several levels, obviously going all out. But the next moment, she stopped the attack in her hand abruptly. Because the space around Su Yang was also distorted, and then a confused blue-haired girl appeared. Boom. At the same time, the director's office on the top floor exploded violently, and was hit by a crimson beam of light blasted out a hole, and a beautiful girl with crimson long hair was staring at Su Yang with anger. "Su Yang, do you know what you are doing?" The angry girl was Rias Gremory, the successor of the Gremory family, a pure-blooded demon in the underworld. At this moment, Rias was extremely angry. It was not easy to make the target reincarnate as a demon and become her follower. It was about to succeed, but such a troublemaker appeared. How could she not be angry? Su Yang ignored the angry Rias, but immediately checked the blue-haired girl beside him, confirmed that the reincarnation ceremony was interrupted, and the other party's spirit body was not invaded by the demon power, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Is Shizino okay?" Su Yang touched the blue-haired girl's head. Yes, the blue-haired girl in front of him is the fourth elf, Binjiachuan Shixino. Su Yang never thought that he would meet this little girl under such circumstances. So, this is the fourth elf? In addition to Miku, there is another elf on Kwangsan's side, but it is not Binjiachuan Shixino. It's okay. Shixino shook her head subconsciously and said, "Big brother, do you know me? Why do I feel so familiar with you? So kind." "Of course, but we will talk about this later." Su Yang smiled at Shixino, then looked up at the still furious Rias. "Director, before answering your question, let's get to know each other. What are you going to do to my sister?" "Huh? Sister?" The furious Rias was stunned for a moment, and her anger dissipated a lot. As for the other side full of lightning, Akino Himejima had already put away her attacking posture. Unlike Rias, she looked more carefully. Facing Su Yang's head patting, Shizino did not refuse, and even looked very happy. God knows how much thought she spent to cultivate feelings with this little guy. So, she subconsciously believed Su Yang's words, but Rias did not believe it, and said angrily, "What nonsense, you're a human. She is a special race born and raised by nature. How can she be your sister?" How can it be impossible? As my man, my sister is naturally his sister. A figure came out from the shadow under Su Yang's feet, and then the shadow stretched out and two stunningly beautiful girls walked out. It was Tokasaki Kurumi and Yui Miku. After sensing Shizino's breath, Su Yang notified the two immediately. At the same time, he told them where he was. The most evil elf? Seeing Tokasaki Kurumi appear, Rias's expression changed slightly, and Himejima Akino couldn't help but come behind her, and the two of them stared at Tokasaki Kurumi closely. It was completely like a posture facing a great enemy. Don't be so nervous, I'm not here to fight. Kwang-san glanced at the two of them gently, and then her eyes fell on Shizino and smiled slightly. I don't need to say more. You should know the relationship between us, right? Sister, you're the sister, right? Shizino's eyes lit up instantly, full of spirit. As elves born in the same neighboring world, the intimacy between them is closer than that of biological sisters among humans. As soon as Tokasaki Kurumi and Yui Miku appeared, Shizino felt the intimacy of the two, as if they were born to be together. Okay. Su Yang clapped his hands. We can sit down and talk quietly, but before that. Su Yang's eyes fell on Machima, lying dead on the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Fortunately, you are a demon, otherwise you would have died long ago. What level dare you dominate me? A moment later, in the ventilated director's office, Su Yang put away his right hand and dispersed the healing jutsu on his hand. As expected of a demon, your physique is really good. If it were someone else, such a backlash injury would have killed him long ago. So, if you dominate someone intentionally, it will really be a human. Oh no, it will be a dead demon. Su Yang looked serious. Makima, who felt that her body was completely healed, stood up and looked at Su Yang coldly, then returned to Rias's back and stood obediently. If she hadn't been defeated, she would have taken action long ago. Until then, after confirming that Machima was fine, Rias looked at Su Yang and said unwillingly, even if Shizai is the sister of these two, I reincarnated her as my dependent, but there is no malice, and this is a good thing for her. Good thing. Kwang-san narrowed her eyes slightly, but before she got angry, Su Yang held her down. Rias, you should not know one thing. Su Yang pointed at Kwang-san and said, they are different from the elves you know. They were born in a place called Neighboring Realm. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the darlings of Neighboring Realm. Because of this, they have become very pure. I am afraid that Shizai did not tell you clearly one thing. That is, she was reincarnated as a demon. Although she can still maintain her own abilities and strength, she will be abandoned by the Neighboring Realm. Rias's face changed slightly. Seeing that she seemed to understand something, Su Yang shrugged. So, put yourself in her shoes. Is this what you want to become stronger at the cost of being completely abandoned by the underworld? Rias stopped talking. Instead, Himejima Akino said, I see. Shizino, you have been hesitating whether to become Rias's retainer before. In fact, it is because of this, right? Yes. Shizino nodded, hesitated for a while and said, Sister Rias, Sister Akino, I'm sorry, I don't want to become a demon. This time, Shizino's tone was more firm than ever. The reason why she wanted to become a demon was because of Rias's words that becoming her retainer was like being her family. Because she was too lonely, she had not met anyone else since the birth of the neighboring world. She accidentally came to the human world, which made her have the concept of family and wanted to find her family. But now she seems to have discovered that she has a real family, so naturally she doesn't want to abandon her hard-earned family. Forget it, it's no big deal. The most important thing is that you are happy, Shishino. Although she lost a very promising follower, Rias was very open-minded in the face of such a situation. As for Himejima Akino, she smiled lightly, and then her eyes fell on Su Yang. So, what about you, Su Yang? Oh. Su Yang was a little confused. Yes, do you want to become Rias' follower? Himejima Akino's tone was full of temptation. I tell you, as long as you become Rias' follower, you can do whatever you want to her. Akino. Rias was a little angry. How could you be like this? Although she had taken a fancy to Su Yang a long time ago, especially the power that Su Yang showed now, she was naturally more excited. But what do you mean by that? When did I say that? Hey, we are still here. Yuxiao Meijio was immediately unhappy and hugged Su Yang's arm tightly. Young Jun, but it's mine. What does it matter? Shouldn't good things be shared with everyone? Himejima Akino looked indifferent. Look, this is how Rias and I are. We can share together. I say, don't treat me as if I don't exist, okay? It was Kwang-san who spoke, and at the same time a layer of light red flames suddenly ignited on her body. That was not a real flame, but a special nature formed by a layer of spiritual power reaching ultimate. Sage mode? Seeing the scene, Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly. It was worthy of Kwang-san to cultivate sage mode in one night. What a terrifying spiritual power, actually materializing spiritual power. Seeing the scene, Rias was shocked, because even if she didn't use the blood power of the pure-blooded demon, she couldn't do this. Sure enough, the rumors outside that the most evil elves have quasi-demon king-level strength seemed to be not nonsense. Are you threatening me? Rias snorted coldly, and at the same time, a red light flashed on her body, and a special set of armor was faintly revealed in the red light. Wait, that is. How come the Red Dragon Emperor's on you? Su Yang couldn't help but exclaimed. You also know the Red Dragon Emperor? Rias raised her eyebrows, and a hint of pride appeared on her face. It seems that you have also found that human, but it's a pity that I got the Red Dragon Emperor quickly. Then, what about that human? Su Yang asked subconsciously. Wait, are you also familiar with that human who has changed too much? Rias's face changed slightly. I'll speak first. His death has nothing to do with me, and he was killed by a fallen angel. No, you misunderstood. Su Yang shook his head. I was just surprised. I have nothing to do with him. So Brother Ching is gone? Watching Su Yang and the others leave, Rias fell into deep thought. Rias, this Su Yang is not simple. Himejima Akino's face was very serious, completely different from the older sister teasing the little boy before. I know. Rias's eyes flickered. He knows my name and even knows my identity very well. This is too strange. Although there is news that I came to the human world, there is not much knowledge about my becoming the director of the Tokyo branch of the Extraordinary Administration. To the outside world, I am just a demon with 10 strong forces. Rias is very curious. She became the director of the Tokyo branch entirely by relying on her own strength. Even some human high-level people such as Gojo Satoru only know that the demon family behind her is very friendly to humans. But they don't know that she is from the Gremory family. The so-called demon family behind her is actually a hybrid demon family formed by a branch of the Gremory family in the early years and combining with humans. Let alone the human world, there are only a handful of people in the underworld who know the relationship between this family and theirs. So, how did Su Yang know her identity? However, what Leah cares about most is Su Yang's aura, that very pure aura, purer than the 3 of them before. And, although she couldn't believe it, she clearly felt that the blood of the pure-blooded demon in her body was longing for this purity. It was not the desire to devour, but the desire to combine with it. This gave Rias an absurd thought, that is, if she gets such purity, her bloodline will be further improved? A Juno. Rias suddenly said, I have a task for you, that is to take down Su Yang. Himejima Akino was a little embarrassed. My lady, you can't see that with Su Yang's character. He will not be reincarnated as a demon, right? I don't care, anyway. This is the task I gave you. Rias looked like a rogue. If it doesn't work, you can use your foul place to seduce him and make him agree. Himejima Akino stopped talking and even turned around and chose to ignore this lady. She was just a flowery talker, not really open-minded. In fact, she also understood that Rias was just talking, but it was precisely because of this that she understood the importance of Su Yang to Rias. Sure enough, did Rias also feel that desire? Who is this Su Yang, and what kind of secrets does he have? It's really curious, and I can't help but want to find out. On the other side, Yang and his friends have returned to Linzhou. Do you know that demon lady? After returning, Kwang-sin looked at Su Yang and asked. I just know. Su Yang touched his chin. The other party is the younger sister of the current demon king Lu Cypher in the underworld, and the next generation of the leader of the Gremory family. The underworld? The Gremory family? Kwang San was very unfamiliar with these words. Well, how should I put it? After a pause, Su Yung spent 2 or 3 minutes roughly explaining the situation in the underworld. So that's how it is. I didn't expect this person to have such an identity. After listening to Su Yang's explanation, Kwang San understood a little. I didn't expect that there are so many strong people in this world. It seems that I have to hurry up to practice and become stronger. After saying that, Kwang San ran to practice. Originally, she was going to ask Su Yung something, but now she just wants to improve her strength. In fact, Su Yang is no exception. This G has also integrated into the Demon High School. Su Yang had a headache when he thought of this world. Admittedly, in the world of many anime and novels, the power system of Demon High School is not that strong. But watching anime is watching anime, and reality is reality. For the upper-level demons, it is still necessary, but at most one blow can destroy a mountain or something. But when it comes to the Demon King level, it has the destructive power to destroy cities and countries. The Super Demon King level can destroy mountains and forests at will, and change the landscape of the mountainous area with a little serious attack. Going up, there are the main god-level strongmen who can split the sea and crush the mountains with a random amount of fluctuation, and a city and its surroundings disappear with one blow, that is, the Transcendent. The second Tianong also belongs to this group, but it is just the strongest one. But this is not the end. There are also the Sub-Dragon God level and the Dragon God level. If it comes to this, it's okay. What Su Yang is worried about is the existence of those messy Super Dragon God level and the so-called evil gods far beyond the Dragon God level. Just pure destructive power, Su Yang is confident that he can destroy the country. If he wants to smash a series of tailed beast bombs, it is estimated that it will be enough to destroy the island country under his feet. This does not mean that he can compete with the main god-level strongman. The Super Demon King level is not enough. Even before the fight, Yang did not know what it would be like to face the Demon King level. It seems that he is not strong enough. However, it doesn't matter. Maybe after tonight, Su Yang dare not say more, but it is definitely no problem to have the strength to fight against the Super Demon King level. As for now, Su Yang lowered his head and took out his mobile phone. Saint Hui, I will wait for you on the way home from school tomorrow. The message was sent yesterday. As for why such a message was sent, well, Hai Ming had already told him last night. Su Yang could only call him a good guy. As expected of Saint Hui, he actually publicly approved Hai Ming. TSK, if Hayasaka AI hadn't appeared at the end, Hai Ming would have been bullied to the point of giving up resistance completely, right? Then let's meet. 3 hours later, in a private room of a high-end restaurant. Didn't I say see you after school? Looking at Su Yang, who was smiling in front of him, the saint felt a little helpless. This man thought of one thing after another. It doesn't matter if it's a little earlier and you're here. Su Yang shrugged and didn't care at all, picking up the fork to sweep the delicious food in front of him. It has to be said that this high-end restaurant, which is specially provided for people in the extraordinary field, is really high-end, not a high-priced restaurant that treats people as fools. Saint Hui didn't say anything either, and he also concentrated on eating. This scene seemed as if the two of them really came to eat to fill their stomachs. After the meal, Su Yang drank tea and enjoyed it. Saint Hui pushed the dessert away and looked at Su Yang. Don't you have anything to tell me? So, what do you want to know? Su Yang smiled slightly. I want to know what kind of physique I have, or what special abilities I have that have not been awakened. Saint Hui suddenly said this, which made Su Yang a little surprised. That's all you want to know? Yeah. Is it important? It's related to how I will get along with Su Yangjun in the future. Do you think it's important or not? Saint Hui looked serious. Su Yang smiled. So, you think I'm a proac? Saint Hui didn't say anything, just looked at Su Yang quietly. Don't you always want to know why I marked you as Saint Hui on my phone? Su Yang didn't answer directly, but asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Didn't you say that this is because I am calm and my emotions don't fluctuate much, just like a saint? Saint Hui looked at Su Yang helplessly. You know, she was upset for a long time when she got this answer. Doesn't this mean that she is a face-dead woman? That was a lie to you. A lie to me? Sage Hui frowned. What is the real reason? It comes from a sentence. Su Yang's tone was a little melancholy and complicated. This sentence is: first there was a saint, and then there was heaven. I am as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. In the previous life, he just shouted slogans, but now he is facing a real person. How can Su Yang not be complicated? However, the most excited thing is excitement. When the paper wife becomes a real wife, the benefits are beyond your imagination. It's just that. This reaction is too big. Looking at the blushing Saint Hui, Su Yang was surprised. I originally thought that my Hui-chan's ears were just red at most, which was already her limit. Who would have thought that it was me who didn't find out her true limit? What are you talking about? The Saint Hui broke through the defense, and now it was Kato Hui who came online. Innocent girl, you are already in a quagmire. It's over. I didn't say anything, just told the truth. Su Yang stood up and stretched out his right hand. The girl didn't hesitate at this moment, or even think about it, and directly handed her hand over. She knew what this meant. If she was still rational, she would probably think about many things at this moment before making a decision. But this time the girl decided to abandon her previous rationality and chose the feeling at this moment. On a tall building, Su Yang appeared at the top with Kato Hui. The surroundings were cold and windy, but the area within a few meters around the two of them was windless and warm like the sun. Is this the world you're in, Su Yangjun? Kato Hui sighed. Just now she saw a series of scenes that made her worldview collapse. Clearly, he was in the restaurant the moment before, and the next moment he was holding Su Yang's hand, and when he looked up again, he actually saw Tokyo Tower. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was in New York, the United States, and then in the Eastern Kingdom. It was too exaggerated. Especially on the sea, watching Su Yang just lightly wave a beam of light, the sea was blasted into a huge puddle, and the seawater rolled up, which was extremely amazing. At this moment, Kato Hui finally understood what Hayashi AI meant by the person with that power. The world of the extraordinary realm. The world that Hayashi AI said was so exaggerated. Kato Hui couldn't help but sigh. Puff. Su Yang couldn't help laughing. I've heard about this from Haiming. I didn't expect that Hayashi, such a smart person, would be fooled by you. I can only say that you are worthy of being a Saint Hui. Don't call this name anymore. Although it has been an hour or two, when Kato Hui heard this name again, he still thought of that sentence at the first time. By the way, what's going on with me? Originally, he just wanted to change the subject, but once he said that, Kato Megumi was still very curious about her own situation. After all, it was amazing that her sense of existence was so weak. **. Su Yang was also surprised. In fact, he had also examined Kato Megumi's body, but in the end, he found nothing. But there was one thing, that is, he could be sure that there was probably something special about Kato Megumi's body. I don't know, but your feeling seems very pure to the point of a bit like an elf. Su Yang didn't say this because he was not sure. However, since it is about elves, let's find a professional. So, this is why you called me in such a hurry? Kyuko looked unhappy. It was just in the morning that she swore in front of the pure-blooded demon that this man was her Tokisaki Kurumi's man. As a result, it's only been a few hours, and you brought another woman to me? I'm so angry. I want to bite him. This sister is so weird. Kyuko didn't come alone. Shishino followed. As for Yui Miku, she went to do idle activities. It is worth mentioning that Yui Mika has moved to Su Yang's obvious entertainment company at the speed of light and has become the best partner with Hoshino AI. Although this elf said she was working for him. But considering her unusual hobbies, Su Yang suspected that she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a move on love. Maybe there will be a surprise and a surprise attack in 2 days? It's a bit strange. Kyuzo's eyes fell on Kato Megumi, and it was not enough to make Kato Megumi feel uncomfortable, and she even touched Kato Megumi with her hand soon. Hey, you're a bit like someone. Seeing that Kato Hui was a little uncomfortable, Su Yang couldn't help it. Feeling distressed? Kwang San snorted, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Kato Hui and pondered for a while, and then said uncertainly, I can feel that she has some similarities to the elves, or she should have some power. Did you check it out, or is it just a guess? Su Yung was speechless, and the tone was completely a guess. So, do you want to confirm it? Kwang San asked. How to confirm it? Su Yang's face moved slightly. If it could be confirmed directly, Kwang San would definitely not ask this question. Mostly there are some risks. But Su Yung found that he was wrong. It's very simple. Bring her into the neighboring world. Kwang San said as a matter of course. I really guessed wrong. This elf must be jealous and want to murder his rival. Su Yung looked indifferent. I always feel that you're offending me. You must have thought of something bad. As if she noticed something, Kwang San glanced at Su Yung. Big Brother's current mood seems to have seen through you, and he is a little proud now. A little traitor appeared. Su Yung instantly used the power of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to cover up his thoughts. The four elements seemed to be a little different, and could faintly sense other people's emotions. I can't see it, brother. You let out those beautiful eyes again. Su Yung chose to ignore it, facing Kwang San's half-smile, and said, How sure are you? There must be certainty. Mama, when it comes to serious matters, Kwang San is never careless. If it is not at least 80% sure that nothing will happen, I will definitely not make such a suggestion. 80%? Su Yung paused, and finally looked at Kato Megumi, let the other party decide. But when the girl looked like you still make the decision, Su Yung was silent. In this case, let's give it a try. In fact, Su Yang knew very well that the reason why Kato Hui insisted so much was that she wanted to truly integrate into her own world. Without extraordinary power, she is just an ordinary person. At most, she only knows about extraordinary things, but she does not belong to the extraordinary world. That's what the girl thinks. Su Yung decided to fulfill her wish. However, measures must be prepared. A few minutes later, in the dimensional space. How many secrets do you have as a man? You even have a space similar to the world. Looking at the space in front of him and feeling the state of the entire space, Kwang was shocked. Let's talk about these later. Su Yung didn't explain anything. I'll go to the neighboring world first. As soon as the voice fell, Su Yung disappeared. But a moment later, a portal was opened in the dimensional space. As soon as the portal opened, Kwang San felt the breath of the neighboring world at the first time and knew that it was Su Yung who opened the dimensional space in the neighboring world. But her focus was on Kato Hui. When she found that Kato Hui had no discomfort, she nodded to her. Seeing this, Kato Hui took a deep breath and walked forward. Neighboring world. Looking at the open dimensional space portal, she stretched out a small hand and then an arm. In just a dozen seconds, Kabi Hui appeared in the creation of the neighboring world. Look, I told you that she has a relationship with elves like us, and the neighboring world didn't reject her. Although she said so, Kwang San was very uneasy. Originally, she believed that only elves could enter the neighboring world. After Su Yung broke it, a human girl came. This made her feel that her attempts and experiments to determine that the neighboring world would not allow other races to enter were completely a joke. Tired. Want to sleep. Neighboring world. Another night has passed. Su Yung originally planned to raid AI and Miko. Forget Kato Megumi. The girl still can't let go, too impatient. But I really spent this night with her. Well, there are also Kwang San and Shixino. After entering the neighboring world yesterday, Kwang San confirmed one thing, that is, Kato Megumi may have accidentally integrated something from the neighboring world into her body, or something else that can make the neighboring world not reject it. As for the specific reason, it has not yet been found out. However, one thing is certain, that is, Kato Megumi can not only stay in the neighboring world, but also use the neighboring world to practice the Spirit Sage art. Then, Saint Megumi came online and practiced the Spirit Sage art all night. Su Yung was a tool man for the whole night. Because Kwang San noticed that the spiritual power in Su Yang's body, that is, the special chakra, has an auxiliary practice function, which is completely a practice accelerator. Whether it is ordinary chakra, fairy chakra, or the god chakra that Su Yang now has, in Kwangsan's view, they are all spiritual power. At most, the strength is different, and the more special abilities they have. Let's put it this way. Let Kato Megumi practice the spirit sage art by herself. Even with the help of Kwangsan, it is actually impossible to learn the spirit sage art in one night. But with the help of Su Yang, it is now SOSO. Even according to Kwangsan's speculation, at this speed of practice, Kato Megumi may have the ability to enter the neighboring world by herself in a month at most. Fortunately, the considerate Saint Hui did not intend to let Su Yang be a tool for a month. After a night of practice, even without sleep, Kato Megumi is still full of energy. However, she is still a good child and knows that going to school is not like someone. Go to school? Haha, Jing Qiai has been blocked by him. God knows what will happen if she goes to school again. And Su Yang has something else to do today, and he even thinks whether he should just not go to school. At the same time, Yang now, you'd better tell that kid not to think that he can escape my class just because he has entered the supernatural realm and become some kind of powerful person. You let him wait for me. Do you really think that I, Hiratsuka Shizuka, am made of mud? Hang up on me and block me? Su Yang is dead. Even Jesus can't save him, I said. Looking at the phone 3 meters away from her, which was constantly roaring, Yang now was speechless. Why did you offend this woman when you couldn't offend anyone else? Don't you know that Hiratsuka Shizuka, as the eldest daughter of the Hiratsuka family, has no marriage, and even those young masters dare not pursue her for a reason? It's not because she is ugly, on the contrary, Hiratsuka Shizuka is very beautiful. So many young masters are moved by her. But being moved is one thing, and facing that pair of iron fists is another. It's obviously a family that inherits kendo, and it also has kendo talent that ordinary people can't imagine. But why do you have a special liking for fists? 747-inch. Yang now hung up the phone. I really don't understand Shizuka Hiratsuka, but I get a headache when I think of Su Yang's behavior. You said you went to school when you had nothing to do? Now, Xiao Jing is furious. Asking for leave is fine, but now you are blackmailing her? Do you think she is not angry enough? And you call her cute? Let's not talk about how you see her cuteness, but are you sure you are not trying to provoke her? Forget it. What does this have to do with me? Soon, Yang No gave up. At most she sent a text message to Su Yang, and then she didn't care. It was Su Yang who offended Shizuka Hiratsuka. What does it have to do with her Yukino Shida Yang No? He took a look at the message sent by Yang No, and didn't care about what the other party said about wishing for the best. He just suddenly remembered that Yang No's relatives had left. FFFL. Go find her tonight. And at this moment, someone appeared in front of Su Yang. It was Machima. At this moment, Su Yang has arrived at the branch building. All the fingers of Raiman Sukuna are here, plus the ones Gojo Satoru got from the top of the jujitsu world, a total of 9. Machima said expressionlessly. Okay, this female demon hasn't gotten angry yet yesterday. Su Yang didn't care, he just came to take this thing away today. Opening the box, there were 9 Sukuna fingers neatly arranged inside. The box seemed to be a thing from the underworld, with a strong demonic force suppressing it, so that Raiman Sukuna's will had no reaction. Su Yang picked it up directly and was ready to leave. At this time, Himejima Akino appeared. Su Yang-jun, are you going to leave now? If you don't leave, are you going to keep me for dinner? Su Yang looked at this speechlessly, but his eyes stayed somewhere. Tisk, it's absolutely right for Himejima Akino to be called Big Sister. And the name is not wrong either. It's really big. Jinjima Akino naturally noticed Su Yang's gaze, but she was not embarrassed at all, and she directly said, "Wanna touch it?" Nonsense. Su Yang nodded unwillingly, yes. He even stretched out his hand and wanted to grab the upper layer directly. This won't work. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of Himejima Akino, and she quickly took 2 steps back, but when she saw Su Yang's half-smile, she immediately reacted. She was fooled. The other party was just trying to scare her. That's not right. If she didn't retreat, this kid's claws would definitely grab her. At this moment, Himejima Akino, CGCC, understood. She had met her match. It's not good now. If you obey Rias, you can do whatever you want to me, even Rias. Makima, who had been silent all this time, wanted to say something when she saw this. But she finally thought about it and suddenly realized that with her master's character, it might be possible. Besides, it's okay to make such a joke once. If it weren't for her master's acquiescence, it would be impossible for Master Akino to say such words to Su Yang for the second time. Damn, this man was favored by the master. Su Yang naturally understood what Akino meant, but reincarnated as a demon? Su Yang was sure that once he turned into a demon, his perfect body would make him the most perfect demon with the purest bloodline. Even the original Demon King Lucifer might not have as good bloodline as him. But that was just a perfect demon body, not a perfect body. In a way, this was a drop in grade. Cultivating the elf sage after art and Kwang San's research on Su Yang's body, she had already told Yang her guess. That is, Su Yang can be transformed into a pure elf with the same physique as them. Su Yang knew it should be a perfect elf body. But whether it is an elf body or a demon body, the so-called most perfect state is definitely not as good as a perfect body. The most obvious point is that the perfect body can be transformed into a perfect elf body and a demon body, but the latter two cannot evolve into a perfect body no matter how they evolve. Maybe, but it is definitely difficult, and there is even almost no way to achieve it. Although Su Yang's perfect body is different from the low-power system of Demon Slayer, the world, which evolved from a special perfect creature. However, it was upgraded and strengthened by the system, and finally received the blessing of the world of Demon Slayer. This is obviously not something that can be achieved under normal circumstances. Therefore, it is impossible for Rias to become her dependent. Of course, if the other party wants to become his woman, Yang thinks that he can give the other party a chance. Without saying anything more, Su Yang planned to leave. Jejima Akino smiled slightly. Are you going to deal with this Sukuna finger? Is it convenient for me to go with you? You may not know that there is a very special thing on these two Sukuna. Very special. Su Yang has more interest. If it is not really special, Jejima Akino will not say so. Yes, although it is a little incomplete, it is still good. Himejima Akino smiled and said, originally, Rias planned to use the special soul of Ryuman Sukuna to slowly repair it. Now, Rias said that you can handle it. So generous? Is she planning to do something bad to me? Su Yang looked alert, as if he was asking what you want to do. SB. Want to hit someone. At this moment, Himejima Akino never had the urge to hit someone. But she was very calm. Can't beat him. And if she did it, she would give the other party a chance, and she would probably become incomplete and stained with the other party's color. So, she didn't answer, but just looked at Su Yang quietly, with a smiling look. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Su Yang shrugged, then stretched out his right hand. What do you want to do? Himejima Akino looked alert. Take you away. Su Yang looked contemptuous. It's not that I look down on you, even if Rias developed the Red Dragon Emperor to ultimate and reproduce the power of the two heavenly dragons. For me, it's just like that. If I really want to do something to you, do you think you can resist? Eat beef. Jejima Akino naturally didn't believe Su Yang's ghost transformation in her heart. Reproducing the power of the two heavenly dragons is just like that? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? But even if she believed that Su Yang was bragging, Jejima Akino was still clear about one thing in her heart, that is, Su Yang was right. With her strength, if Su Yang really wanted to do something to her, she really had no ability to resist. Without thinking any more, Jejima Akino handed over her little hand. Swish! The moment she held Jejima Akino's little hand, the two instantly disappeared in front of Machima. The power of space transmission? Machima's eyes flashed a gleam, but she didn't care. After all, although there are few demons with such abilities, they are not absent. But she didn't know that Jejima Akino's heart was very uneasy at the moment. Arrived in an instant. And there was almost no magic fluctuation, except for a little space fluctuation. There was no movement at all. The most important thing is that she recognized where this place was. The Ponching Sect headquarters. After Su Yang's initial movement at the Ponching Sect headquarters, Xia Yujia's lair was completely exposed, and Jejima Akino naturally knew this place. This was not what she cared about. What made her care was that a distance of dozens of kilometers was just teleported here. At this moment, her evaluation of Su Yang in her heart was raised to a higher level again. With this move, even the Demon King or even the Super Demon King level strongman could not keep Su Yang. My lord. A respectful voice interrupted Jijima Akino's meditation, and she recognized the person who spoke. The leader of the Ponching sect, Xia Yujie. Sure enough, in this human, Su Yang has surrendered. Are you ready? Su Yang asked. All the equipment has been completed according to your instructions. As Xia Yujie said, he took out all the Sukuna fingers one by one. Even the Sukuna fingers that had been used to cultivate special-grade cursed spirits were taken out by him. 11 Sukuna fingers. With the 9 fingers from Su Yang, all of them were gathered. Are you planning to completely revive Ryomen Sukuna? Seeing these 20 Sukuna fingers, Himejima Akino seemed to have guessed something. No. Su Yang showed a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. It was a try, an experiment, and Ryomen Sukuna was just a small problem that was dealt with by the way. Experiment? Himejima Akino was a little confused. But at this time, Xiaojia took action and summoned a special cursed spirit. My lord, this is the cursed spirit I specially cultivated according to your request. Although it is only a level 1 cursed spirit, it has a very strong physique and huge cursed power. Xiaojia said. Although he didn't know why Su Yang did this, he just did it. Very good. Feeling the breath of the cursed spirit in front of him, Su Yang was very satisfied. What are you going to do? Himejima Akino frowned. There are cursed spirits and Sukuna fingers. She didn't understand it at all. You will know if you read it. As he said, Su Yang began to make hand seals with both hands. Yes, it is a hand seal, and then he will perform a special ninjutsu. Using Sukuna's finger in front of him as a medium and the cursed spirit in front of him as a sacrifice. Reanimation jutsu. Su Yang shouted in a low voice and clapped his hands lightly. With a bang, under the surprised and shocked eyes of Himejima Akino and Xiaojia, the 20 Sukuna fingers instantly flew towards the cursed spirit and then merged perfectly. At the same time, the cursed spirit was instantly covered with a layer of dirty soil, forming a person with 4 arms, 2 faces, a mark on the tongue, and a big mouth on the abdomen. The King of Curses Ryomen Sukuna. This is a ninjutsu that Su Yang wanted to try a long time ago. That is, whether he can successfully perform in pure world reincarnation in this world. Now it seems that there is no problem at all. At this time, Ryomen Sukuna, who was released by impure world reincarnation, opened his eyes instantly, and the curse power instantly exploded. Feeling such a powerful curse power, Xiaojie's face changed suddenly, and even Himejima Akino was a little surprised. This level of curse power is no worse than that of ordinary upper-level demons. Li Mei, you did a good job this time. I can feel that this body contains all my soul and allows me to exert all my strength. Completely unaware of the surrounding situation, Ryomen Sukuna was surprised. I say, are you stupid? Su Yang broke Ryomen Sukuna's expression. He looked around fiercely and found that something was wrong. Su Yang? Although I don't know what happened, since you dare to appear in front of me, you are dead this time. Ryomen Su looked at Su Yang with a face full of arrogance. The next moment, he was about to attack Su Yang. However, Su Yang just glanced at him lightly and Ryomen Sukuna's body stopped instantly. Can't move? Feeling that his body could no longer be controlled, Ryomen Sukuna's heart sank, staring at Su Yang. What did you do to me? Tisk, look. Su Yang shook his head slightly, however, since you let me experiment with impure world reincarnation, I'll give you a quick death. Tsukuyami. This time, Su Yang did not hold back and directly pulled Ryomen Sukuna's soul into Tsukuyami's space. Originally, he intended to completely wipe out the opponent's soul, but Su Yang found something in Ryomen Sukuna's soul, which made Su Yang's heart move and chose to erase Ryomen Sukuna's will. Kill the demonized Curse King with points plus 250 square. TSK, as expected, Ryomen Sukuna is no longer a curse spirit, nor a curse master, but a demon. After receiving the killing prompt, Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a broken chess piece appeared in his hand. Is this the thing you mentioned? Su-young looked at Himejima Akino. Yes. The moment he saw the chess piece, Himejima Akino knew that Ryomen Sukuna had been killed by Su-young. Because this chess piece has been integrated into his soul, it can only be taken out by killing him. So this is also a demon chess piece? Su-young raised his eyebrows. No, this is the original demon chess piece. Jun Himejima explained. The first demon chess piece? Su-young's expression changed. Is it the first batch of demon chess pieces made by Demon King Beelzebub? However, Juno Himejima shook her head and said, the first demon chess piece was not made by Demon King Beelzebub. There is such a thing? Su-young was stunned. This is different from what he knew. According to what he knew, the demon chess piece should be created by the Demon King Beelzebub. The reason for this is that the war that year was too long and magnificent, which led to the death of too many pure-blooded demons in the underworld. In order to make up for the lack of combat power. At the same time, in order to strengthen the entire demon race, King Hero Beelzebub created the demon chess piece. But considering that this is a world of anime, who knows what happened specifically? There are probably some special circumstances, so are all these demon chess pieces? After Su-young asked, Himejima Akino gave some information about changes that he didn't know. In short, according to the information that Rias learned from her brother, the reason why the Demon King Beelzebub created the demon chess piece was actually because of the first chance encounter with the first demon chess piece. That's not right, because the first chess piece can't be said to be a demon chess piece, but it has special effects and abilities. As for the effect, it can create a real pure-blooded demon. Lord Surzex also found 3 of these special chess pieces, and even with the help of these 3 special chess pieces, he revived the extinct 3-pillar noble demon family again. Himejima Akino explained that this was a very secret message. But since Rias could even give this chess piece to Su-young, she would definitely not mind letting Su-young know about this information. I see. So now there are no longer 33 of the 72 pillars of the demon family in the underworld, but a few more? Su-young understood. Yes, Lord Surzex revived 3, and Lord Beelzebub revived 6. Now there are 42 pillars of demon families in the underworld. Well, this time Rias is really generous. Looking at the chess piece in his hand, Su-young was very emotional. Although it is a little incomplete, this thing should be able to be repaired, right? Yes, if the soul is special, it can be slowly restored along the chess piece. Himejima Akino nodded and said, the soul of Ryomen Sukuna is a little special, but he is a human. Although his soul is good, it is still too bad for this original demon chess piece. After so many years, it has not been fully restored. When Surzex found this incomplete chess piece, he did not take it from Ryomen Sukuna because he thought that the other party could restore it. Now it seems that even after thousands of years, it has not been fully restored. Himejima Akino shook his head. Wait, thousands of years? Su-young seemed to have found a blind spot. You mean Surzex had seen Ryomen Sukuna 1,000 years ago? Yes. Is there anything strange about this? Himejima Akino was stunned, as if he didn't understand what Su-young meant by asking this. The quiet Xiaojia was almost scared silly. Demons, demon kings, etc. sound like very high-end existences. Thousands of years at any time, and there is also a war between gods and demons. Is it appropriate for me, Geto Suguru, a mere curse master, to listen to such high-end conversations? I don't care if it's strange or not. I just want to ask, has Rias been born for a long time? Su-young was curious. But Himejima Akino seemed to understand something and smiled gently. So you are worried about this. Don't worry about this. Although Rias is older than me, she is only 1 year older. She was born 18 years ago. We are not old women. No, you misunderstood. Su-young shook his head. Age is nothing to me. We are all immortals, and age doesn't mean much. I think if Rias is so old and still so weak, it's really an insult to the pure-blooded devil. Himejima Akino. Do you know that sometimes you really deserve a beating? After a moment of silence, Himejima Akino suddenly said this. But Su-young's next sentence broke her defense. I know, but what I like most is to see you want to beat me but can't beat me. Her fists hardened. Himejima Akino took a deep breath, retracted the lightning that could not be suppressed, and looked at Ryomen Sukuna beside her, and began to change the subject. What kind of spell did you use to turn Ryomen Sukuna into this? What do you plan to do with him? After saying this, Himejima Akino discovered the difference in Ryomen Sukuna. Interesting, has he become a demon? And it looks like it won't be long before it succeeds. It's a pity that you killed a future pure-blooded demon family like this. Although she said so, Himejima Akino's tone was completely unconcerned. What to do? Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Imure World reincarnation was successful, so what about other special ninjutsu? Since it already exists, it is natural to give it a try. Originally, he was just making an attempt, but he didn't expect that Ryomen Sukuna's current situation was better than he expected. In that case, which ninjutsu should we try? Su Yang turned to look at Geto Suguru. Geto Suguru, there is an opportunity to make Bai stronger, but there are certain risks. It's up to you, sir. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Geto Suguru bowed immediately. Become stronger? Risk? Oh, what does a little risk mean to me, Geto Suguru, in order to become stronger? Very good. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then performed a series of special seals on Ryomen Sukuna. This seal only completely seals Ryomen Sukuna's unconscious soul into this special body of Ryomen Sukuna. In this way, the Ryomen Sukuna in front of him is not much different from the original Ryomen Sukuna. Just like an unconscious tailed beast. Yes! Su Yang is planning to seal the Ryomen Sukuna in Geto Suguru's body like a tailed beast. To create a Ryomen Sukuna Jinchuriki. Is it incredible? But what is incredible about it? Even because the sacrifice is a cursed spirit, and Su Yang's transformation of impure world reincarnation, it makes the current Ryomen Sukuna a super cursed spirit. When the middle-tailed beast is sealed, there is no problem at all. However, this is also in theory. Although Su Yang thinks that there will be no problem in 99%, there is still 1%. An hour later, looking at his masterpiece, Su Yang smiled with satisfaction. Akira Himejima was silent, and her face was complicated and numb. From the beginning, she was a little puzzled when she saw Su Yang seal Ryomen Sukuna directly into Geto Suguru's body with a special technique. Then the next process became shock and disbelief. Then it was horror and fear. Now she is completely numb. This man is very dangerous, but she has confirmed one thing, that the other party has no ill will towards her. He even has some plans. How do you feel? Su Yang's voice interrupted Himejima Akino's wild thoughts. It's better than ever and stronger. Getsu Suguru was shocked, and more of it was unbelievable. When he found out that Su Yang was going to seal Ryomen Sukuna in his body, he looked normal, but in fact he was as panicked as an old dog. What is this? Treating me as a sealing tool? And can sealing like this make me stronger? How is it possible? But now, I am really a big idiot. I dared to doubt Lord Su Yang, damn it. Feeling the unimaginable surge of cursed power in his body and the technique he just obtained, Getsu Suguru knew very well that with his current strength, he could kill him in seconds. He can display all the abilities and powers that Ryomen Sukuna has. Even because the cursed spirit used as a sacrifice has a very fast recovery speed of cursed power. This also gives him a very fast recovery speed. Well, not bad. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he had already checked Getsu Suguru's condition. Not to mention that Ryomen Sukuna's will was completely wiped out. Even if it still existed, with his sealing technique, the other party could not escape at all, and would only be a power bank like a cursed spirit. Is this just good? Himejima Akino's voice sounded. The fluctuation of the cursed power in his body is almost on par with the top-level demon. Although the expansion of the sorcerer's field is very flawed, his strength should barely be regarded as a top-level demon. Do you call this good? You should know that she has only entered the top-level demon realm not long ago. Of course, entering this realm does not mean that you can have the corresponding power. Take her Himejima Akino, for example. With her thunder attack method, she can restrain the cursed spirits by nature, let alone the top-level demon realm. Even if she has just entered the realm of the upper-level demon, she can easily defeat the Xiao Jia in front of her. It's okay, but it's just this level. If he really meets you demons, I'm afraid most of the upper-level demons can defeat him. Su Yang shook his head slightly, obviously dissatisfied with this. Xiao Jia stood quietly. Although Su Yang was not satisfied with this, he could not be more satisfied with his current strength. But he did not expect that the surprise was not over yet. Forget it, you are my subordinate after all. If you are too weak, I can't show you, Su Yang said. Xiao Jia did not have any negative emotions about this, and even became a little excited. Because according to the meaning of this sentence, it is obvious that Lord Su Yang will give him a promotion. Just treat it as an early reward for you. Xiao Jia suddenly heard this, and then Su Yang patted him. Suddenly, Xiao Jia felt that his eyes had changed, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes had turned into a special pattern of a triangular windmill. It was Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the ability to bring out Mangekyo Sharingan, Yang naturally could not give it to others at will. After all, it is still unclear what the disadvantages are. Therefore, Geto Suguru was lucky enough to become the first experimental subject. After Geto Suguru used it for a period of time and determined whether there were any disadvantages or side effects, Su Yang would decide whether to bring out these Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. After telling Geto Suguru a few words, Su Yang took Akino Himejima away. After sending Akino Himejima back to the branch building, Su Yang left in a hurry because he was very interested in the special chess piece he had just obtained and wanted to conduct research. *0*7*. Akino Himejima immediately found Rias. How is it? You have been out with him for so long, did you succeed? As soon as Akino Himejima came back, Rias asked hurriedly. What success? Isn't that too harsh? It seems like I went out to seduce men. Himejima Akino's face darkened, which made Rias' face turn pale. It didn't work. Your place grew so big in vain, it's a waste. How much worse is yours than mine? Himejima Akino immediately got angry and grabbed it with both hands. Wait, you're doing this again? Go away, I'm your master. How dare a mere demon dare to commit treason? Wait, please, I'm wrong. Damn it, I'm going to fight back. After a while, looking at Rias slumped on the sofa, Himejima Akino let her go. Well, she didn't take any advantage. Kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. Today I went out with Su Yongjun once and saw a lot of his tricks. This is good news. Himejima Akino sighed. What kind of good news is this? Rias was a little puzzled. Himejima Akino didn't answer, but told everything that happened today. Resurrecting the dead with special means? Although it was resurrected with the soul of Ryaman Sukuna as the basis and a sacrifice, this method is too weird. After listening to Himejima Akino's words, Rias's expression became serious. In fact, what she cares most about is Su Yang's subsequent sealing method. He actually sealed other people up and used them as a tool to improve his own strength? Rias frowned. If such a method is spread out, not to mention the human world, even the underworld and the heavens will have a lot of people who are tempted. 0.0. Wait. Suddenly, Rias found something very wrong. This is a bit wrong. With Su Yang's intelligence, he would not be unaware of the attraction of this special sealing technique. He actually used it in front of you and didn't avoid you. So, I said this is good news. Himejima Akino suddenly smiled and added another sentence before Rias could figure out the situation. After all, such special and secret things are only not guarded against by people who are close to you. So that's it, this is the good news you are talking about. Rias was immediately excited because this meant that Su Yang would become one of her own. But Himejima Akino interrupted her excitement. You are too happy too early, there is another bad news. Before Rias asked, Himejima Akino said, the bad news is that Su Yongjun has made it clear that he will not become your dependent, and even asked me to tell you to give up. Huh? If you don't become my dependent, how can you become my own? Rias didn't react for a while. Why not? It's the same if I take you down. What? Rias finally reacted and said with gritted teeth, this super pervert, he actually has this idea? What idea? Of course, He wants to take her and Himejima Akino into his account. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I will never let him get his wish. I will not obey. At this moment, Rias's heart is still so firm, but she doesn't know the law of true fragrance. Neighboring world. What kind of pure-blooded demon can this thing really create? Looking at the incomplete chess piece in front of her, Kwang-san looked curious. I don't know either, but according to Akino, it should be like this. Su-young said. As soon as he got this thing, he naturally wanted to study it clearly, and he didn't think that this thing belonged to the devil. Heh, how long have you known each other and you trust each other so much? Kwang-san smiled coldly. Aren't you afraid that the other party will cheat you? What can Su-young say? You can't say that I touched the special nature of the perfect body, aroused the blood in their bodies, and made them begin to desire my evolution like you? If this is said, his plan to take down Miss Kwang-san and make Kwang-san and Uranus happy together will be postponed again. So, let's not talk about it. So, as soon as I come back, I will ask you to check if there is any problem with this chess piece. Su-young immediately added a sentence, which made Kwang-san look a little better. But looking at the incomplete chess piece in front of him again, Kwang-san still shook his head slightly. I don't know the specific situation of this chess piece. I can only sense that this thing should be formed by some special rules, and there is no more. Special rules? Su-young was surprised. If he was not sure, he would not dare to use it casually. But Kwang-san said with a relaxed face, it doesn't matter. I don't know if anyone knows. As she said, she turned her head and looked at Su-young with a smile. Don't you always want to know who the other elf is? Her ability may be able to find out the specific situation of this chess piece. Could it be her? Su-young's heart moved, and he vaguely knew who it was.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.